Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
The horizon is a meeting point, a meeting of earth and sky, a meeting of reality and ambition, a meeting of now and the future. The horizon is the edge of ambition and the beginning of endless human imagination. Through time, through space, we meet on horizons of possibilities. We meet around the fire of ideas to connect, to exchange, to entertain. From the smallest boardrooms to the largest stadiums, from online meetings to mountainside retreats, from the echoes of ancient coliseums to digital meeting rooms. Event spaces are the vessels where imagination transcends boundaries and connections become transaction and transformation. As we step into the future, these spaces and the desire to meet will always remain. But our concepts of meeting spaces will dissolve into limits of the unknown, unlocking infinite realms of possibility and shared vision. Where will limitless possibilities lead us? AI and tech can enhance and empower human connection, but it will never replace that essential spark which drives true innovation. The meetings of tomorrow may embrace the physical while bursting into the infinite possibilities of a digital future. The perfect hybrid of human and technology. Event spaces may evolve into dynamic ecosystems where technology enhances but never overshadows the power of human interaction. In these spaces, boundaries of creativity and collaboration will expand. Shaping a future where ideas flow freely and possibilities are boundless. The horizon is not just what you can see. It is the time and space beyond, where humans connect, and possibilities are endless. Challenges will be met. Boundaries will be tested. The future of event spaces will be where humanity's greatest dreams ignite, and limitless potential is forged into reality. In these spaces, we will transcend boundaries, shaping a legacy of inspiration, innovation, and empowerment for generations to come. We, in this room, on this horizon, define what the future looks like. In this room, we change the definition of meeting points. In this room, we will define a legacy. Welcome to the International MICE Summit. With shared vision, we redefine the impossible, expanding horizons together.
Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, welcome to the first ever International MICE Summit here in spectacular Riyadh. I'm Anjali Rao.
And I'm Ollie Barrett, and it is an absolute honor, this spectacular location, this extraordinary gathering. It really is a who's who of meetings, of incentives, of conferences, and of exhibitions. And we are so grateful to our incredible hosts here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for making us feel so very welcome. Thank you.
Well, I can absolutely assure you that the next couple of days promises to be a wonderful occasion, celebrating all that the MICE industry is and exploring so many valuable opportunities for its potential and its future. They really just do go on, don't they?
Yeah, and it is a super connected event as well. So we definitely encourage you through the QR code, which you'll see around the venue, to get onto the app, not only to see what is happening, but to see who's here as well. All of the speakers, all of the individual guests. Let's get those connections going from the first moment.
There is just so much exciting to look forward to over the next couple of days. I'm not sure about you, Ollie, but I know that I'm particularly looking forward to topics, for example, ranging from the modernization of the industry, but also protecting the traditional, and also looking at the future of the MICE workforce, but also just being in the presence of so many fantastic guest speakers, every single one of which is at the very top of their game. And also, we get to meet David Guetta, superstar DJ, who does know a thing or two about putting on an impressive performance.
He certainly does, and so perhaps we can see this 2 days as our very own industry remix. Anjali, what do you think?
Absolutely, I'm all for it.
Is that where they're setting the bar? Let's hope so, no pressure. Okay, well, all sorts of beats and melodies to come, but I absolutely can't wait, I have to tell you. Now, it's an absolutely great honor to welcome up to our stage here the chair of the board of the Saudi Conventions and Exhibitions General Authority. So why don't we give a huge MICE welcome to His Excellency Fahd Abdul Mohsen Al Rashid. Sir.
Highnesses, Excellencies, esteemed leaders of the industry, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Riyadh and welcome to the International MICE Summit, where we aim to expand horizons. We have the right people in the room. We have the government regulators and promoters that aim to increase the bounds of this industry. We have the mayors. We have the Giga project leaders that use this sector to expand economic development and promote their destinations. We have the government leaders in different sectors who think about this sector, this MICE industry, as a way to increase collaboration and improve outcomes for the stakeholders. And of course, we have the private sector leaders who make the sector happen, both directly and indirectly. And of course, last but not least, the titans of this industry from all around the world. Thank you for being with us here today. We certainly have the right people, and it is the right time. The world is more fractured and divided than ever. Yet this sector offers more opportunities than ever. The world needs you as much as you need the world. And this is a great year for our industry. This year, business travel is set to rebound and increase growth beyond pre-COVID levels by 6.8% to grow to $1.5 trillion. But the runway is greater. Over the next 10 years, it is expected that business leisure will grow from $600 billion today to $3.5 trillion in 2034. That's 500% growth compared to a world economy that will grow by 2.6% next year. So this industry has incredible opportunities. And this is the right time for us, having the right people in the world, to revolutionize it and take it to the next level. And of course, I'm proud to say that this is the right place. Saudi Arabia, as you all, I'm sure, heard, just won the rights to host the World Cup in 2034. Thank you. And I congratulate with you the thousands of people here in Saudi and around the world that has made this happen. And last year, we won the Expo 2030. We didn't do it alone. We worked in government, but we worked with our partners in the private sector and governments around the world to do so again. So the next decade will hold two of the largest events and many, many more announced and in the works. But our sector has even a larger opportunity. A larger opportunity that is broader and deeper, and perhaps one of the greatest opportunities the sector has seen in decades. And it is Vision 2030. Vision 2030, I'm sure you've heard, is a blueprint for massive socioeconomic transformation in the country. It permeates every sector, every institution, every city, every household. The very future of my children and your children. But how does it impact the MICE industry? And we have to be practical. So what is the mechanics of Vision 2030? To achieve the aims of Vision 2030 with bold vision and bold leadership, the country launched 1,064 initiatives. Let me repeat that number. 1,064 initiatives. Usually ambitious countries would launch 10, maybe 100, right? So how can you launch 1,064? And is it working? Well, women participation has increased to 35%, way ahead of our 2030 aims. And we have here the man himself around tourism, who's overachieved the goal of tourism already. I've told you this, Your Excellency, you're ruining our targets, all of our targets. But thank you for being with us. So how can we do this? We do this with partnerships, not just capital, partnerships. Partnerships because we can scale by working with the best Saudi talent, working with the best global talent, and global consortia for every one of these initiatives that allow us to scale. It's about partnerships. And this is what this sector is all about. We come together, we meet, We build trust ultimately for partnerships. Let's get more mechanical. If we have 1,000 initiatives and projects in the kingdom, and if each one of them requires one large meeting every year for the next 5 years, 1,000 multiplied by 5, that's 5,000 large events. And if each one of them requires 100 meetings, that's 100,000 events and meetings. That's a massive opportunity. And that is the opportunity that Vision 2030 represents. And where will it happen? We have our major cities, and we have our giga projects. Giga projects that are all over this country. And more than $650 billion is being spent on them, which means in all of them, you will have the right infrastructure and venues, the right infrastructure in hospitality and entertainment, in connectivity, and in everything. So this is why Saudi Arabia is the right place. So we have the right people, we are here at the right time, and we are in the right place. That is a great opportunity to revolutionize and grow our industry. But it's also a responsibility. And that's yours. The format we've created is just a platform for you to do this. The first 2 days, you will hear from leaders in government and titans of the industry about their views of what's happening around the world and how this industry should evolve. And we have a spotlight. And the third day, around Saudi Arabia and the MICE industry in Saudi Arabia. There, please push us. Push us to the limit of expanding our horizons on infrastructure, on hospitality, on regulations, on standards, on incentives, on training, and anything else we miss in between. Because this is your summit. I want to call out here, before I forget, because this is very important. We have trained over the past year with the help of our partners in government and all around the world, 34,000 young Saudis to work in this industry. We invited them to watch you now. So please understand that with your words, they will be inspired to continue their careers in the industry, and with your experience, they will learn. So please be generous with them and give them a round of applause to welcome them to the meeting. And finally, my last call to action is very simple. Do what you do best. Explore, meet, trust, and develop partnerships, and of course, enjoy these 3 days. Thank you so much for being with us.
Well, our huge thanks to His Excellency, the right people, the right place, and the right time. A spotlight on the next generation. A warm welcome to each and every one of our delegates here. And also a powerful word to the power of partnerships and just thinking about the collaborations that will be sown over the next 2 and 3 days here in the Kingdom. This is nation building one event at a time, and we're absolutely honored, and he's had a trail in those opening remarks, to be joined by the Minister of Tourism here in Saudi Arabia to get a unique perspective on just how that's done. It is a huge honor to welcome to our stage that very excellent Minister of Tourism. Please give a huge welcome to His Excellency Ahmad Al Khatib.
Very good morning. For those who came from Europe, you brought the cold weather with you. We were enjoying a warm winter until yesterday. So thank you. I'd like to take also this opportunity to thank His Excellency Fahd al-Rashid for arranging this very important event. MICE is important. It's bring people together and the industry leader together to share knowledge, experiences, best practices, and so on and so forth. Let me just start with, as the Minister of Tourism, Chairman of the Executive Council of the UN Tourism, United Nations Tourism Agency, I want to shed light on the industry at a global level. We are finally recovering from the pandemic, and we will fully recover by the end of this year, thanks God. And I hope that we will not have another pandemic like the one we had a few years ago. Tourism is very important for economy, for jobs. It represents 10% of the global jobs. And 80% of the workforce or the businesses are small and medium. And therefore, as we all know, small and medium can't survive for such a big crisis. 45% female women of the global workforce, and this is also important. And therefore, this industry is extremely important for the socio-economy, for the prosperity of the people, of the countries, and in particular the small countries and small nations, such as the Maldives, the Caribbean, the Pacific Islands, and so on and so forth. We are recovering this year, and it is expected by the World Travel and Tourism Council that the industry almost will double in 10 years, which is very good news. And therefore, that's why Saudi Arabia, with Vision 2030, have realized that this is a very important industry. We have been focusing on oil and gas for many, many decades, and we did an amazing job in creating these industries, followed by the petrochemical industries in the 60s and 70s, where SABIC today are among the top 5 petrochemical companies in the world. And then the financial services, and today we have among the most advanced financial services in the world. And with the Vision 2030, we are exploring new sectors, different sectors, to unlock the immense value of the resources that we have in this great country. For example, tourism, culture, sport, and entertainment. And therefore, we have been pushing very hard in establishing these very important industries. And you know very well, and you have seen the growth, the very fast growth in every new sector. If I want to talk about sport, I will stay the whole day talk about sport. You know, the big players, best players are playing in our league. We just won the FIFA World Cup 2034, and the Rally Dakar, and the Formula One, and the final heavyweight boxing, and so on and so forth. If we want to make these Saudi cities as vibrant as possible. And culture, many civilizations for centuries passed by and settled in this great country. And therefore, we are sharing the culture and the history of the nations and the civilization who passed by and settled in this country with the world. And we started with opening up the country in 2019 by offering the fastest and easiest to get electronic visa for more than 66 nations. Tourism is important for jobs, important for women, important for economy, important for rural areas, and so on and so forth. And therefore, We launched the tourism strategy, the national tourism strategy back in 2019, and since then we have been growing at double digits in jobs and in GDP contribution and in number of tourists who visited this country. As His Excellency Fahad said, my brother Fahad said, we set 100 million tourists, international and domestic, as a goal for 2030, and we passed this goal last year. And we raised it to 150, out of which 55 million international arrivals by 2030. And this will put Saudi Arabia among the top 5 most visited countries in the world. Can we do this? Yes, we can. You will ask me or ask the Minister of Sport or the Minister of Culture or His Excellency Fahad, who is heading the MICE, how? We will tell you, we have the right vision and we have the right leadership and we know how to get there and we have the will, and therefore we have everything we need to reach to where we want to reach to. And if I talk about tourism, we have very clear plan, detailed plan, and how to get to and how to reach the 150 million tourists by 2030, and how to get 55 million tourists, and from where, and which segment, leisure, MICE, family and friend. In Saudi Arabia, we have the religious who come to visit the 2 holy cities and so on and so forth. And therefore, we have all the plans set, and more importantly, funded by the government and the private sector. We are building 250,000 new key rooms. It's the biggest project in the world, and it is all funded. We are establishing new airlines, the Riyadh Airlines, and we are doubling the capacity of the current airlines. And we are doubling the cities connected with Saudi Arabia in the next 10 years. We are building new airports. The largest ever built King Salman Airport in Riyadh will be ready in 2030 with a 120 million passenger capacity every year. And when we say, or when we promise, we deliver. We are delivering. I'm very sure some of you experience and enjoy our state-of-the-art metro that we just launched a few weeks ago or a few days ago. And I hope you will have the chance to experience our new beautiful resorts at the Red Sea that we launched in the last 2 years. And we will be launching 18 resorts next year in the Red Sea. Tourism is industry. We started in 2019 with a contribution to GDP of 3%. We reached to 5% today in our way or journey to reach to our target of 10% by 2030. And tourism by then will be the second largest source of revenue for the government beyond oil. Creating this source of income and this kind of jobs and so on and so forth will definitely make our economy more sustainable and more resilient in the future. And therefore, we're working together, especially with MICE, to make sure that Riyadh is going to be the capital of MICE, the capital of conferences in the near future, with the flagship, the FII, the LEAP, and the many others. And this is another example. And next year, we will be launching the first ever tourism called Tourize conference. And it is one of the His Excellency Fahad project. And therefore, we will make sure that Riyadh, as a capital, with its amazing new airport, mobility, easy mobility, vibrant society, huge activities, especially in the winter with the very active Riyadh season that, makes Riyadh never sleep. Middle East was running until early morning to last weekend. And therefore, Riyadh will be the home and the capital of the MICE. MICE for us is extremely important. It counts for 20 to 25% of the global tourism business. And therefore, we will definitely work closely with His Excellency and with all of you to create the hub, the capital of MICE, and the place where you can come, enjoy, celebrate, share knowledge, close deals, and leave with great memories. I wish you to enjoy the next few days in Riyadh, and please do enjoy Riyadh, the offering in Riyadh with the amazing Riyadh season. And if you have the chance, let me do a few selling. Please do visit the Red Sea. It's beautiful. You can swim today in the Red Sea. I wish you a pleasant time in Saudi Arabia and in Riyadh. And thank you for giving me the chance to speak for it of you. Thank you.
Well, a huge thank you there to the Minister for Tourism, His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib. Thank you so much indeed for being with us today and for telling us all about the integral successes that Saudi Arabia has been enjoying, particularly in a post-pandemic world, as most of the globe still struggles to recover from that time, to hear how well Saudi is doing, and also the incredibly ambitious projects that are already underway for the betterment of Saudi culture and therefore internationally, also for the improvement of this wonderful country's economy and its society as a whole. Well, before we get on to our very first panel today, I do want to remind you that if you've looked in your programs, you will see that there is plenty going on in the plenary sessions today and also tomorrow. We have many, many sessions that we would absolutely love you to attend. Also, the collaboration hubs that I don't want to forget to tell you about, because that is where we want all of you to become involved in the conversations and to hear your comments and also to understand your questions, the burning things that you want discovered. Now, though, we move on to our first panel of the day. We turn to the transformative power of the MICE industry. It is an industry that is no longer just about organizing events, as I'm sure you all know. It's about creating meaningful movements that inspire, connect, and uplift. Our distinguished panel today will unpack the critical role that this industry plays in shaping societies and economies and discussing real change for a bigger, bolder, better MICE future. I am pleased now to introduce my panel today. First, Mashari Al-Khayat, General Supervisor of the Saudi Film Confex, GM of Strategy, Policies and Regulations. Senthil Gopinath, CEO, ICCA. Kai Hattendorf, Managing Director and CEO, UFI. And Sharif Karamat, President and CEO, PCMA. Gentlemen, wonderful to have you with us today. Thank you so much for being in attendance. Mashari, we are going to start with you. So, if we just look at the big picture to start with, how has the MICE industry helped to change the global landscape, do you think, particularly when we are looking at this post-pandemic era?
Well, first of all, thank you for this great opportunity to be in the middle with this great mindset over here. I believe the MICE industry itself, it embarked the hybrid solution, and it becomes like a strategic modern solution for all events after that pandemic, which allow the attendees to attend either if it's physical or offline, online. At the same time, we've tested the success of this in the G20. In Saudi Arabia started to integrate these initiatives when it comes to the hybrid model with many marquee IPs, such as the LEAP, such as the FII, to allow the attendance to attend whether if it's online or offline. At the same time, if we take a step back and think about the COVID, I think the lesson is learned over there. So I think the focus is renewed again on health, safety, sustainability, and we can test that in a modernized convention centers, such as King Abdulaziz Conference Center here in Riyadh, and the futuristic projects that coming with special projects or giga projects like NEOM and etc. At the same time, these enablement, the integration happened in Saudi Arabia, and the first steps to adapt these critical changes, it gave us a big vision that Saudi Arabia is going to be the MICE hub in hosting the future to achieve the SEGA strategic vision as hosting the future.
Absolutely. And Senta, let me come to you now because, the driving force for MICE initiatives is to, keep going simply beyond just putting on an event, isn't it? It's just not that simple anymore. It's about really creating movements that uplift and they inspire. It is, a big task. How much of a challenge is that to achieve?
Thank you, Anjali. Glad to be here, everybody. Good morning. Congratulations to His Excellency Fahd and the team for putting up something together. We always say, prelude to your question, that activation is vital in my segment. You bring cultures, traditions, you bring knowledge, talent development, everybody together when we sit around like this. Like His Excellency Fahd said and His Excellency the Minister of Tourism said, it's a human-centric business. So we need to get together, we need to sit together like this so that we can overcome the challenges. Looking at what your question, Anjali, I think MICE has transformed in the 2 decades. When you say, when we all started our careers, MICE used to be organizing meetings, as you rightly said. But now it's all about experiential. It's all about creating impact and bring the socio-economic development to the local community and to the local societies. Because we become a key driver. Unfortunately or fortunately, we don't realize what we do as an industry. Again, I'm quoting His Excellency Fahd, what he said in his speech. We create huge landscape of changes. We transform communities. We bring knowledge. We bring scientific advancement to a country. Financial development happens by bringing the best minds. As like today, we all are gathered here in this fantastic event. It's purely, this event makes phenomenal change. So experiential learning, change of landscape, and change of societies and communities, MICE brings it. So we have moved on in the last decade from organizing events to change, bringing that change globally. And we also even contribute to political change extensively, if you really see, because we bring, again, the political leadership together, sitting around a meeting room. Again, human-centric approach. We all talk about advancement of technology, AI, and many other fears coming into the play. But our industry creates that long-lasting impact, leaves long-lasting legacies. If you take cities, countries transforming, is through MICE activities, be it a conference, exhibition, incentive travel, because huge knowledge coming to that city. So that's where we have moved on. So I would say it's more than a challenge. We have become experts of transforming, experts of bringing the human-centric approach in our industry. And that's been very successful. That's what, looking at the figures, we are heading to a huge growth in time to come.
I think you're absolutely right. And, Kai, I'm sure you would agree with that as well, that there is so much of the policy approach that comes into this industry because it is about the knock-on effect of what happens after an event is over. How much of an impact do you think that business events do actually lend to driving policy decision-making and implementation?
Well, good morning. And at the end of the day, every government meeting is a meeting. And every government meeting is about policy. So of these hundreds of thousands of meetings that you said will happen around every one of these 1,064 initiatives, many of them are government meetings. Government engaging with stakeholders, government engaging with industries, which is what we're also doing here over these 3 days with a big delegation from the E and MICE from the exhibition sector. So I would dare to say business events are the central asset for every government to implement its policy goals. And the clip that welcomed us started with a fireplace. And humankind has always evolved around gathering around a physical or metaphorical fireplace to discuss what's next and to plot the course. And that has been the eternal task of the meetings industry. I don't like the metaphor of mice, we should really be lions, but I can't come up with a shortcut for all the parts of our industry that one can abbreviate with lion, but that would appropriately express the might this industry has and the impulse it has also on policy making.
Where would you stand on that, Mishari, with as far as the contribution that this industry makes when it comes to driving policy? It's such a huge part of it.
I do think it's absolutely a huge opportunity and for all of us. You know, you talked originally when you started about, and I think His Excellency Fahd also mentioned it, about economic and social transformation. And I think that starts, buildings do not transform, organizations do not transform, leaders do. And the MICE industry has the power to transform our leaders at every level. And bringing people together when you convene to solve complex issues in the world. In the case of the kingdom, it's about, and the 2030 vision, it's about economic and social transformation. And I think convening leaders and focusing on that transformation is in every sector, whether it's medical, life sciences, whatever the sector is, energy, culture, it starts with bringing humans together. We could be, as people, diametrically opposed in our ideas, in our philosophies, but when we bring people together and you look at each other in the eye, the power of that, of a simple idea, is very profound. And so I do think that our industry has tremendous potential. Clearly, my first visit to Saudi was only 4 years ago. And I could tell you the transformation I've seen in 4 years have been pretty remarkable. So I can only think what 2030 is going to bring. But that is the power of events. And events, it's not just about policy. It really is about innovation. It's about creating startup hubs. It's about connecting universities and people. So the power is at every level of society, not just the governmental level. So I look at that as just pretty inspiring for young Saudis. And looking at the average age of Saudis being 29.6, and the workforce by 2030, 75% will be Generation Z or millennials, 75%. I think the kingdom has a bright future.
Absolutely, and I do want to pick up on something that you just touched on there, and you said that you'd only been coming here for the last 4 years, but you've already seen huge leaps and strides come on. Can you just give us a couple of examples?
Yeah, well, for starters, and anyone that comes to Saudi would think about traffic, and you saw what His Excellency and the Minister just said about the new transit system. But I actually think, as in terms culturally, it's amazing to see where women have come in the past 4 years that I've been here, which is remarkable, and it is great economically for the country, not just socially. So it's a double win. So that's 2 examples. There's many, many other examples I could cite. I actually thought the experience at the airport, which is the first entry into the kingdom, if you will, and the electronic visas that you talked about earlier. There are numerous examples that I could cite.
Absolutely, well put. Mashari, let's look at Vision 2030 and how Saudi Arabia is leveraging its unique position culturally there to position itself as, a global MICE hub. Talk to us about the socio-economic impacts of that on both the local communities, but also the broader region of the Middle East.
Well, if we think about the Saudi Vision 2030, it has three main strategic pillars. One of them is diversifying the economy. And if we look deeply, we can find that the MICE is playing a crucial role into that transformation. You remind me, I used to serve Sega, and I moved to serve a creative industry. And the first thing come into my mind to gather the whole value chain under one umbrella in that creative industry is the MICE. It is a soft power activating all other industries to showcase its promotional activities or potential to the world. So if we think about my creative industry as a service side, if we think about the Saudi Film Conflicts or the Saudi International Film Festival, these IPs are celebrating our culture while attracting international talent into Saudi Arabia. These initiatives, supported by the Saudi government, are boosting the tourism, are creating many opportunities in a different scale. One of them is the small and medium enterprises when it comes to the logistics side, catering side, etc. I believe if we step back again and look from a helicopter view into بفضل من الله, يعني the Saudi Arabia location, it's a connector between the East and the West, and this will give us more attractiveness to attract more businesses and visitors to Saudi Arabia.
Absolutely, and Kai, I think we've talked quite a lot about the socio-economic benefits, but I think a really important facet of all of this is increased tourism revenue, for example, but also job creation and economic empowerment for example, underserved communities. It feels like a lot to ask of one industry.
Yes, but hey, we can do it. Think about, we've been good at tracking economic impact, especially in the business events part of the event sector. So if we know global economic impact is 350 billion euros roughly per year, half of that goes into travel and tourism. And that drives the development of destinations, it drives the development of workforces. And it builds the skills power of a nation to then hold these aspiring events like the World Expo or the World Cup. You need to have a lot of people rather skilled to host something like the Olympics. Now, Rufi is based in Paris. The Olympics were in Paris this summer. It was amazing to experience this event. And what was most beautiful was to see the skills of our industry at play for such an uplifting mega event. And I dare to say that the quality of the product that France and Paris were able to deliver is the outcome of generations of skilled workforces building the experience in the MICE sector. So to all these 34,000 young industry professionals, welcome to the best industry in the world. If you're watching us, where's the camera? If you're watching us on screen now, you made the right career choice. Whatever AI throws at us, there will be an ever bigger desire to meet face to face, and that will give you all a very, very good outcome and career opportunity. And to build this not just in a nation's capital, but to build that in central locations that can drive the events industry development. And we're back at the policy conversation and policy discussion is a great way to evolve a nation.
Absolutely, Senthil, I'm sure that you would agree with that. I just wanted to get your take on your observations of the contribution that MICE has played in job creation, not just at the local and national levels, but also globally, from what you've observed.
Absolutely. Just to give you an example of the meeting series, if you look at, there are almost 220,000 meeting series. Each meeting has about 1,000 meetings, if you really see. So I'm quoting again, it's what His Excellency said, that that's the multiplier effect of our industry as meetings industry or MICE industry. Globally, if you really see, looking at pre-pandemic level, MICE industry, direct employment and indirect employment contributes to almost 80% of what we do. That's the magnitude of the industry what we work on. It's huge, from somebody receiving you from the airport towards a taxi driver to across hotel reception and meeting organizers like all of us. We all are part of it. Now, we always say my segment contributes 6 times revenue than of a leisure sector visitor coming into a country. That's clearly visible in many parts of the world globally, how that economic impact going down to different categories of employment. And those are, unfortunately, or not categorized, the data is available. But if you really look at many cities in the world, if you take Asia, North America, Latin America, they focused on my segment and started moving the economies, So if you want to build a city, first look at a convention center, because that builds the employment, then bring an exhibition together, then bring a meetings together, and then build the local employment. Because that empower huge number of somebody from a university, somebody at a school, who want to work as an intern, or somebody who's in the industry. So everybody gets an opportunity. And that's congratulations to the kingdom, because looking at sectorial growth, looking at various sector part of the 2030 vision, and bringing MICE part of it is something fabulous. I've yet to see in many parts of the world that's happening, because it's always tourism takes the lead, and then MICE is an offshoot of tourism. But here, the focus is very clear that MICE drives, and MICE is part of the leadership's vision, and MICE is in every sector. So you take oil and petroleum, you take any other sector, fintech, you take the manufacturing, MICE is included. So that's where I guess the numbers are so huge in terms of meetings. And that creates jobs across the entire spectrum, starting from a junior job to the executive level.
And I love that very sort of, optimistic, forward-thinking outlook. But Sharif, let me pick up on something, because I am a journalist and we always have to find something negative about everything. So when it comes to the workforce of MICE, the turnover is high. I suppose there are fairly obvious reasons for that. But what do you think are the big challenges in really sort of developing and retaining skilled workers in this sector?
Yeah. Well, one is painting a vision of what we do, why we do what we do. And I don't think our industry is very good at painting that vision. We talk about terminology, for example, and I know this is called the MICE Forum, but in my world, but it started in Australia, we call it business events. And it's about driving economic outcomes and social outcomes. And MICE is the thing that I think that crawls around the floor. So it's words matter. What we say matters. And how we present ourselves as an industry is going to make ourselves attractive to the next generation. So I do think that we've got to take ourselves much more about the impact we have. We impact every sector in society, medical, financial, you name it, we impact it. And the rewarding careers in this industry is numerous. And thus, I do believe that it's important that our terminologies that we use, the way we present our industry, that people, young people especially, could know that they could have very rewarding careers in this industry. We don't ever, my organization, our members plan 3 million events around the world annually. We don't ever talk about you're planning an event. We focus on outcomes, not output. And that outcome is about economic growth, innovation, research that will be done at a university, curing blood-borne disease in sub-Saharan Africa. It is profound. These are incredible careers. And today, the jobs that we are hiring for are AI specialists. Right. AI is the most transformative thing in our space. We are hiring experienced architects because the experience matters. So the roles and the positions are much more attractive to the younger generation, and thus the compensation as well. So I think we've got to say that differently.
Anjali, if I may interrupt you there, sorry.
Yes, please
I won't
do.
take this.
Yeah.
No, just adding on to what Sherif said, the biggest challenge in our industry, the intellectual property we create, we are not good at speaking about it. I think that's what I call this My Summit. It's a fantastic example. It's not because we are saying we are in the kingdom. The activation, bringing the thought leaders together, we all know what's MICE industry. But these activations really showcase to the local community, local policymakers, it could be within our industry or outside, how important this industry creates the intellectual property across the entire spectrum of the economy. That's important. So we keep saying globally, I'm sure all my colleagues, we all keep talking, we are the worst advertisers in the world because we are busy at organizing the best experience, the best events, bringing the people together because we focus on human-centric events and building the businesses. But to the local community or to the local, if I may give you an example, somebody next to a convention center, one day I was talking to somebody in Europe, they didn't know why this center exists, what is this big building all about, other than the people who come for a conference and exhibition. So we need to create that noise over and over again, and that's the only way to succeed because we do phenomenal amount of work, even if you say only our industry gives to a younger generation, to a younger person, to see somebody like a chief executive or a politician or a leadership person within a day, you can meet all of them.
Right.
That's the analogy I keep giving to all my staff. You have that opportunity. In another industry, it takes 10 to 20 years to even to get there in the hierarchy. So the level of exposure, the level of importance, the level of knowledge we gain in this industry need to be spoken over and over again. Then we'll retain the people. Sorry that I interrupted.
You tickle us all with that.
Yes.
It's, we actually gave that question, how do we sell this industry, to the people we want to convince. We picked the next generation leaders of the exhibition industry and we told them to write a new industry narrative, write the sales pitch to that next generation of leaders of our industry. And I think Tahaluf here in the Kingdom is one of the companies that took that blueprint and really adopted it. And I think you guys have hired the most amazing people. I met some of them earlier this year when we did some education together. The challenge is that our biggest success is also our biggest weakness. We focus relentlessly on the customer. The people who are putting this event together are working to make this event shine. We are all craftspeople. We build meeting places, we build marketplaces, we operate them. And we put the spotlight on everyone but us. And we have to learn to also advocate better for us. And as a former journalist, I'm fully with you. I hate being a mouse. Business events is a much better term. But we have to get that message across. And that's a generational challenge. But it's, again, not about what's on the label. It's ultimately about what's the experience you have and what's the opportunity you provide. And give that next generation the power of the narrative, and they'll guide us to bring in the right people.
Let me add
Yes.
a few words. You know,
Give her a chance to ask another question.
there's something else that I think that we speak of tourism a lot, but really the business events industry is about economic growth. We use tourism assets and hospitality assets, and that's another nuance to attracting young people into this industry, is speaking about the industry, about economic growth instead of just tourism, because we're not really anything to do with tourism. Most people that are coming to an event is about driving economic growth, building business, and so the lens are very, very different, and looking at that is a very powerful nuance.
Yes.
Now His Excellency is looking down. 25% of tourism is MICE. Come on, that is important. And that is in every major market. This 25% is in the US, it's in Europe, but we are so much more. This is one of the, I think we came up with 15 when we discussed some years back. We came with 15 dimensions where we are as powerful as we are for tourism as an industry. The tourism value is well understood. Our opportunity is to activate the visibility of the other 14 factors and cheers and kudos to the kingdom. A lot of these issues are on the agenda today and tomorrow. So this is, for me, if there's one message that we can send from Riyadh from this week, let's highlight these other 14 dimensions of positive impact we create.
Mashari, I could see you nodding along fervently there.
I'm enjoying this.
I just want to pick up on something that Sharif was saying earlier on in as far as attracting the younger generation to this marvelous profession. And a big part of that, obviously, is by adopting emerging trends, for example, sustainability-focused initiatives and AI-driven technology. How great do you think those particular things are to what the industry is trying to achieve? Or is it just sort of the buzz phrases for now?
Well, I think the possibility is big for this. We start to think, are we going to execute events in the metaverse like in 2040 or 2050? The hybrid solution, as I mentioned before, is a reality today. I believe in most of the events we have a live streaming. It's something like a mandatory nowadays with these things. If we look back into like 2010, we'll never think about this. It's going to happen in our day-to-day business reality. But if we go back to the enabling the attendees by attend those events either virtually or physically, and we think about what can the hybrid events do, we can see what's going on exactly with Leap in the features provided over there for the visitors. And if I go back to the next step, which is the sustainability, I believe the Saudi Arabia is committed to the green initiatives. This would have a huge impact on the MICE industry, either if it's in the cost reduction or using eco-friendly solutions, or even beyond that, by building smart venues. I heard a lot in NEOM that is happening related to smart venues, and I cannot wait to see that happening. Moving to the last part of this, the AI, I don't think so. We have anyone in this room is not using ChatGPT.
Right.
What's next? I don't know. But at the same time, I can see that the AI is already implemented in the events sector. We are providing one of the events, and the name of it is Wadi Ishar. This is happening every year, like the Sun Valley one in United States. It's happening in Al Ula. It's a very fascinating place. You have to visit it. In the last year, one of the moderators, it was a robot.
Right.
Is moderating a full session and yet to come to the AI. And the Leap, they used a customized content for the visitors. I think the future is hiding a lot of surprises for us to that topic.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, I'm noticing that we are sort of running a little bit short on time. So I do want to definitely broach the topic of sustainability, because we talk about it all the time in this industry. It really has become front and center. So Kai, what do you think are the most challenging parts of that, for MICE companies to really sort of implement those environmentally aware practices?
Three very, very short thoughts. First, a meeting like this is an investment into carbon emissions. We come together, we create a carbon footprint, we can manage that carbon footprint and minimize it, but the value of us meeting far exceeds that kind of investment. We actually save a lot of carbon emissions by meeting in a central place, rather than dispersed travel. So we as an industry are a carbon aggregator of sorts. By definition, it is more carbon efficient to meet. Second, as an industry, like every other industry, the onus is on us to show that we are part of the solution to the climate crisis and to the sustainability challenges, and not part of a problem. So we need to have a pathway to decarbonization. Our industry's pathway is aligned with the UN Climate Accord. It's called the Net Zero Carbon Events Initiative. It is the biggest collaboration we've ever seen across the events industry globally. It's aligned with the Paris Climate Accord. We're presenting at the COP climate conferences. We are now checking our measurement technologies and metrics into the UN's reporting tool, so we are embedding into the systems that are in place. And third and last, we need to build the local skill to really decarbonize the events and reduce carbon when we produce the events. But again, that's something we are good at as an industry because it's a skill and a craft. And it builds around tools we can learn and we can adopt. And the costs that are involved will be shared by all stakeholders, predominantly by the customers, because they need to reduce their carbon emissions as well. So it is a huge collaborational effort. We have made a good start. We are seen as part of the solution, and we need to walk the talk diligently and aggressively, but also with confidence.
Senthil, let me come to you for our final question for this esteemed panel. Kai was mentioning there the importance of metrics. So when you take metrics to measure the success of a business event, well after the doors have closed, what are the best ways to do that? Is it as simple as repeat customers, or is it more nuanced than that?
Yeah. Repeat customers, Anjali, it's a given in our industry because the offshoot of the main meeting multiplies into smaller meetings. So they would come back. They come as investors. They come as from knowledge thought leaders. They bring the technology into the country. So that all happens. The second part is the economic impact. We calculate, yes, a meeting of this nature, how much it bought, what level of spending power, how did it help the local economy. One of the other most important part, which is really being focused in the last decade or so, the legacy impact. I think that's the right way of measuring an event happening in any country. What's the legacy the event left in the countries? If you look at a lot of scientific advancement, if you look at a lot of huge hospitals, clinics, thought leadership came into countries using conferences and meetings. Because once they come over, they leave the knowledge, that legacy remains. You can talk about 10, 20, 30 years or forever. So measuring event is a better way of measuring is using the legacy impact. That's what if you see the association meetings, every association globally now looks at what's the legacy from an RFP stage. They're talking to see what the local country or the city, what kind of a legacy initiative they can create. Also, that makes a big impact in the local community because when you do a legacy, you involve the local community, you involve the culture, you involve the traditions of that destination. So, and a country like Saudi Arabia has a huge potential in every aspect to create those legacy initiatives.
I think that is a perfect place to wrap this up. Goodness me, gentlemen, we have covered a lot of territory in a very short space of time. Sharif, Kai, Senthil, and Mashari, thank you so much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lance.
And now, please welcome back Ollie Barrett.
Thank you, Anjali. And as our honoured guests leave the stage, let's give them another big round of applause. Thank you very much, one and all. A lot of ground covered indeed. And speaking of which, we'll be exploring just what the reflections are of some of the mayors and former mayors of some great cities from Europe, from South America, and from South Africa as well. So we'll be getting a first-hand experience on the magnetism of world-class events. Really powerful reminder there of how the right event at the right time is a driver for economic growth. It magnetizes whole countries, and we congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on very recent announcements, of course, around Expo and hot off the press for the World Cup as well. All eyes on the Kingdom. We're going to cover more ground in the next sessions together, and I encourage you to keep checking the program because right now we're going to put in the spotlight a visionary leader. Rishad Atias needs little introduction to those here in the Kingdom and indeed worldwide. He's a global strategist and an event creator who has created and certainly reinvented many different organizations and platforms, including the World Economic Forum in Davos, including the Clinton Global Initiative, the Bloomberg New Economy Forum, the Nobel Laureates Conference, and of course, as has been mentioned on this stage several times already, the Future Investment Initiative, FII, the mighty FII. So the person I'm going to invite to the stage momentarily bridges business, policy, and innovation to address global challenges and opportunities. With a business hat on, his organization, Rishad Atias and Associates, has shaped transformative experiences for governments and corporations, and we have seen firsthand his commitment to peace, to sustainable development, and to humanity. He needs very little introduction here in the Kingdom, but it makes me happy to remind our global guests of his extraordinary achievements. Honored guests, please welcome Rishad Atias.
Thank you. You are too kind. How are you?
Very well. How are you, sir?
See you.
Very good to see you.
Good to see you again.
What a gathering.
Amazing. And allow me first to thank His Excellency Fahad Al-Rashid,
Yeah.
and also my brother Fahad Hamaluddin,
Yeah.
because I started here in this country thanks to them. And my God, time is flying. It was 24 years ago.
Well, I'm going to take
And,
you. I wish.
It's very funny and emotional to be here.
Yeah.
20 years later, to see you in great shape, leading this industry that you started, in fact.
Yeah.
And also His Excellency Mohammed Al-Suwairi, who we started together the Saudi Green Initiative, and now he is leading as the Secretary of the event committee. So congratulations, guys, for what you are doing, really. It's very inspiring. Thank you.
He is here. Here. I wish we had longer, but I am going to go swiftly back down that memory lane, Rishad, because you're a pioneer. Let's step back. Let me ask you about evolution of the mice industry since, well, at least since 1990. But where does your mind go when I talk about evolution and the long view?
Yeah, in fact, yes, indeed. I started, 35 years ago. And I did it for a reason. And I think it's important to mention that because it's probably one of what I think should be the core essence of what we do. As a civil engineer, I was supposed to build bridges. And I decided, my parents were desperate when I decided to leave this industry, to move to build bridges between people. And I think this is what I try also to achieve today, is to build connections between people. But if you look at the evolution, first of all, we should remind to people that this industry has centuries of existence. It's not something which started just at the 21st century. You know, it started at the Greece antique. It started when kings were doing celebrations. It started, the first Olympics were almost 500 before Christ. And I think it's important to also put in consideration that the first Expo, we're talking a lot about Expo because it's happening very soon in the Kingdom, but the first Expo, if I'm not mistaken, started in London.
That's right.
In 1851.
Yeah, the Great Exhibition.
And this is why the British have really the event industry and knowledge, it's their core. I really want to highlight that because, and this is why you see a lot of leaders from the industry coming from Great Britain, your country. So I think Europe was a pioneer.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at the evolution since 1990 when I started, if you look at the 4 letters, mice, we see, I will summarize that with two words, the big shift. I saw a shift between meetings and incentives to exhibition and conferences. If you look at the incentives, it was a time in the 90s where the majority of our business was to produce incentives. When I was working for IBM, my only goal all year long as a sales rep was to have this opportunity to be part of the great trip, which was exactly like, let's make my goals, my objective, to be part of these incentives. Incentives made Las Vegas. Incentives made Orlando. Incentives made great cities because we were having almost every year, back-to-back, thousands of people, of staff coming to celebrate their achievements. And then President Obama, he did great things, but this was not a good thing. He started to blame the pharmaceutical groups of spending too much money to incentivize their troops, and that they should spend more money to produce and find and research drugs. This has killed the incentives business in Vegas, to be very frank. And this is why Vegas started to reinvent itself with big shows. So number one, the big shift between meetings and incentives to conferences and exhibitions.
Yes.
The big shift on geographies. From the west to the east, we see more and more now events happening in I would say, Asia, and of course in this part of the world, which is becoming the place to be, as His Excellency has mentioned.
Yeah.
I see also a big shift and an evolution on the scale of the players.
Yes.
We see much more bigger, I would say, solid companies doing this, being part of this industry.
Huge part of that evolution. So, so let's double click on that map. That's another mice joke there if we haven't got enough already. To zoom into this region, we think of you almost as an explorer in terms of the GCC more broadly, and especially in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Just give us a sense of that journey personally and in business, because a huge amount has changed.
You know, the first really conferences or events, as we call them today, started 25 years ago, so a quarter of a century.
Yeah.
But Saudi Arabia is not just discovering this industry. It's important to put that in perspective. The first event conference, if I'm not mistaken, my brothers Fahad probably will agree, started in 2000, which is almost a quarter century, with the Jeddah Economic Forum. And then they were the pioneers of the Global Competitiveness Forum, which started in 2007. And this is when we started to learn about the diversification of the economy of the kingdom. Great people started to come, like Bill Gates came, Bill Clinton. Many great people came to start talking about diversification of economy, vision, so far and so on. So, and then I would say from 2007 to 2020, 2000, I would say 14, sorry. So for 7 years, the business was not so. And suddenly, Vision 2030, the leadership of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who was Deputy Crown Prince, we started with two first pioneers events of what I would call the new generation of events. The first one really was a MISC Global Forum. And I think it's important because it was an amazing message to the youth. The real industry started with the youth, a message to the youth, which is, for me, the main energy of the kingdom. The main energy is not oil.
Right,
the main energy is people.
Exactly that. So say more about that new wave. What categorized it? What was different?
Because, they realized that the vibrant society of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was to empower the youth. And this is what was the main mission of the MISC Global Forum. And we started to bring people, and thanks to the success of the MISC Global Forum, it was a wish to brand the nation, to attract investors. And this is how, with my dear friend Rakan Tarabzoni, who will speak tomorrow to talk more about FII, we were asked to find and to build something, not knowing exactly what it will be, to, number one, brand the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Saudi Arabia, who is one of the engine of this economic diversification, transformation, implementation of the Vision 2030. This is how FII started.
Yes.
And I think FII, in total humility, was an opener.
Well, and a game changer. I know I want to come back to FII, but I have to pause here just to step back, because what's ended up happening, and normally, Rashad, if I may say, you have been pretty discreet in terms of your media appearances. However, recently you gave an interview to a Saudi journalist, and you reflected on encounters with Presidents Mandela, Yeltsin, Clinton, of course, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince here. So I have to ask you, did you ever think that your career would evolve to these extraordinary encounters?
No, first of all, as Kay said previously on stage, we are supposed to be behind the scene. And I always tell to my staff and my colleagues, please never forget the 3 rules that, and I always repeat that because communication is repetition. But I say to my staff and my family, what my late father left me as a legacy is the rule of the 3 H. Always be a humanist. You need to love people, extremely important. You need to always keep a sense of humor, which is important. And more importantly, be humble. So this is why you need always to be humble, even if you meet great people. So if I was told 35 years ago that my career will evaluate to deal from sales rep to world leaders, frankly, it was not planned. And it was not our strategy. When people are asking me until today, what is your strategy? Richard, what is our strategy in the company? If there is no strategy. We need to be a startup every day. We need to be agile. We need to follow the wind.
Let me ask you then.
And very important, more than following the wind, our strategy needs to be an organized chaos. Because this is how you look at the opportunities all the time.
I like that phrase, organized chaos. So let me take you back.
It's not easy to work in this environment, you know.
Yeah.
But back to your point about moving. In fact, I had 3 decades in my career, in total humility. The first decade was to work for corporations, the 90s, because the corporations were having the budget and they were doing corporate events. Then, 10 years later, from 2000 to 2010, it was working for nations, governments, because nations realized that they were having a product, and it was important to brand nations. This is a decade I spent with 2 conglomerates, Publicis and WPP. And then, by coincidence, when I started my own conference, after I stopped the conflict of interest between the World Economic Forum, Clinton, and blah, blah, I decided to have my own platform. And I started my own conference, and then the phone started to ring. But the phone came from world leaders. So it was not in strategy at all. It's by coincidence that we became, and I think this is what is making Ariane unique in the world, in total humility, good and sometimes challenging issue. 90% of our clients are world leaders.
Yes. And it is that recognition of your ability, your firm's ability to create platforms for change which become globally magnetic. And I'm going to come to that. But I hope you don't mind me taking you back to those 3 H's and to that word of agility. A time when that was tested must have been in 2020, in the global pandemic. When you did not press pause, you carried on. Talk us through it. And if you don't mind me asking.
To be honest, I'm very proud of that moment. And you know, my ego is behind me. I'm not anymore an executive. And my people are running the show. We have an amazing team, a great CEO, great managing director and CEO here who are in the room and leading the business in Saudi Arabia. So everything is about people. And I always remember what the late Steve Jobs told me when I had the privilege to meet him years ago when he was leading DreamWorks. Told me, great business is never done by one person. It's done by a team of people. So when COVID happened, the first reaction I had is to call my shareholders. And by good coincidence, my shareholders were the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Saudi Arabia, because in 2018, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I hope to thank us about the good job we are doing, decided to invest in our company, and it was done through the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Saudi Arabia, PIF, who owns now 75% of our company with Sanabil. And then I called them, I said, listen, guys, we should keep everyone. We should use the cash to pay the salaries to everyone, and I don't want to take any subvention from any of the countries or government where we are operating. Because we're in America, in France, in Dubai, in Saudi Arabia. They say, gone, let's go. So yes, I'm proud to say that when the COVID happened, we kept all our employees. We didn't touch the salaries. And we're having virtual meetings, staff meeting every day.
Intense.
To just talk about how you are doing, guys. Some people were in their kitchen, etc. And then, when I was seeing all these meetings happening online, I said, okay, guys, let's reinvent ourselves. We developed our own platform. This is why, you know, challenges are great. Adversity is amazing.
So-
This is when you reinvent yourself. So we started to develop our own technology virtual platforms.
Yeah.
And we were so privileged to be given the opportunity to win the pitch and the RFP to do the G20 in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Well, and I want to get you. I
And
want to
we
get
had 200 events to produce. 1/3 started physically, 1/3 virtual, and 1/3 became hybrid.
Yes.
Because of the evolution of COVID. And I have to say, because everything is about people. You know, I'm on stage only thanks to my 150 staff and 150 permanent freelancers we have. Because during COVID, they were so courageous to wear a mask, to go and work and put their life at risk, because at that time, no vaccines, and we had no clue what will happen if you were getting COVID.
Yeah.
They did that here because they were passionate by what the kingdom was doing,
Yes.
and they were so proud to support the kingdom on being the first Arab countries hosting a G20 conference with world leaders.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this, I think, it
huge
was
milestone.
a great milestone.
And kudos to your team and to you for you kept the bridges open throughout that chapter. I'm going to have to be a little quick fire on this,
Please.
in the interest of our time together today. Your sense of what's happening in the kingdom today. Let's go back into the helicopter. Your sense of that evolving ecosystem snapshot.
Yeah. You have a question, or you want me to?
Yeah,
give
well, I
you a
want to know.
perception?
I want to get your sense of it because I mean,
think
and
His
only
Excellency-
because
His Excellency said exactly what is happening. It is a place to be today. It is a place to be for the next 10 years. This is where innovation will come from in our industry. This is where disruption will come from our industry, because the Saudi people are extremely creative.
Yes.
Extremely creative. They are not discovering. They don't need us. Let's be very frank. They don't need us.
well,
They
let-
have,
well,
no,
well, the
let's be
reason-
very frank. They don't need us to invent the industry. The industry is here.
Yeah.
We need to come here. Why? Because this is a place where you will do business. Look, everyone is here.
And
Why?
I say that
but
every
there are some
time.
challenges,
Yeah.
very important. The challenges, the business is here. The opportunities are here, but there are challenges. Number one, as we say, too much communication kills communication. So we need to be very cautious, and I say that very openly to my brothers. Too much events could kill events. We need to be extremely cautious of the number of events. You cannot have back-to-back. Why? Because you have challenges of infrastructures. We need to be extremely cautious. You know, if I look at my native countries, Morocco, it's a country where I started also the event industry 20 years ago. Marrakesh is probably one of the top destinations in the world now on events. The new airport is already saturated. London, Marrakesh, I did that a few days ago, 3 hours.
Yeah.
I spent 3 hours at the airport just to go through the customs.
Yeah, I could
The
have
airport
waved
is
you across the
saturated.
arrivals hall. I know.
Lack of venues.
Yeah.
We cannot do all the event in the same place. I'm so happy to be here today.
Yeah,
New venue.
yeah.
It's great, and thank you, Your Excellency, for helping the industry to discover this venue, the Misk City.
Yes.
Because we need more venues. So lack of infrastructures. And we need to accelerate the process of having people acquiring skills.
Yes.
Skills are important. This is a
that
business
talent.
done for people by people.
Yes.
So we need to acquire skills.
And we're gonna
We need to
shine
have
on that.
more schools, more academies, like you have the Lausanne for hospitality, Cornell for hospitality. We need to have the Riyadh, the Jeddah,
Take
the
them
Dammam
through.
schools to, and I know it's happening, to transfer our knowledge. We should not come here to take the money and run.
Yeah.
We should be here to invest.
Yeah, over
we
time.
should be here to reinvest our profit
Let me-
and to create the ecosystem.
So on that ecosystem point, let me ask you just a couple of quick final questions. Let's spotlight, I mean, you're delivering over 60 events over the course of a year just here. One in particular, FII, a game changer. It is a flagship. I come and bore my colleagues in London about the fact that it is next level. So we see the fruits of your labors. Tell us about the ingredients. What goes into it?
FI is not an event anymore.
Yeah,
FI is a movement.
yeah.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
I see people who say, oh, I love New York, you know, I love New London, and some people say, I love FII. Why? Because we were able, with the chemistry of the kingdom, with the values of the kingdom, with the hospitality of the kingdom, with the resilience, the openness, the opportunities, the vision, to create a platform where you have a spirit, you have a mindset, the people feel being part of a family. And this is what every single impactful event should be. It should be a platform where people feel being part of it. You know, and this is why FI became a membership organization.
And global.
And global. And we try to match always a good balance between creativity and content.
Yeah.
Because what are the three, in my humble opinion, parameters of success of an event? Content, content, and content.
Yes, those three.
That's it.
Yeah.
And then the rest is just the mayonnaise that you put around it. But it has to be a very nice mayonnaise because you have so many events happening that people want to go to a place where they feel good, they feel being surrounded by something. It's not just to do a show. But I think this is why FII became today, again, in total modesty, the #1 global conference in the world. This is what I'm hearing from. Because they find the content great. It's an amazing place for networking. You need to always, when you do an event, what will be the opportunities of networking?
Yes.
As it was said again, it's a business opportunity, business event. Number 3, extremely important, the logistics, the infrastructures need to be extremely soft and fluid.
Yeah, seamless.
Very important, exactly. And great people, the quality of the audience.
And speaking of people, we've heard talent mentioned on this stage several times already. What do you say to the young person entering this industry and, we hope, looking forward to a long career?
Listen, I will tell them to be ready for sacrifice. It's the best industry in the world. I'm not kidding. Because it's about people. And our legacy, when we leave this world, will be, okay, what did I did in my life, what did I do in my life for humanity? I think it's extremely important. At each level, we should have an impact on humanity. And this is a motto of the FI Institute, by the way. So it's an amazing, I think it's the only industry in the world where you work for people. So if you are ready to join this industry, guys, you need to be ready for sacrifice. Because you will work 7 days a week. You will sacrifice weekend. You will miss, as I did in my whole life, you will miss graduation of your kids. You will miss birthdays. You will miss weddings. You will miss the honeymoon with your wife. And I see my brother Fahad, who called me one day, told me I'm supposed to go to Capri, and now the boss is asking me to have a meeting tomorrow. So what should I tell to my wife? I say,
I thought the boss not being your wife.
But so I think it's extremely important to understand that it's full of sacrifice
and service.
But you have this feeling when you achieve an event of amazing pride and you say, wow, I did something and people are happy. So you also produce dreams. You help to make dreams realities. You help to make vision a reality. You need, so I think it's frankly an amazing industry, and you meet amazing people. You were kind enough to, if I was told in my life that I will meet only one world leader in my life, when I was 20, I would say, wow, I met Nobel laureates, I met many head of states, the great Nelson Mandela, just this short anecdote.
It is like a dream in that sense.
As a closing remark, if you want. You know, when Nelson Mandela exited from jail, and we invited him to Davos, he came, and 2 minutes before going on stage, he told me, where are the restrooms? I said, Mr. President, quite fast, so let's go. So we're walking together, and then we stopped, and while he was in the restroom, he told me, you know, Richard, what is the most important thing in the world? I said, wow, youth. And this inspired me a lot. This is why I started the next month a foundation for youth with the family. We were involved on youth. This is why when I got a call to come and start the Miss Global Forum, I say, yes, we will do it, and we'll do it in 3 months. Because not to try to flatter them, but everything we do is for the next generations.
Yeah, and it's so loud and clear, especially, I must say, in this country. So I suppose the question, you've handed over, to an extent, the reins of RANA to a phenomenal team. You're still Chief Executive of the FII Institute, on the board of the Edmond de Rothschild Bank, and so on. So my final quick question is, Richard Atias, how do you define yourself today?
Oops. I am proud to say that I'm the father of RANA. And the father of my family and a great daughter who works for my company.
Well, you are the father. Many also see you as a godfather, an OG, as we would say, but you have inspired many. you have created things which are head and shoulders above. You have been a pioneer.
I hope so.
And you do it with huge humanity and humility. Rishad
Thank you.
Atias,
Thank you,
thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
One of the pinch me moments, I have to say, standing in Hegra in Al Ula, surrounded by Nobel laureates, Pulitzer Prize winners, UNESCO Women and Science winners. Well, thank you to Rishad for that reflection on just an extraordinary career. Let me welcome to the stage a very special guest who has also worn several hats in their lifetime, including as a member of the House of Lords, including as a politician, a minister, but now as a hugely respected chief executive in this industry. I am, of course, talking about the chief executive of Informa. Please welcome to our summit, Lord Stephen Carter.
All right, okay. I don't need to stand behind the podium, do I? No. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, fellow members of the mice industry. As Richard left, maybe he's left, I was reminded as I was, oh, you're there, Richard. I was reminded as I was listening to Richard of a story someone told me once about the death of Beethoven. And very sadly, Beethoven, who was a fabulous composer, died. And then one of his fans, one of his young acolytes, a bit like how I feel about Richard, decided that he should write a requiem mass in honor of the great man. So he scribbled away, he wrote this mass, and then he ran across town and he gave it to Bach and said, Beethoven is dead, I've written a mass in his honor. And he handed the score over, and Bach said, young man, I think it would have been better if you had died and Beethoven had written the Requiem Mass. When I started in this industry, I had heard of Richard Atias, but I hadn't met him. And at the time, the company that I now run was primarily what you might call a volume conference business. I think that would be an accurate description. To give you an idea, when I joined the board of Informa in 2009, the company was doing 14,500 conferences a year. Now, we do 600 conferences. And I decided after about a year and a half of being in the business that actually the trends that are being talked about today were trends that were coming at us fast. Impact, scale, experience, uniqueness, data, technology. All those things were coming to what we call the mice industry. And underpinning it, it seemed to me, was the power of partnerships, which His Excellency talked about earlier this morning. So a quick canter through my thoughts on the power of partnerships. This is our company today. We're a FTSE 100 company. We're listed in the United Kingdom, but actually we do less than 5% of our revenues in the United Kingdom. We are a truly international business. We are now, some 14 years on, we are the largest owner-operator of large-scale B2B trade shows in the world. If I'd had this conversation with you 12 years ago and there were a list of the 12 players in this market, we would have been 16th. I still have that slide. We are the largest humanities publisher in the world. We actually are the largest publisher of Islamic studies in the world. We have significant relationships in both of our businesses here in the United Kingdom. And most recently, we've just acquired a majority position in the largest digital services business, providing digital service capability to enterprise technology businesses who are looking to drive their sales and their marketing capability. We own a range of brands. We call them brands because they are brands. They're assets. They're intellectual property. They've got value that lives on year if you get it right and you enhance the product, you enhance the capability. We have over 800 individually unique brands across all of the categories in which we operate. I first came here about 20 years ago. I wasn't working in this industry then. Actually, I just finished my career in public service. I came here as a technology vendor. We had a major customer, STC, and we were a major provider of network technology capability to SEC. That was my first exposure to Saudi Arabia. When I joined Informa, we used to be what you would call a fly-in, fly-out participant in the Saudi economy. And it then became clear to us that there was something happening in the kingdom that we could be part of if we could find the right partner. Unfortunately, we did find the right partner. What are partnerships? Partnerships really are an agreement between one or more parties to work together to create a common goal that's in everybody's interests. In everybody's interests. It's not a someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. It's both parties have got to win. Actually, partnerships are very much the essence of the growth of Informa over the last 12, 15 years. Here's a stat that I don't tend to quote on public stages. Probably nearly 50% of our revenues as a company comes through some form of partnership, either with a country or with a state or with an institution or with a trade association or with a co-equity partner. We have built our business in the last decade on the back of partnerships. And here in Saudi Arabia, we have a very proud partnership which operates under the name of Tahaluf, an Informa company, but we are in partnership with two shareholders, EIF and SAF. It's a co-partnership. It's a genuine mutual creation of something original from the very beginning. When we set it up, the structure, the governance, the investment, the focus was on growth, expansion, creating either new IP or bringing existing IP, but with a shared ambition to bring the world's industries to Saudi Arabia. Under the ambitious leadership of His Highness the Crown Prince, the Vision 2030, which many people have talked about today, the population, the demographic, the energy of the youth that Richard talked about, the ambition to be the strategic geographic location in this part of the world, and the rising demand for commercial events as the economy diversifies and adds new strands, new categories. Tahaluf's ambition was to focus on that growth economy and identify some clear categories in which we could be a leader. And in partnership with the Ministry of Telecommunications and His Excellency, the Minister there, we decided we wouldn't license an existing piece of IP, we would create a new piece of intellectual property. And with that came the idea for LEAP. Now, LEAP is not FII, but we looked to FII to see whether or not there was a playbook that we could not copy, but we could admire. Do something original, do something distinctive, do something with ambition, do something of scale, do something that would, in 4 years, create the world's most attended technology event anywhere, in any leading city. And I can tell you, having reviewed the plans for LEAP 2025, it's going to be something of another order of magnitude again next year. What's the vision for the future of Tahaluf? To continue to create unique, relevant, original content and experiences which support the kingdom's ambition to be a global hub in an identified area of industry and categories. To talk more broadly, all of us here who are in the MICE industry know that actually, as Richard says, our job, as someone said to me many years ago, and I'm now breaching that guidance, is never go on stage in front of your clients. I used to do what I'm doing now for a living once upon a time. Generally, I don't give speeches anymore. But the job of all of us is to make our partners famous, to make our companies famous, to drive transactions, to drive connections, to create networks, to build brands, to introduce industries to countries, to create or contribute to global cities. And if you get that attitude correct, there really is no limit to what you can achieve. And what are the skills that we've learned that you need to really be an effective creator of partnerships? You essentially need to have a low ego. You need to be collaborative, creative, flexible. You need to focus on the market. You need to focus on the customer. You absolutely need to be focused on growth, not cost. For any of you who've followed what's happened at Informa in the last 12 years, there's only one word I've used consistently in the 12 years I've been running the company, and that's growth. Not margins, not profits, not cash flow, although all of those things are important if you're running a global company, but growth. Because without growth, you have no ambition. And with no ambition, you don't move forward. There is nowhere. I have one of the privileges of living on an aeroplane at the moment for most of my life. There are very few places you will come to that have the growth ambition of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So for those of you who are new to the kingdom, soak it up. For those of you who know the kingdom, engage with it and contribute to it. And you'll find that the personal courtesy that is the hallmark of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is also very real in commercial partnerships. We all know that the B2B market is in growth. This is the cities of the world in which we now operate at scale, where we have material businesses and we have material physical presence as well as a digital capability. All of those locations are investing in the things that His Excellency talked about earlier, in infrastructure, in airports, in airlines, in convention capacity, in exhibition capacity, in visa agility. All of those things are coming, and it's coming here. In KSA, you are going to see expansion in infrastructure, in connectivity, in access, in accommodation. And that continuing expansion, coupled with the growth ambition, is really going to make the next decade even more exciting than the last decade. The power of live events has an enormous economic impact. We often say that business tourists are worth between 7 to 8 times a domestic tourist. So if you can bring 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 to a large-scale B2B event, the economic impact of that in a location is truly outstanding. And so I'm delighted to finish in announcing that next year we're going to take a brand that came into the Informa family just this year and which we trialed this year in partnership with SAMA and the Capital Markets Authority in the financial services industry. And we're going to bring Money 2020, which is the biggest brand in the fintech market, to the Middle East here in September next year, to add to the portfolio of brands and capabilities that are already operating inside Saudi Arabia. This is It's a great privilege for me in the back row. Those are the people who are compulsorily cheering for me, by the way. These are the people who've been working night and day. Richard's 100% right with sacrifice. If there were 26 hours in a day, you'd probably be working 26 hours in a day. We now have nearly 200 people here in Riyadh. They're creating something unique. They're part of something unique. They're engaged in something unique. And they're relishing, most of the time, being part of something unique. To our hosts here, thank you for allowing us into the kingdom. For our partners in Tahaluf, thank you for partnering with us. And now for questions.
Very much indeed. Thank you, Lord Carter. Thank you, Steve. First class. Thank you. Let me ask you super quick questions. Thank you. And congratulations. Show me the money. I mean, talk about an announcement. Thank you for sharing that with us here at the summit. You've been coming here, as you say, for the best part of 20 years. Zoom right out. What's the biggest thing in those very recent years that you see changing? How do you explain it to colleagues around the world?
What's the thing that I notice most? It's open. It's open.
Yeah.
If you were fortunate, I always found the colleagues who I met, the people who I did business with, human and courteous.
Yes.
But now it's like an unveiled secret.
Yes.
And you feel that. You feel that humanity.
100%.
You
Right.
feel that openness.
And just reflecting on just the global footprint of Informa, when a top executive comes and says to you or one of your team, Stephen, I've got to tell you, that event just really, really worked for us. Why does it tend to have worked? If you had to distill it, what's in their spirit when they say how well it worked?
Well, Richard touched on this, and I mean, I'm not just flattering him. I mean, saying people are pioneers is an easy thing to say, but, you know, as they say, pioneers often end up with arrows in their back. You know, to pioneer in an industry where there were people cranking out standard product, and once upon a time we used to do that. What does it feel like? You've got to be immersed in the moment, and you've got to feel that energy that comes from realizing that in the industry that you're in, everybody who is anybody is in this one location, and anything is then possible.
Yeah, it is.
And we don't do that in all of our brands, in all of our events, but when we do it, we know we do it.
Yeah, you hit the jackpot, yeah. Lord Stephen Carter, thank you for all that you do and for your words and your presence here at our summit today. First class. Thank you, sir.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Really good to see you.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you. So what a powerful idea there of creating a crucible for connections and creativity. And we've got lots of space to do that, of course, around the edges of this summit and also in some of our other spaces, our innovation space and our collaboration zones as well. Conversations about everything from immersive technology to the leading edge of talent and what's required. By the way, tomorrow morning we'll be shining a spotlight on some mega events. We'll be hearing from some of the movers and shakers behind World Expo, also from the Defence Show as well. So really cross-sector lessons and connections will be explored. Thank you to those who are already pinging connections across the app. All of our guests listed, all of our sessions are on that, so please have a proper look at that. We've got a question now about what this means across borders for people organizing world-class conventions and exhibitions. So now from the guest hot seat, we put him in the chair and we welcome him with our next cross-border coalition in the chair with his panel, the brilliant Richard Attias, everybody.
Thank you, Oli. Thank you. So, I am back with some pioneers also, and it's a privilege you say the coalition. So please, I will call my colleagues to come on stage very quickly. Brian Britton from RX Global, Mike Champion from Tahaluf, Jeff Dickinson from DMG Events, Lisa Hannant from Clarion, Trixie Lohmimran from DWTC, and Laurent Noël from Comexposium. How are you guys? Good to see you. Good to see you again. Hi, how are you? How are you? Good. Please, so, I was asked to moderate this panel probably because I'm the eldest. Today, this is what I'm getting from this conference. I'm now becoming the old guard. So thank you, Stephen Lord Carter, for your kind words. And you're also a very inspiring leader. And congratulations for what you do. But ladies and gentlemen, let's maybe agree on the rule for this conversation. We have so many people who are watching you. They want to be inspired. His Excellency decided to put this conference together only a few weeks ago because he was feeling about the absolute necessity to educate the people, to inspire the people, to share the experiences, to attract more and more people. So let's agree that we don't spend too much time on explaining who we are and promoting what we do. Even if I will ask you to start by taking 1-2 minutes talking about who you are and what your company is doing, which is very important. And then I will go through 2 different questions. So I will go from my left to the right, and I will start with you, Brian, and please tell us more about RX Global, which is a very important company. But first the question, and after maybe you can introduce. So as RX continues amazing expansion through acquisitions, I think you don't stop. I don't know when you will stop. GVs and new IP launches like Informa is doing. So how do you balance this amazing growth with operational efficiency? I know, and I was part of conglomerate, when you try to make 1 + 1 = 3, it's not easy. You face many challenges of matching cultures and operations, etc. But what lessons have you learned about entering, scaling in new markets? And I'm asking that question because already in Saudi Arabia, believe it or not, after only 5, 6, 7 years, where the industry started to emerge, some local companies are looking also for acquisition and merge. So we'd like to hear from you. But please, before you start, tell us more about RX Global.
Okay, so hello everyone. Thank you very much for inviting us here. I'm Brian Britton. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for RX. Everyone knows RX, I think, at this point. It's great looking at all of the colleagues and ex-colleagues that we've had in the room. But we are continuing to expand. I think we have bounced back quite well, along with everyone else on the stage, past the pandemic, and continue to try to bring the best events that we possibly can. Because our entire goal is to help everyone build their businesses. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, that is the goal of our events. So that's what we do.
And so how do you, back to my question, sure. How do you manage this growth, this integration, these acquisitions?
Yeah, so I always like to think of it as and, right? So you have the and of the strategy, the and of we want to grow, we constantly want to grow, we want to grow profitably, we want to grow in the right areas, in the right ways, because we're trying to create that true inspiring experience. That's the key to all of our events. Actually, Lord Stevens said it right. When you get it right, you feel it. You get the content. You get the vibe in the room, which is brilliant. So we see it as an and. So you have the strategy and the execution when you come into a new country or a new launch of an event. And we start immediately with understanding what the market itself is. We then understand what the infrastructure is. We understand what support we can get from our associations, from the government, from whatever, to make sure that it's a viable event that our customers, both our attendees and our exhibitors, would enjoy. And then we actually look at the operational piece. So it's an and, it's not both. And then on the operations, one of the brilliant things that we get as global exhibition companies is we get scale. So we don't have to reinvent it every single time we go to every single venue. That's brilliant for us. So that scale helps us on the operational side. But one thing I would always suggest is we don't get lost in the operations. There's a reason why an exhibition works in a specific city or in a specific country. And that's because you bring what makes that locality into the event. That's that personalization, because an event that's a clone from here to here to here, they all feel different, even though they do roughly the same thing. So if you think about some of our brands that we've moved, our travel brands, that we've moved from country to country and city to city, each of the vibes of them is very, very different. And that's because you've brought in the locality and the experts that are there in the country.
What are your priorities every day as a COO? When you arrive in the office or when you wake up in the morning, what do you consider are your priorities? Because so many young men and women now are becoming also leaders in their own local companies. So what do you think are your priorities, or what are your priorities?
My number one priority is always the same, which is how do I make sure my 1,200 some odd folks are working the best way they possibly can, getting everything out of their way. That's it. That's the number one thing, because they can, by definition, outperform everything if it works well. But then you get into the nuts and bolts of the actual operations itself. You know, where are we profitable? Where are we not? Where do we need to adjust? Where do we not? Where are we running into difficulties because of a specific venue of a Wi-Fi problem? That's day to day. But motivating and getting everyone moving the same rough direction, it's never going to be the same straight line, but the same rough direction. That's what we're here for.
Mike, we heard from Lord Carter about Tahaluf, and I don't think now, after his brilliant presentation, we need to hear more about Informa. But anyway, I would like to ask you, as a CEO of Tahaluf in Saudi Arabia, how do you approach also scaling your portfolio? We saw on the PowerPoint the ambition and the volume. So how do you approach concretely this scaling strategy?
Thanks, Richard. There's a couple of ways we approach it. I mean, there's a couple of factors as well. The first factor, of course, is the economic conditions that are, made here by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Vision 2030. That has created the environment for which extraordinary growth can happen. If you were to transplant Tahaluf to any other country, our shows would not be anywhere near the size that they are. And that is the economy booming in action here. We try to align our events with things that are strategically important for the government that the government can get behind and wants to be able to support it. And the reason for that is I know that everybody here wants to see events that are world-class within 2 or 3 years, maximum of them being launched. And really, in order for you to grow an event in 1, 2, or 3 years for it to be world-class, you don't just need money or resource. You need partnerships. You need the government behind you, and you need to be working completely in tandem with the government. And so we're very fortunate to collaborate and to partner, co-create with many government entities on some of our largest shows. So that's a strategic position that we have regarding that. And there's a third aspect as well. It's very easy after you've launched that event to wonder how you're going to scale it even further. But it's not just that we're looking at launching new brands. We also are quite good at scaling it year on year. For example, Leap doubled in size this year. And the single most important factor in that, particularly in the Saudi exhibitions market, is the continuity and retention of talent within your organization. Because, trust me, if you've done an exhibition anywhere else in the world and you come to Saudi Arabia, it's a very different story. Yeah.
Talking about talent, personally I have the conviction that money cannot buy everything and at least cannot buy experience, which is absolutely crucial in our industry. How do you manage, let's be very frank, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is still a young country in the event industry. How do you manage this, I would say, lack of experiences in an industry, knowing quite well what you are doing, what you need, people who are very well experimented. So how do you manage that currently?
Richard, we got everything wrong in the first editions of running exhibitions. We thought we needed 5 days build and we needed 8 days build. There was all kinds of things that we got completely wrong because of the supply chain was irregular, asymmetrical to what we were used to working with elsewhere. And I know that some of our colleagues have also suffered the same sort of issues. Now, we're quite good at building events and getting them done on time, and we're quite good at understanding how this market works. But you're right. There's a young talent pool. Some of the most senior people in the business now at Tahaluf, they are Saudis. But we need to ensure that most of the senior people in the business are Saudis. So we've established the Tahaluf Academy. Every year we have 9 young graduates who join us. We had 1,300 applications. Such was the interest in the MICE industry in some of our brands. We had 200 that we went through more of an intense interview process with, and the 9 that we have now are super talented. Every year we'll bring on 9 more. And so we're committed not just to hitting a Saudiization topic, we're also committed to actually instilling sort of a Tahaluf way of managing exhibitions among young talent.
Thank you. Jeff, first, can you please, a few words about DMG event?
Okay, so DMG Events, we operate events all over the world in a number of offices, 10 offices in about 28 countries. But we are very focused, which will be pleasing for this audience, on the Arabian Gulf. We love the Arabian Gulf because I think it's one of the most dynamic regions in the world. There's so much happening here. And Saudi Arabia, which I think is crowd pleasing for the audience as well. We particularly love as a country. We're doing about 30 events here, and I'm very excited. I think if you think that in any industry you're an artist, you need an inspiration to paint a beautiful picture. And I think in Saudi Arabia, you have that inspiration because so much is going on in this country right now. It's extraordinary. We've been working here for nearly 15 years in events, and the change has been literally seismic. And I think the minister earlier spoke about how visas were changed in 2019, and I know that, and many people here will know that before the visa process was quite complex and quite long. Now, I've got to say, all credit to Saudi Arabia. It's one of the most simple and wonderful, fast visa processes in the world.
You operate in multiple markets and I would say multiple industries. So how do you ensure that your events are, I would say, tailored to meet the specific cultural and economic needs of each market?
It's a great question, Richard. And I think coming back to how you introduced the session today and speaking to a lot of the young people coming into the industry. I think when I was young, which was a seriously long time ago now, I wanted to have a sense of purpose. And I think that although I graduated and qualified as a lawyer, it didn't feel right for me. And I went into media and publishing first and then into events. And in events, I found my sense of purpose. And the reason being, coming directly to your question, is that if you think of a sense of purpose, that's what an event is about. You can change a sector or you can change a country for the better if you make your event truly content-rich. And that means that you don't just look at an event as transactional, companies exhibiting on a trade show floor, uncurated, or conference sessions of people doing product presentations. It should never be that. You need to look at that sector and what's happening. So, for example, if it's energy, you look specifically at what are the fundamental issues in that sector right now. So you have to accept reality, for example, that carbon is still going to be around for a long time, so you focus on decarbonization, you be practical about it, but you also look at renewables and the supply chain in power when you've got multiple different sources of power coming in. So you need a multifaceted conference to accommodate every interest in that. You need a multifaceted platform floor that has sections that deal with every element of your industry. So even though we have a diverse portfolio, as you rightly say, with every single part of the portfolio, whether it be energy or construction, we look at the sector, what's happening in it, very, very specifically in the content that we're delivering. And we look at the country then and adapt to make sure as well that we fit for that country's desires and needs. And then the content becomes the actual critical component of delivering a good event. And therein, if you deliver a good event that will change a sector or a country for the better, then the young people out there who want to join this industry, therefore you find your sense of purpose.
It's the first time we are meeting, and so I'm using this opportunity to ask you a question I always had. You sold your previous business, if I'm not wrong, one to Mass Frankfurt, one to Clarion, and then you were asked to come and fix almost or give a second life to DMG, and it was supposed to be for 2-3 years. But
yes.
Now you're almost more than 11 years or 12 years. What keeps you moving forward and going?
Yeah, it's an odd one, really, because I've always generally had very itchy feet and haven't really stayed anywhere very long. And a lot of people say sometimes that's a good thing. They don't want necessarily me to hang around too long. But I had been in the corporate world for a while and enjoyed that, but then I had this ambition to go out, probably, I'm sure you did, Richard Wright, go and do something and do my own thing. So I did it 2 times over and sold it. And then DMG came along and said, we really want to sort out our portfolio and we need someone that's been corporate before because they need to understand the corporate world, but we need someone who's an entrepreneur because we think that we've been missing out on launch and opportunity and also developing the existing portfolio. So I came in, I thought it'd be for 3 years, but I work for really nice people and that matters to me. And I think, again, I say that to the young people listening in to this. Be very thoughtful in who you join. Make sure you join someone that you respect and regard, that mirrors and matches your principles in life, and therefore you will stay longer. And I think I'm lucky. I'm with a company right now that I love, and I have stayed way longer, as you rightly say, than I anticipated.
Thank you. Lisa, a few words about Clarion before we start our conversation, if you don't mind.
Sure. Well, firstly, thank you very much for inviting us. Clarion are a global exhibition and conference organizer. We've got a very diversified portfolio, which ranges from Asia through Europe all the way through to the States. We're private equity backed, so we're backed by Blackstone. And so fundamental to our strategy, and I hope our success, is centered around growth, but also really engaging with the communities and the markets that we're serving so that we can have sustainable growth as we embark on our strategy. And we do so by two ways. Firstly, organic growth, so launching new brands, extending our existing brands, and also through a very successful M&A strategy where we're able to work with founders who either come into our business that we help grow their business or acquiring their brands and their businesses which become part of Clarion, very much in the way that we did with Jeff's.
You are one of the first who started to invest in, I would say, digital strategies, if I'm not mistaken. So how Clarion has, I would say, leveraged this innovations, investments in digital strategies to enhance something which is crucial for event, as you know, which is attendees engagement?
Sure. Well, I think if we go back to what's been changing in the world of live events, firstly, we keep touching on the new generation of event goers, and I think some refer to it as next generation. I think it's actually very much now generation that we're now working with. And so by understanding the changing needs for our audience and certainly our attendee base, which is where I like to start typically, we can see a couple of trends which are emerging, and they are generic no matter which sector we're serving. So firstly, our attendees are really looking for immersive exhibition experiences. And we spent some time trying to understand exactly what does that mean, and it's innovative exhibitors, product demo stages, pitches and startups, very much away from the transactional nature of historic trade shows. Our attendees are looking for much better education. What can they learn? How can they engage? How can it be interactive? And thirdly, they're looking for very meaningful connections when they come to shows. And the fourth area is looking at how they can have a tech-enabled show. And that is also pre-show, on-site at shows and post-show. And so in order to be able to capture and really deliver on those changing needs, we felt that investing in digital strategies in and around the shows, as well as some independent digital products, was the way for us to focus. And doing so, it's meant that we have opportunity both to monetize that opportunity, but more importantly, to deliver real value to our customer base. So starting with attendees, but also then you see that it starts to extend to the exhibitor base. And so looking at how we can accommodate learning on a LMS system across the business, looking at how we can develop digital membership strategies, which really engage the audiences and keep the communities together outside of the 3 days of the show. And then having some way of personalizing the individual's experience at the show. And that's not just in terms of the sector, but as a consumer, even though you're in a B2B market, how does one act and what does one need at a show and beyond the show that can really deliver for their business's success?
Trixie, you have so many hats. Can you please tell us in 1 minute what you do and what your different institutions are doing?
I think with Cowen International, we just kind of started going international into the overseas markets only 2 years ago. But already the overseas business is representing, a very significant percentage of our business. We do not focus on creating shows. We really look at, do you need this event in this country? Are we coming in to cannibalize and do a Me Too event? I think those are big evaluations that we go through as we started the company. And I think 2 years on, we're very proud to share that the event launches where we are, we don't focus on just size. We really look at the enduring impact and what we can bring to the economies that we serve. So we're very aligned with the leadership of any countries that we get into. I think in that journey is also learning how to train up and skill up fast our workforce to make them understand when you go into new countries, your product has to be differentiated. You must know how to pivot because nobody wants the same product from your country, from one city to another. No Me Too's. So we've been busy with that.
But at the Dubai World Trade Center, how do you use this, I would say, strategic location that we all know, particularly in the region, to precisely, I would say, shape regional, global economic narratives through all your events?
I think it's not just about Dubai or UAE. I think it's really the region. I mean, if you look at the momentum, the colossal projects, they are not one-hit wonders. It started with Expo a while ago in Dubai, and then you went into World Cup in Qatar, and then there's all the tremendous great news that we hear about in Saudi coming up. This is not a figment of imagination that will go away. The momentum is there. This is one. The commitment is there. And I think number two, if you look at the youth population in this part of the world, this is at 55% is under 30 years old versus the OECD that's sitting at 36%. The youth have the biggest voices as we go forward in the new generation industries. And what else? If you look at 2050, by the time we will have 3.4 billion of people living here. This is bigger than China and India combined. If you look at all this region has earned the right to be sitting at the top of the table to tell the world we are looking at domestic and international investments, and we have a right to curate and orchestrate where these conversations are going through the events that we create. And I think one of the most important points is also because Saudi Arabia is an up-and-coming rising economy and has done so much, it creates that lighthouse for many rising economies to say, hey, this is a place that is very open to business. It's a sandbox. I love to come to the events here because they are very open-minded and very embracing. And what more, there's a lot of new sectors that are being incubated here every week, every month. So if you look at that, this is where the new meetings of new agendas, of new industries, is going to be created here faster than anywhere else in the world.
Laurent, 1 minute about ComExposium, please.
Pardon?
No, I was talking to Laurent. Thank you.
It's on me.
Oh, sorry.
I was talking to Laurent. I was asking Laurent to explain what ComExposium is about.
So ComExposium, hi. Hello everyone. Thank you for the excellency, for inviting us. And I think it's a good opportunity also to explain how a trade show contribute to the growth of a country, of a region. I think we have a major role in that.
And also, please, since you are, sorry to interrupt you, tell us how you manage today the traditional business of what you do with the, I would say, tsunami of these new technologies coming and cutting-edge technology changing totally the landscape.
Okay. I think there is no tsunami of new technologies for trade shows. I think trade shows remain a very traditional product on its own because its best quality is face-to-face. And we've been looking at it we had the pandemic to go through. And I don't think there is one organizer on the table who did not try some virtual shows, hybrid, or any kind of technology to try to survive and to make the things happen. Bottom line is, I'm pretty sure that no one is doing it anymore. Because as soon as we could go back to business, not only us, but our customers, whether they are exhibitors or visitors, they all said, I want to see my customers again. I want to see them face to face, because that's what it is. So we saw a shift in terms of probably a number of people attending. So you may have a little less attendees because of also CSR, because of all those things where you travel a little less. But the number of companies is increasing, and when you go to a trade show, it becomes because you have a project. You don't go anymore what I call tourist. This is, I have business to do, I want to meet the right people, and the trade show is probably the best for that. And it's also the best way to get into a new market. What's best than a trade show to initiate development into a new market? Because you have a panorama of all the offer that exists on that market and the people you should talk to initiate business, whether it's to find an agent, a distributor, or to set up business.
Brian, I think RX Global made a commitment to be carbon neutral by 2050. How will you achieve that?
Actually, as part of RELX, we're 2040.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Okay, it's even more a challenge.
Yes. So we were actually fortunate enough to be part of UFI's effort on net zero carbon events. Thank you very much, Kai. Working with a number of my colleagues actually up here on this. It's a challenge for all of us. It truly, truly is. One of the things that net zero carbon events actually enables all of the organizers and quite frankly, all the exhibition halls and everyone in MICE to truly understand is how. How do you go about it? So you start off with the obvious things, which is energy. You start off with waste. Those are the obvious two. Once you start to understand that, working with your colleagues in the industry, you can then start to figure out how you can make adjustments. So one of our French shows dropped their waste by about 40% this year. WTM, Rachel Travers is in the audience today. WTM dropped their waste by about 50%. I mean, these are large numbers, and these are changes you can make once you understand what the drivers are. And there's more. So now you start getting into the build, the sizing, what is called in the industry production. So the stands that we have around the outside, the venue itself, you start to get into how do you build that as sustainable? How do you make it so it's reusable, can be transported and reused event after event after event, which obviously drops the carbon footprint as you go. We will never be in a situation where events are completely 100% zero. That's not possible. When we get out of bed, we create a carbon footprint. But what we can do, and this is part of the initiative, is to drive down as much carbon as you possibly can. And then what is remaining, you offset. That's very, very different from a carbon neutral concept. But you are trying to get to net zero and then offset.
Mark, I think you and I share the same conviction that content is so important.
Indeed.
And of course, you say that rich content is key.
Yep.
So how do you manage this content development and to be sure that all your events have the right content for the right audience?
I'm really glad you asked that question because it's something that we're dogmatic about from the very beginning. And that's probably because I was a conference producer. Okay, and I was trained at a competitor company, but very well into the rigors behind content production. So next year, 25, we should finish on about 340 members of staff, colleagues working at Tahaluf, of which 25% are completely dedicated to the creation of content, the research and the writing of content. We deliver dozens of stages across all of the events that we do, and we want all of our events, because we firmly believe that, particularly in Saudi, it's almost a post-trade show approach. And I don't mean that in terms of, exhibitions. I mean that in terms of just the traditional trade show. And actually, things have to be content-led, and it has to be led for the benefit of the primary market, which is the end user, particularly what they want. So we do a lot of research with them, hours and hours of research in terms of who are the best speakers, who we need to bring, hundreds of hours of research. And then, of course, we also align it, if it's a strategic conference, with the government. So there'll be an advisory board with the government entity that's responsible, and we'll take their direction and their approval based on what's important for them too.
Jeff, same question. I know it's important for you also. Crucial. Content.
It is. I think it's content. I think that people have got to, if I look back at trade shows when I came into the industry, I think they were underwhelming. A lot of them were just products on the floor, uncurated, and I think a lot of people will remember that a lot of the conference sessions were really product presentations and weren't fit for purpose. And what's happened, there's been a tremendous maturity, I think, within the market. There's just been convergence, because quite often during those years in the early part of my career where you had kind of your basic trade show, the very good conferences often didn't happen with the trade shows. They happened apart in a very nice hotel setting or a proper conference arena. And now there's been more of a convergence where you find that you've got large-scale, really deep conferences alongside large-scale trade shows trying to service, as it should do, the entire audience. So if I go back to, say, energy shows, you're going to have a show that on the platform floor won't just be broad-based energy, but it'll be sectionalized for once, more like a department store. So you'll find maritime, you'll find marine, you'll find a decarbonization zone, you'll find tech. And the conference has to be the same thing again. It has to have its tech content, its decarbonization content, its renewables content. And then it also has to go by levels of job titles on content as well. So you need your government and ministerial, because they'll make policy, and that's important. Then you have to have your CEOs of top companies, because they will drive the change through the companies. Then you have to have the technical conference streams, because the technical people have to make it happen. So it really is about making sure that it's a comprehensive package that you deliver during those 1, 2, 3, 4 days, that people come and get everything they need in one go. And also then that makes it sustainable, because I know, in reports that UFI's looked at recently, that what we're finding now is that people would have to make at least 5+ trips to replicate everything they would do in an event, which actually makes events more sustainable than people imagine.
Which advice would you give to our hosts when we look at the fact that we have almost now an event every day, back to back, and there is the ambition of producing and creating and hosting more and more events. Because at the end of the day, we'll see huge competition about content. You know, you cannot have like, we were talking about, you know, I remember a few years ago, we were talking about 12 events per year. Then we moved to 54, then 365, and now we're talking about thousands of events per year.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it's an exciting life being an event organizer, right? Because you travel a lot, and I think you do have a sense of purpose. You can change a sector, you can change a country, and if you're positive in your thinking, you can do that for the good, for the better. Because even we talk about sustainability, and a lot of people forget when you talk about sustainability in events, one of the main themes these days in almost any event is about sustainability. So events push the pace of sustainability. The problem is, I think, for a lot of people in the events industry is that if you come into it, you'll find your sense of purpose, you will enjoy what you do, you will be driven, but you will have to accept it's a heavy workload. It's not a light life. So if you're passionate about what you do, and you want to do something that's got purpose, go to events. But if you want an easy life, I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah.
Lisa, as a CEO, I have to ask you a very important question that I think each of us are asking every day. What do you do to be sure that you always stay ahead of the curve, leading the industry, being proactive with the attendees' expectations, etc.?
Well, I think you really have to listen and really have to have a good understanding about what success looks like to them. And I think if you can anchor everything around high levels of satisfaction, you've got a real opportunity to be able to work with that in a meaningful way. And so, you know, I clearly think that it's important to be really active within the industry and to be a spokesperson for the industry. Personally, I'm involved in as many of our global initiatives as we possibly can as an industry, because to the points that were being made earlier this morning, we are a force of good. And I think that we really can spearhead both economic drivers for individual sectors and individual countries, but also for the organizations that make up those sectors. Their success is our success. So I think if we can really spend some time understanding what makes success for them, then we actually can really create successful, meaningful events with meaningful connections. And I think it's also one area of focus which you see with either the super brands and the big brands that do really, really well and are sustainable, is that they build a legacy. So not just a legacy for the industry when that show comes into town for 2, 3, 4, 5 days when it's happening, but for the sectors that they serve, if they can build a legacy behind in those cities, which drives not just economy, but business success. They leave there, they set up entities, they create their own ecosystem wherever the shows are held. Then to me, that really does drive a sense of community and brings back people to that brand and that show. So I personally am very focused on that and very focused for advocacy for our industry wherever we can.
Trixie, you are a global player and you're working in different regions. How and what do you do to differentiate the offers and to be sure that you are creating impact?
I think first and foremost, excuse me, we need to not get into the whole route of launching an event for the sake of it. I think this is damaging for the industries that we are serving, and we kept going on about your customers first. I think we really need to look at the value chain. Does the industry need another event? It always needs, because there's a lot of niche sectors coming up. But how would you come in with a differentiated product, the value add that you're going to bring into the market as well? Because every economy is evolving at different phase. Look at Africa itself, 54 countries, they're all evolving from Egypt to Nigeria to Ghana, they're all different in phases of evolution. So being able to, I always say it's hard to launch an event. It's harder to say, I do not want to launch this event, because you see the money's there. But it's so hard to tell your board to say, I do not want to launch an event because this is not the right thing to do. So being able to convince your stakeholders to do the right thing is important. I think the other one thing to look at is also to focus for us to look at the underserved markets and the underserved sectors. I think this is where we, as event organizers, who are very committed and dedicated to economic growth of anywhere we participate in, we need to look at how are we going to support and contribute towards those sectors that may not be a priority for many companies or countries at the moment, but to work with them to nurture to get there. I think this is where we feel the significance of what we do as event organizers as we go forward.
Laurent, I will quote again Nelson Mandela, who one day said that our industry is an amazing tool for social progress and economic development. I know the role you play in France in particular. What do you do to really have this impact with your business on social progress and economic development?
Oh, that's a tough one. In France, I mean, I think it's the question is not only in France. For me,
generally speaking.
Yeah, it's a global question. What we do is, it's a question, the way we do that is involving the right stakeholders, the right people, to make sure that what we address, the crowd we address, is the right people who will convey the right information. So a trade show is definitely, and we covered it in terms of content, in terms of visibility. It's not only about launching a show for the sake of it, but it's really to have something. So what we do is we do a mix of all that and having the right people, and the social progress also will come with involving also the right population, the new generations, which is not the easiest one, because those new generation are harder to move. They are harder to convince about the benefit of meeting at a trade show. So that's where the experience will play a big role. So in doing the experience, in putting the little things on the CSR, so like ideas like, okay, we don't put carpet anymore, we organize trains instead of taking a train. So for example, taking a plane, yes, like we have events in Southwest, Biarritz, or south of France. We just charter trains to say, don't take the plane, we will carry you from Paris to or wherever to Biarritz, and then you will be saving some carbon footprint. So there are a lot of ways we can try to implement to make sure that we deliver that social behavior. Yeah.
Thank you. Oli, I know I am beyond the time, but this is my privilege of being the chairman of the curator, but I cannot have these great panelists and not ask them one question, the same for all of you, and short answer. If I'm super generous today, I give you $10 million cash. Where will you be investing this $10 million cash today in your industry? Laurent.
Sorry, I didn't hear well.
I give you $10 million now
Yeah.
for your industry to spend.
Yeah.
Where will you spend this money today?
Which country?
No,
Anyway.
in your industry, in your company. On what would you be spending this $10 million?
Development.
Development.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
In what? In which areas of development?
Well,
Let's make a short answer, please.
Yeah. And try. The development, because I strongly believe that we have a role to play in every country.
Okay, so business development.
Business development.
Great, Pixie.
Second-tier forgotten markets and our people to get there.
Great.
Talent.
Talent, Jeff.
I go with Laurent. He's a good friend anyway, so I need to go with him. But I go with Laurent. I go business development, either into launching or investing in more quality content in existing events.
Young Saudi talent.
Business development in Saudi.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our friends and colleagues. Thank you very much. And sorry for being beyond the time limit.
Thank you, and as a stellar panel leaves the stage, let's give them another huge round of applause. Some fabulous answers, and a $10 million question to end it all. Talent, talent, talent. I'm dreaming of a train to Biarritz. I had a flashback. I once hosted speed networking on a train to Sheffield in England with editors and ministers and entrepreneurs. So my head is spinning. a fascinating lesson there about deciding what not to do when we innovate. Some of the most interesting innovators know that to really push boundaries, they have to decide what to stop doing. And the fascinating reflection from our guests there. Now, we've already heard some brilliant examples on this stage already of announcements. What is the decision to push forward? Money 2020 coming to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And what else? Well, one thing I'm looking forward to on this stage now is a series of announcements, but I want to mention very briefly that after lunch, very often we have the pleasure of being partnered by media organizations at events. And this time we're turning the tables. So I'm going to be quizzing the editor-in-chief of Arab News on this stage about his take on, his take on this industry, what great partnership looks like, what great amplification looks like in practice. So the tables will turn and we'll be asking the questions. So wish me luck for that. Now, let's hear some good news on this main stage in our plenary arena today. We're in good hands because leading these announcements will be the Senior General Manager for Business Development and Partnerships at the Saudi Conventions and Exhibitions General Authority. So she has good news in abundance. Please welcome up Chiara Paglieri.
Your Excellency, leaders of the most powerful sector in the world, welcome to IMS. We are beyond grateful for everyone who's disrupted their plans to join our event. This is a testament of the great power of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the incredible opportunities that are finally here today. Today I would like to extend my gratitude to all the players in the room and to welcome 3 of the top 20 POs globally that have some very interesting announcements to make. I would like now to welcome to the stage Mrs. Rachel Travers from RX Global. Please, a round of applause.
Thanks so much. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Now, at RX, like at so many other groups that we've heard from this morning, we're really committed to creating meaningful platforms that drive innovation, that foster collaboration and deliver value to the communities and the markets in which we serve. And to put it simply, we're in the business of building business. And it's with that dedication that we embark on an exciting new chapter for us, our entry into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Such an honor for me to be here today as we align our work with the Kingdom's ambitious Vision 2030. We see this as an extraordinary opportunity to contribute by building strong and impactful portfolio events that will cater to the diverse and evolving needs of the Kingdom's businesses and communities. So today, I am thrilled to announce the launch of FIBO Saudi Arabia in October 2025. This will be a world-class event dedicated to health, to fitness, and to wellness. It's just the beginning of our journey to introduce our global brands and cutting-edge events to the Kingdom, creating opportunities for local and international stakeholders to connect, to innovate, and of course, to grow. I'm equally delighted to share that RX will be establishing its Saudi office in January of 2025. It's a milestone for us that reflects our commitment to building a strong local presence, fostering talent, and working with key partners to deliver exceptional results for us all. Our vision extends beyond hosting events, of course. We focus on driving positive impact through sustainability, as we've heard so much of this morning. We want to ensure our events are environmentally responsible and aligned with global best practice. We're deeply committed to diversity, creating inclusive teams that celebrate and empower voices from all backgrounds. And we are, of course, embracing digital transformation to deliver value and a seamless experience for all of our customers. We are particularly honored to collaborate closely with the Saudi Convention and Exhibitions General Authority. Their vision and support has been instrumental in shaping our plans, and we are proud to work alongside them to deliver events that resonate with their ambitions. So we at RX look forward to establishing so much together, driving growth, fostering that collaboration and partnership, and celebrating the Kingdom's unique identity and immense potential. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Rachel. I would like to welcome His Excellency Fahad Al-Rashid to take a picture. A round of applause, please. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you so much, Rachel. And now it's my honor to welcome Mr. Stefan Rummel, CEO of Messe Munich, to the stage. A big round of applause, please.
Yeah, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, it's a privilege for me to stand here today and share with you an exciting new chapter in our company's journey. As one of the global players in the exhibition industry, our mission has always been to bring people together, deliver business results, and create memorable experiences for our customers and for our partners. Today, I'm very happy to announce that Messe Munich will enter the Saudi Arabian market, and besides bringing some of our world-famous brands into the market, which we actually will announce in the next upcoming weeks, we want to prove our commitment to the Kingdom through establishing a local Messe München presence along with a partner here in Saudi Arabia, investing in growth, in business, and in local talent here in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is a country where tradition meets innovation. That's very similar to Bavaria and Munich, and where ambitions get transferred into reality. The country's remarkable growth and commitment to excellence make it a great place for us to expand our vision. We are honored to be welcomed as a new member of the MICE community in the country, and I'm very honored to be part of the board of directors of the Saudi Convention and Exhibition General Authority, alongside so many great local and international industry leaders. Together, I know we will create moments that resonate, that will inspire, and that unite. So we as Messe München, we are looking very much forward to working with you, learning from you, and building something extraordinary together. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. And finally, it is my honor to welcome Mr. Russell Wilcox, Executive Chairman of Clarion, to the stage. Please, a round of applause.
Thank you, Chiara. Excellency, distinguished guests, friends and colleagues. After more than 30 years in this industry, I'm very well aware of the moral pressure of being the last speaker before lunch, so I will not take up too much of your time. I would like to join my fellow speakers, of course, in commending the Kingdom for the remarkable Vision 2030 project about which we've heard so much today. It's a story of bold ambition, forward-thinking leadership, and a powerful commitment to progress, diversification, and development. And this meeting clearly marks a pivotal moment in the potential of the MICE industry to play a part in the development of that vision over the coming years. We've heard a lot, and I won't overly repeat, around the power of our industry as a cornerstone of innovation, of partnership, of collaboration and cultural exchange. Every word of that is true. And this marks an opportunity for us to come together and moving forward to drive prosperity, deliver positive social and sustained economic benefits. We are very proud at Clarion to be part of an industry that is such a catalyst for growth. and we're excited about the possibility of extending our presence into new horizons. There are many people in this room who have been active and working in this region and in the kingdom for much longer than we have, and we acknowledge that. But we believe that we can also play a part going forward. And so I'm delighted to announce today that we'll be opening an office in the kingdom in 2025, partnering with Sega on a global talent development program to work and introduce talents from the kingdom to the possibilities afforded by our global network of offices around the world. And we'll be launching a number of events from the first half of 2026, including Advanced Therapies Week, which is the world's leading global community for cell and gene therapy and biomanufacturing investment, the World Refining Technology Congress, which is the flagship event of the World Refining Association, focused on the decarbonization and digitalization technologies which will help that industry maintain a leading role in the energy transition, and the Fire Department and Emergency Services Conference, which will bring the world's largest education and equipment showcase for first responders to the region for the first time. We also have another of other brand IPs, including in the fields of digital marketing, insurance, and consumer electronics, which we'll be bringing from the second half of 2026 and through 2027. The strides being made in the kingdom are exciting and inspiring. We celebrate this bold journey, and we look forward to witnessing and contributing to the remarkable achievements that lie ahead. Thank you once again to the organizers for their efforts in hosting this summit. Well done. And I wish you all a productive and inspiring coming few days. Shukran. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much. And a good rest of the event, and we very much look forward to hearing your feedback. If I may also ask Ollie to join us again on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiara. Thank you very much. And why don't we remind ourselves and re-congratulate colleagues from RX Global, from Messe Munich, and from Clarion on those landmark announcements. For formidable work. Thank you. And thank you to Chiara as well. Anyone who delivers us 8 minutes early to our break is an MC's dream. So thank you from us too. So much so that we would like to invite Chiara back after the break to tee up some more announcements. So thank you in advance. By the way, we hope that you will feast your eyes and ears on our innovation cluster and our collaboration zones during our break, which is to follow, alongside what I know will be some wonderful refreshments and, most importantly, some very interesting conversation. We'll be back here in the plenary space at 2 o'clock. Until now, let the conversations continue to flow. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a brilliant lunch filled with interesting discussion, meeting new people, and overall just having a great time. We're now going to the second part of announcements for IP launches, and it's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Jeff Dickinson from DMG and Dennis Stecker from Köln Messe. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you all ate well. I'm Jeff Dickinson, CEO of DMG Events, and I just wanted to make some very brief announcements about what we're doing. We don't really have any new launches because we've been operating from 2010 pretty much now in Saudi Arabia for about 15 years. And I want to say today, we, as a market, we absolutely love Saudi Arabia. So big love, Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much. All 30 shows are very successful. We continue to grow. We do everything from construction with Big Five to interiors with Index to the hotel show to sports build shows, and we continue to launch. And two other things that we've done in Saudi Arabia, because it is such an exciting market for us, we also decided to partner with tremendous organizers that we respect. So we partnered with Kayun, with Trixilo Meermand, who's going to be coming up later, who I'll give her a wave. So we partnered with Kayun and have launched shows with them. And the next person I'm going to introduce you to today is our most recent partnership that we have just signed is with the fabulous Köln Messe. And Dennis Stecker is now going to come up to tell you a little bit more about the launches that DMG Events have done with Köln Messe.
Maybe I can also take this one. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, dear, thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you so much. Yeah, dear excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues from our industry. We've heard a lot of topics today already about what shows to do, more important, what shows maybe not to do, about the development of the kingdom, and of course, about the contribution of trade fairs. So to this background, I'm really pleased and proud that we can announce another show, which is our brand of Orgatech, which is in the sector of office and professional furnitures, together with the famous and renowned brand of DMG Events, Workspace. So Orgatech Workspace, Saudi Arabia, will appear here in Riyadh in September 2025 to also contribute to the development of the entire country and the offices that are up to be built here. Thank you so much. And by the way, Jeff, thank you so much for the great partnership with you and your entire team. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to welcome Mr. Roberto Foresti from Fiera Milano. Round of applause, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you to everybody. Grazie Chiara, I say in Italian. So I'm very happy to announce here that we are launching one of our most important show, that is Host. Host in Milan is the most important show for hospitality equipment, all the activities that are working around the hospitality world. So we decided to launch this show here in Saudi, also following what His Excellency the Minister of Tourism said this morning about an investment in tourism. Tourism means hospitality, means hotels, means restaurants, so we are doing for that. We are very happy to say that we choose a very important partner. We do this activity through an joint venture with Semark. Semark is a well-established player here in Saudi. They think that they will be a very nice mate for us. So thank you very much, and thank you to be here.
Grazie, Roberto. Thank you. And now it's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Greg Hitchen from Terrapin on stage. Round of applause, please.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, Salam Alaikum. Firstly, many congratulations on the award of the FIFA World Cup, and also many congratulations on this important and timely conference. Terrapin feels extremely privileged to operate in the exciting market that is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Our purpose at Terrapin is to promote innovation and technology that changes people's lives. And that really chimes with the vision for 2030 and also with SCAGA's objectives. I'm very excited to announce 2 new event brands that will join our existing portfolio of Seamless, Solar and Storage Live, Rail Live, and Connected World. Firstly, Highways Saudi Arabia in 2025. This event will be a co-location with Rail Live and Mobility Live to create a mega transportation infrastructure event for the region. This will be in November 2025. Secondly, we will introduce Arab Lab Live in 2026. This will become an essential element in the development of the life sciences industry in the region and also for laboratory technology. We are also pleased to announce the development and extension of our office with our commercial director, Abdullah Al-Rashid, and we will employ and train a significant number of young professionals. Thank you for the opportunity of partnering with you on your exciting journey. And we are really excited to be a part of it. Shukran.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Greg. And now I'd like to welcome Mr. Francesco Santa from Italian Exhibitions Group on the stage. Round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. Your Excellency, first of all, thank you very much for inviting us in this incredible moment here in Riyadh. I want also to thank Chiara and her incredible team for organizing this event in such a way. Thank you so much. We are so here in IEG is so honored to announce that we have already established, incorporated the NewCo here in Riyadh, IEG Arabia, a few months ago, and that we have launched our first event that will be held in February, 7 and 8 February. It's called Riyadh Active Show and Riyadh Muscle Show. We aim to have the most important fitness event of the region. We will welcome talented people, fitness enthusiastic, and of course professional people from around the region and the world. This is only the first step of our international strategy and our presence in Saudi. We are already looking for a couple of more events. We are studying it. Hopefully we will soon announce some more exciting exhibition here in the region. So thank you so much again. We are proud to be here and excited to have a new show here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And now, last but not least, Mrs. Trixie Lomirman from Kaun International. Round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. Thank you for having us. I especially want to thank the team who is managing the logistics, the operations, and the the manic scheduling, because we were getting messages from them at 2, 3 a.m. And I understand how it's done, but very well done. The hospitality has been impeccable. I think 2 years ago with our partners DMG, we were very welcome into the kingdom to launch Saudi Food Show. In the very first year, it already became the largest food show in the country with record attendance. And I think more importantly is the volume of transactions that took place from 100 over nationalities of attendees that came. And last year, this year actually, we launched Saudi food manufacturing. And again, thanks to the industry, we are the largest food manufacturing show in the kingdom. It is not just about the size, it's the impact, it's the volume, it's the networking, it's the new investments that are coming in. We have 70% of the attendees from internationally coming in who has never been into Saudi, and I think this is where we strive to achieve. When we look at the National Industrial Strategy as part of the vision plan, we're looking at $238 billion of annual industrial output, tripling what it is today, that is going to come into the market. And I think the government is, of course, looking at a good 70% of localization of the manufacturing sector. We are privileged, and we are in a position to partner with Mudong, the Saudi Authority of Industrial Parks and Technology Zones, to be launching World Advanced Manufacturing and Logistics Expo and Summit. This will take place next November. And of course, this will also feature World Industrial Materials and World Advanced Packaging, Printing and Plastics. We are committed to work with the government to promote the SME economy, the localization strategy, and most importantly, is to scale up the talents. And for Saudi not to become just another industrial hub, but to be the next most influential and hopefully the next biggest global industrial hub right here in Saudi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rexy. Once again, thank you so much, everyone, for making the time, and especially for choosing IMS to make your announcements. This is an incredibly magical time, and we're beyond grateful that everybody in this room is part of this success story. Thank you so much. Ollie, back to you.
Chiara, thank you to you, and congratulations and thanks to all of our announcers there. Why don't we give them one final collective round of applause? Thank you. A colleague of mine in the UK was running the Times newspaper and discovered that the paper would be going behind a paywall only as Rupert Murdoch himself gave a speech declaring that it would be so. So I'm sure there won't be any surprises like that off the back of this summit. And on a serious note, making that commitment, that decision to say yes, comes with our huge support. So thank you. I'm conscious that what's about to happen is I'm about to take the editor-in-chief of Arab News away from his mobile phone for about 12 minutes. So if anything breaks, give us a wave and we'll try and wrap it in to the conversation. On a serious note, it's an absolute honor to welcome to our summit Faisal Abbas. Welcome. Faisal, welcome. Good to see you. Please. Let me see, is your phone tucked away, Faisal, somewhere?
It is. And I have a horrible case of FOMO at the moment.
Well, I think the first question, can we be assured that our summit will make tomorrow's edition, first of all?
I think that is a given. Good. So that is one thing we should not worry about. It's the rest of the world that is a bit tricky at the moment.
I totally understand. It'll be, you've got FOMO missing out for a few minutes now. Now, you've been in post for about 8 years, and I would say that a chunk of your work is attending events, conventions, exhibitions. So just give us a sense over that 8 years of how you've seen the industry involved. And I'm more than aware that you're normally asking the questions. So thank you for entertaining this session.
Oh, not at all. It's my pleasure. And actually, it's a very important question. One thing that I am as an editor of a newspaper is a witness to the change that happens, and I monitor and observe trends. Yeah, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the country has went from being excited about having one big event a year to a severe case of FOMO, as I mentioned earlier, if we are not having a major event in a different industry almost every month or every week. I think the turning points, as far as I've noticed, were 2 points. You had the first FII, a huge success, and then kind of set the bench, and the visit of President Trump, who chose Saudi Arabia to be his first international visit back in 2017. From that moment, Saudi Arabia took a turn upwards and never went back, actually. And if you just look at the numbers, I believe just in the last year, between the year 2020 and 2023, the MICE industry has grown 15%. And there were about 17,000 events plus, actually, that have occurred in 2023. And the projection is that is going to continue until 2030, given everything that's been going on.
So that is the curve. And we can look at that by looking at a calendar, by looking at the titles of events. But I want to ask a deeper question. We've got a session called Hearts and Minds coming up. Anything you've noticed about how the events seem to feel, what it is like to be at them? Because surely that has evolved too.
Yes, sure. I mean, look, there's been some teething problems at the beginning. There wasn't an industry as such. And as I said, when we did a big event, it was rather the exception. Yeah. Now, there's a big disappointment if every event isn't at an international scale or international level. And to be honest, as somebody who attends Davos every year, for example, I can safely say and proudly say that you are getting the same, if not better quality in terms of logistics, in terms of preparation, in terms of quality of speakers here in Saudi Arabia.
And on that then, what do you make, because your peers you're in touch with all around the world, the appetite for covering nationally, but also internationally, what is going on? What do you notice?
Again, my job is to call a spade, right? I'm a journalist. In the beginning, perhaps some of my colleagues in the international media were like, we're not very sure, maybe we'll give this a miss. I'd much rather go to an event in a neighboring country or an international event. We've gotten to a level that events that are happening here have carved their way very quickly into the international agenda that you cannot afford to miss them. If you look at FII, you know that there's a major announcement, business announcement that's going to happen. You know that the foreign minister is going to give a talk like he did this year, and that's going to make headline news. In every event, as we've seen here, in every event, there is now an aspect of things that are impacting not just Saudi Arabia, but the region and the whole world.
So we might sort of pull on that thread in a moment. I suppose the flip side of that breadth and richness of content, especially in terms of variety, say, let's put ourselves in the seat of an international guest who sees the World Expo, the World Cup, the flagship FII. What do you say to the guest? And perhaps this isn't the right question. What does Saudi Arabia specialize in?
No, look, fair question. I'm going to answer it in two parts. First of all, I think people generally, what I like to describe is haven't downloaded the latest software or haven't downloaded the latest version of Saudi Arabia, of the app. And let me tell you about that version. In a briefing once with my fellow editors-in-chief, the Crown Prince once said, for too long, the country has been operating or utilizing only 10% of its potential. I am after the remaining 90%. And maybe it's a lot for some people to wrap their heads around the fact that this country is an enormous oil producer, as you know, is the custodian of the two holy mosques. We send the first female Muslim Arab astronaut to space. We've won the World Cup. We are doing Expo. But we do have the bandwidth of all of that. The second point on to your question is the convening power that this country has. Naturally, by the way, and perhaps and in some industries we were not ready, but we need to remember the context. For 1,400 years, there has been no match for this country in its convening power. We've hosted the Hajj for 1,400 years. True. So we are accustomed, it's in our DNA to be welcoming.
To be the meeting point.
Yes, absolutely. So, and then with all the opportunities, we've just seen a whole array of announcements being made this morning. Imagine that in every other industry. It's an opportunity for everybody to understand what Vision 2030 means for the kingdom, but for them as well.
It is. So just say a little more, Faisal, will you, on what you think His Highness means when he talks about that 90%, which is what sort of things do you think could be unlocked?
Well, I mean, we are seeing it. Look at the mining industry, for example. For too long, Saudi Arabia, and we are very proud of our oil heritage, but people don't know about the other minerals that are available in the kingdom. We are winning scientific competitions left, right, and center. Our students are internationally. We're the only team that defeated the World Cup. I'm sorry if you're an Argentina supporter. We are the only ones that defeated the World Cup champions last year in Qatar. So all of that is part of the 90% that was unlocked.
So I'm sure, Faisal Abbas, you recycle all of your lanyards. If you collected them, they would be a huge bundle. if you were giving a pep talk to conference and exhibition organizers to say, I mean, this is against your nature, I think you're you're a guest with great humility, but if you were giving them a pep talk and you're saying, team, here's how we raise our game, what do you say to them? What are you looking for more of?
In terms of event organizers?
And experiences as well.
Look, there are things you just simply cannot fast track, and you have to win with the experience. You have to gain with experience. I think we've seen a lot of problems being resolved over the past 5 years. Logistically, crowd management, because it's an end-to-end experience. If you've lost somebody before they've even went into the event, you've lost them for the whole day. They've had a bad experience. But as a content man, I know you're going to expect my next line. Content is king. Unless you're going to have a major announcement, unless you're going to have us, the media, feeding off you in an event, simply don't do it.
All right. Well, I understand. I might call your bluff on that in a minute. We'll see. I mean, and by the way, I have to say, having landed in many countries around the world, I can't think of anywhere where I've had a warmer welcome than here in Saudi Arabia.
Well, not today. The weather is rather cold, actually. So.
Well, that's for a Londoner.
Absolutely. It's your summer.
Yes, I feel right at home. Now, final couple of questions. I'm conscious of our time today. Let's talk about those changes and about perception. It'd be very interesting to get your sense as editor-in-chief of the shifting perceptions. You've spoken before about misperceptions of this kingdom.
Look, again, to call a spade, it is something that perhaps I was at the forefront, being the editor of an outward-facing newspaper. And I've always said, criticism where criticism is due is fine, but there's a lot of misconceptions about the country. And there's not necessarily a bad agenda about it. Sometimes people are just ignorant. I mean, not everybody knows geography, not everybody knows about countries that they've not visited. But the one thing that mice can do is you choose your holiday, right? You say, I want to go to a mountain or I want to go to a seaside. And when I was a kid, my family took me to this place by the lake, etc. What mice can do is be an entry point for somebody who, given the opportunity, I wouldn't say doesn't have a choice, but will be interested to pursue that opportunity and then might be pleasantly surprised.
Yes, and it is that opportunity.
Because I genuinely believe, you know what they say in the car mirror when they say objects are closer than they appear.
They may appear, yeah.
So sometimes, actually, a lot of the times, perceptions about nations, about people are very different than the reality. Yeah. And it wouldn't be an exaggeration if I say every single person that I've seen come visit since we opened the visas over the past few years has almost always told me, you know what, I was so wrong.
Yeah, and on that, if I can push you one bit further, what is a main misperception you would like to push back on?
Well, one thing is about the way we lead our lives. Again, people seem to think that we belong in another century. Anybody who just simply lands in Riyadh airport will see that is absolutely not true. In fact, we are so forward-looking that we are building cities that haven't even been imagined.
Well, I was going to say the only century that came to mind was the 22nd.
Yes, absolutely.
When you said that, but that is a separate conversation. So I can't leave this conversation without noticing that a lot of media owners, what they tend to do, don't they, honoured guests, is they organise their own events. And I noticed that hasn't been in your past. So is it in your future?
So very good question. Let me first talk that model is available, and it's called the Economist model. So the Economist...
And the FT.
And the FT, but the Economist really managed to perfect this because... And I did an interview with the editor of the Economist, Bill Emmett, back in 2005. And he explained it to me actually on a graph, and he says, when you define your audience, in our case, it's decision makers, very deep, successful people. You have them in a captive environment, right? And these people come to you for a reason. They want your analysis, they want your reporting, they want your facts and figures. So it just makes sense that we offer a risk analysis division, we offer an events
Yes,
division.
it totally stands to reason.
Absolutely. Now,
So-
I wouldn't want to be the only one that comes to the event, the IMS, and not make an announcement.
Correct.
But so the only thing I will say is it is the 50th anniversary of Arab News next year. So watch this space.
Well, hang on, are you about to get yourself into trouble here? What would you like to see happen, Faisal?
For the 50th anniversary?
Yeah.
Well, it's a bit too soon now to announce, but we are planning a lot of things to mark the occasion. And part of it is what I've just described about the Economist model, but I cannot say further.
So there's a good chance that in the future of Arab News, bringing great people together is in that mix.
I will say not just a good chance, but it is a natural result of what we are doing.
It totally stands true. And I think that's as close to a scoop as we're going to get.
You're really good at this, by the way.
For the editor-in-chief of Arab News. The tables have turned. Thank you for not only that rear-view reflection, but also seeing so clearly the road ahead. Faisal Abbas, I'm very grateful to you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And you may now check your mobile phone, Faisal. Thank you very much. As Faisal leaves the stage, we think about the alchemy of mice. What is cooking in the laboratory? Well, someone with a global perspective on that is our very special guest about to take to the stage. And we've got a brilliantly selected chair, if I may say, for this conversation. Anita is the special advisor to the Secretary General of UN Tourism, so uniquely well placed to ask the questions, and in another parallel universe, she's answering them too. So with her special guest, Anita Mendirata.
Hi, Arvin.
Excellencies, colleagues, dear leaders from across the MICE world, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, Assalamu alaikum. I am so excited to be here with one of my favorite people, one of my favorite people in the kingdom. And I particularly thank our dear chairman from SIGA for pulling us all together from around the world, and the master of events, Richard Atias and his team. So thank you very much for this honor. We're going to dive into it as we have 900 seconds to talk about something profoundly important, and I could not be more grateful for the gentleman I have sitting beside me. We all know him as Fahad Hamiduddin. He's the CEO of Saudi Tourism Authority. He is one of the guardian angels of tourism in this country. He's also a young veteran of the MICE event. So we use the word veteran, but very, very young. And he is someone that I have had the blessing of knowing, working with, engaging with for the last 4 or 5 years. And it's been remarkable to see truly the alchemy that tourism, the impact it's having in this kingdom. So we have just under 900 seconds together. But one of the reasons why it's so beautiful to have this opportunity to speak to our dear CEO is that you, sir, have always been emphatic that tourism development in Saudi is for Saudis, is with Saudis, is about the future of Saudi Arabia. And as we know, this is the time for the kingdom. So to all of you here, Mabruk and the magnificent announcement that took place in the last 72 hours, and all those that have taken place, quite honestly, in the last 7 years. But sir, as we jump in, and before we do, and I'm going to go from sir to calling him Abu Sada, because we've had a conversation about the names he's allowing me to actually call him so I can maintain the respect. Can we have a very warm, loving welcome to Abu Sada for thank you for joining us here. So, Abu Sada, we've entitled this session The Alchemy of MICE Tourism. Tell me about the word alchemy and why it is perfect when it comes to MICE and tourism.
Thank you, Anita, and thank you, Your Excellency, and Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and for all our friends that came from around the world to join us today. The alchemy is mixing these metals and creating gold. There's nothing better than the outcome of business and leisure. We've all heard the speakers that are a lot more knowledgeable than I am about this industry, talking about the 6x yield that comes out of business travelers over domestic. So that's true. Yield is number one. Number two, I think what is particularly unique about the MICE Traveler is that it allows our tourism agenda to flatten seasonality. Third, to disperse regionally into different cities. So, for example, when in Saudi, I can talk about the usual corridor, Riyadh, Jeddah, and Dammam. That's the usual suspect in terms of cities that can attract major business events in winter season, fall, winter. But when it's boiling hot in the whole region, in Arabia, the Arabian highlands rise. And they say when it's dark enough, you see the stars. It's so true. Asir in the south of Saudi, when it's hitting 50 in the Gulf area in summer, it goes down to mid and low 20s. So it's a perfect destination for summer. So that's another fantastic and unique benefit you get from business events. So I would say yield, flatten seasonality, and optimizing destinations and dispersion.
Which is critical, because when you speak about the number of people in Saudi Arabia whose livelihoods are now dependent on the industry, that would be roughly how many? Just roughly.
Sorry, could you say that again?
So if you look at globally, 1 in 10 jobs comes from tourism. If we look at Saudi, I think it's relatively the same, 1 in 9, 1 in 11.
Globally, this industry, and again, from what I heard from the speakers and validated by my team, is it hires 11 million people globally. In Saudi today, we're adding around 100,000 jobs every year in the sector across all. And we've been training for events. As you know, in tourism here in Saudi, we have 3 main offerings. One is the heritage and culture of our unique land of Arabia. We are the home of the true Arabia in terms of the birthplace of the language. It's a land where the trade routes passed by left us, so these civilizations that passed by from prophecies and civilizations that passed, left us a lot of wisdom, archaeology, and great offering that we're now unpacking for the world. So that's one. Second is the Sun and Sea. We are investing in the Sun and Sea offering at scale. The Minister of Tourism talked about us being the largest investor in the world. It's true. And a lot of our investment goes on that vertical Riviera on the Saudi Red Sea, which stretches over 1,700 kilometers. And the third offering is events. Last year, we hosted we had 17,000 events. Many of the talent that previous speakers talked about were trained Saudi local talents, and we are now fast-tracking the training and development. And it's very difficult to challenge Richard, but if he allows me, I will probably try. He talked about the most important thing being content, content, content. I agree, but I would also say networking. And he taught me this, by the way. Maybe the good content is what creates networking, but I also believe opportunity is the main driver for why people want to go and network. And the opportunities in Saudi today are explosive across so many sectors. So we've looked at that, and we've made sure that whenever there is a business event, there is an entertainment event, so we can maximize the business and leisure and achieve that alchemy we talked about.
Which I think what you're saying is so important, and you suddenly got Richard's attention, I must say, when you called him out and the challenge. Because ultimately, the combination of the events that are executed and the destination invitation of Welcome to Arabia, which means by implication the regional benefit, those events keep those jobs protected. Because if they were seasonally based, to your point, we'd be dealing with unemployment in the peak of summer, because what do you do with all of those jobs? So it is an insurance policy, and I must say, you coming in from the event sector, taking over STA, you have engineered a remarkable tourism plan, a remarkable, quite sharp arrow. What do you believe you personally have been able to teach traditional tourism because of the events brain that you brought into STA?
I mean, what I took from the events business is experience is what matters to visitors. People come with expectations. They come with expectations across the board, from the moment they land to airports to the moment they sleep in bed and everything in between in the hotel, whether it's food or it's retail or it's adventure or any tourism experience. It all basically adds up to an experience of a destination. And when we used to do events, and again, His Excellency Fahad and I were part of the setting up and the creation of the Global Competitiveness Forum, where we rolled the red carpet for Richard to enter this market at the very beginning. He taught us that it's all about the total journey experience. So I think taking that from a high adrenaline, non-stop working every day, every night to get that experience of the Global Competitiveness Forum, put that at scale and see how you can manage the total journey of leisure travelers as well.
Brilliant. And I must say, you have a lovely brotherhood around the connection of events and the power that it's had in the kingdom itself. And when we look at that, one of the things I think is fantastic about the kingdom, which genuinely doesn't exist anywhere else in the world, there's an absence of leadership ego here. Because it's all about Vision 2030. Everything is focused on Vision 2030. And now we look at 2034 with the World Cup, and we see it's going beyond that. How do we feel we can unlock the power of MICE through Vision 2030 beyond 2030?
You know, I say the best indicator for future performance is past performance. In the opening remarks, the Minister of Tourism talked about us exceeding our targets that we have set for 2030. So we've set a target of 100 million visits by the end of 2030, and we achieved that or exceeded that last year. How did we do it? You talk about humility. We can only be humble because this is not the doing of anyone alone. It starts from the Crown Prince, exceptional vision, and what matters more is his leadership that brings the best of all government entities into adding firepower to the tourism sector. So the Vision 2030 put the tourism sector as a priority. It orchestrated all the contributors in terms of content creators, aviation connectors, infrastructure developers into play to make tourism a success. So today, I am just privileged to play a small part in building the brand Saudi and ensuring that our global partners are distributing the Saudi product. So if I take this with a very little offering and the perception that was not established, today we are in a very different world. I feel like Saudi has not started when it comes to tourism. We really haven't. If you look at the offering that is coming at scale from destinations to airlines to airports, we are just to begin. And that is the perfect time for MICE, in my opinion, to begin at a very new level. This summit in itself sets a new beginning for MICE, and I see it taking a helicopter takeoff. It's not a runway takeoff. It's going to take a helicopter takeoff from now on.
So you're just on the runway, is what you're saying. And I think what's also important is that it's not just the investment that Vision 2030 is making into the kingdom in terms of the ROI of, again, investment. It's the return on inspiration, the return on identity, the return on invitation, because you've always been absolutely firm. This is an invitation to the world, to Arabia, and your commitment to the region. Why has that been such a critical part of the strategy and, quite honestly, the metrics of success of the kingdom?
I think we come in late in the game. We've learned a lot from those that succeeded and succeeded ahead of us in terms of tourism destinations. One of the main lessons is that sustainability, if you bring the word sustainability late in the game, it's just going to be way too expensive for anyone to fulfill it. So us coming late, greenfield projects, with the lessons of the world, we need to make sure that we actually walk the talk. And no matter what the size of the ticket, we are the biggest investor. So these giga projects are giga responsibilities too. And if we don't do what is right, in terms of the main principles of sustainability, the world is going to be unforgiving, starting with what you said, the locals, residents before tourists.
Absolutely.
People, authenticity, your own culture, your heritage. If you don't have a heritage, you don't have a future. So we are standing on unparalleled land. This is not like any other land. It's so rich with history. You have the Western civilization, Eastern civilization, and we have the Arabian civilization. And the time now is witnessing a birth of a new Arabia as well. And that, when I say Arabia, I really mean that this growth that we're seeing in Saudi is not serving just Saudi, but serving the whole Arabian region. And I can see it already crossing the political borders of Saudi.
Indeed, which is quite honestly, in this time of the world pulling apart, it's nice that it's pulling together. So with that, sir, what is your call to action to everyone in this audience and everyone around the world?
I would say probably two things. One, if you're at doubt whether we need your skill, your expertise, whether it's IP or training and anything in between, the answer is definitely yes. The growth here is gonna only go exponential. Second, if you're asking when, the time is definitely now, and this land is calling.
Indeed, the time is now. This land is calling. Shukran, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
I landed in an unexplored territory. I saw things you wouldn't believe. Eons of time passing through the palm of my hand. Structures that defy logic. Monuments frozen over epic dunes. Untouched, uncharted, unfathomable. A world of legends in a grain of sand. Horizons so vast, they send shivers down your spine. I challenge the boundaries of my imagination. Each encounter, a revelation. I was the first, but I won't be the last. This land is calling.
Wow. Well, honoured guests, if that's the trailer, I want to see the feature-length movie. I have to say, I was entranced. And it actually sets up our next conversation perfectly, because it's about this idea of balance. On the one hand, timeless appeal. On the other, innovation, and bringing those two thoughts together. So in two parts, soon we'll see a conversation moderated by the former mayor of Quito. We've got Mauricio Rodas with us. However, first, and to really get us thinking, edging into the fast lane, dare I say, the chairman of FIA Formula. Please give a warm summit welcome to Alejandro Agag.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Hello, everyone. So great to see you. Your Excellency. Richard, dear friends. It's great for me to be here. I'm a product of almost luck. I sent a text message, and this shows the fast pace we move. I sent a text message last Thursday to Richard because I was hoping to catch him in Miami. I was passing through Miami. He says, no, I'm on my way to Riyadh. I said, well, I'm also on my way to Riyadh tomorrow. He says, you have to come with us to the summit. And of course, it's a big pleasure to see you, Your Excellency. And, I'm here maybe a bit off topic or very much on topic because I could, if I was to define my own job, it would be probably a serial event organizer. Serial because I've been doing it for a while and I've organized many different ones. I don't know if it was a good idea to start with when I came up with the idea of creating Formula E. But then after Formula E, I started another one called Extreme E, and then I started another one called E1 Series. They're all racing championships. For those of you who are not familiar with Formula E, to explain it very simply, is the electric version of Formula One. And we decided to start that about 10 years ago. Then we did the electric version of the Dakar Rally, if you like, which is Extreme E. And then we did the electric version of power boating, which is E1, the boat races. That's why I was in Miami. And I think you're going to have the mayor of Miami in the next, I think by video, because I left him there in Miami. But I was there announcing the future boat race in Miami. So 10 years ago, we decided to start Formula E, to start a new championship. And the panel is about innovation. We had to innovate a lot. When we decided to create an electric car championship, being very honest, the cars were not going very fast. They were electric, they were the first generation, they were quite slow. So we tested them in a circuit, and they didn't look fast enough. We came up with the idea of organizing the races inside the cities, which is easier said than done. When we did it, it was only Monaco that has been on the streets of Monaco for many, many years, and Singapore. But we decided to organize 10 races in one go on the streets in different cities around the world. You can imagine how difficult, how challenging that mission was. We then had to build everything from scratch. We didn't have any racing teams. We didn't have any pilots. We didn't have any sponsors. We didn't have anything. The mission was to create a big community. And this is what touches with the topic here today. What gives power to an event, and you're organizing many events, I'm organizing many events, the one that organizes more events is Richard. What gives power is the mix of the people attending the event. We managed to bring together many, many companies, our sponsors, companies like, Tag Heuer, companies like ABB, companies like Saudia Airlines, many, dozens of them. We managed to bring together many car manufacturers, Porsche joined, Nissan, Jaguar, Maserati. This is Formula E. Then, every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, that ecosystem has the opportunity to get together, has the opportunity to exchange, has the opportunity to meet, has the opportunity to network. That's what gives the special, the unique power to events that are organized around, in our case, sports. But the most special event we ever had, was the first race we did here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in 2018. Under the leadership of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, we came to Diriyah. We decided to do a race in Diriyah. And our event really, and I was part, and I'm privileged to have been part of the beautiful change that is happening in this country. Our event was the, let me call it, excuse to organize, for example, the first concerts in the kingdom. Now it's very normal. I don't know how many of you have been to Middle East. I have been to Middle East. Maybe you can feel it from my voice. But now concerts are very normal in Saudi Arabia. At the time, no. It was the first event in which There was no more guardian. There was no, everybody could go freely. So the kingdom used an event to advance the change, to advance the vision that the Crown Prince has and that the leadership has for the country. And that made us feel incredibly, incredibly proud. And then we continue. We continue innovating, we continue organizing new championships, and we continue our partnership here in the kingdom. And the last invention, our last invention is E1. E1 is a boat racing championship, and we have added a new dimension to our event. And that dimension is celebrities. And the celebrities, and I'm telling you, I'm even shocked myself, the power that celebrities have nowadays. In our championship, in the E1 championship, we were looking for famous pilots, but both pilots are not famous. So it's like how we include celebrities or famous people in our event. We're going to make them team owners. So we started with Rafa Nadal, with the tennis player. Then Didier Drogba, the footballer, joined. Then Tom Brady, the American football player, said, Rafa and Didier are there, I want a team too. Then Mark Anthony, the king of Miami, joined. Virat Kohli, I didn't know who Virat Kohli was. When they told me Virat Kohli was coming, I was wrong. Virat Kohli is the biggest of all. He's the best cricket player in the world. Joined Steve Aoki, Will Smith, a couple more that I'm about to sign. That gives to an event a unique perspective today. In a world where attention span is short, everything is on social media, the power of including in one of your events these names is what really we are saying makes a huge difference. And obviously also here in the kingdom, we just have seen a fantastic Red Sea Film Festival where a lot of these celebrities are also backing this huge event that is Vision 2030. So with this, I just wanted to share these few ideas. Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Alejandro. Alejandro, as I shake your hand, you say a couple more you're about to sign. You can't give us any clues?
I can give you some clues. One is very, very, very tall.
Oh.
And the other one is very, very, very beautiful.
Okay, so I'm thinking 3 points, and I'm thinking a model behavior citizen.
Let's see. I cannot say anything else.
That's all we'll get for today. Well, Alejandro Agag, thank you so much for being here. Thank you very much. We'll get more in the coffee break, maybe. Okay, well, I totally envy Alejandro's job, don't you, honoured guests? I mean, that is great. My 10-year-old daughter has a favourite word, serendipity. Initially, I think, because she loved the beauty of the word, but that thought of happy coincidence. And isn't that why events matter? Because we're not just following each other through press release. It's these conversations that lead to collaborations. And that is one of the many beauties of a summit like this. So who knows what seeds and coincidences are being sown even as we meet and around the edges of this summit. And I also love it when I see somebody in the program as a former leader of something, because it means they will speak a little more freely sometimes than when they were in their official role. And I get to interview our next chair tomorrow as a former mayor of Quito in Ecuador. Today, though, we put him in the honored position of asking the questions of this next panel. So please, with his guests, welcome up Mauricio Rodas.
Good afternoon. It is a privilege to stand before you as the dynamic world of the MICE industry, which not only is a crucial driver for economic growth, but also a driver for global collaboration, cultural exchange, and innovation. At the center of it all are cities. cities are the lifeblood of the MICE industry. Cities are not just venues. They are destinations that tell a story, that provides infrastructure, services, and cultivate experiences that only can happen there. In this session, we will uncover some of the essential elements that transform a city into a world-class MICE destination. From state-of-the-art venues to cutting-edge infrastructure, and from seamless transportation networks to skilled workforces, we will explore the key ingredients that makes a destination thrive in the MICE global landscape. On today's panel, we have fantastic leaders from government, industry, and urban development. Together, they will bring a wealth of experience and insights on how to balance timeless appeal with forward-thinking innovation. Without further delay, it is my pleasure to introduce our group of speakers. Today, we welcome Saleh Al-Roraini, who's the CEO of the Suda Development, and Sven Bossou, who's the CEO of the International Association of Convention Centers. Welcome, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
So let's start with you, Saleh. I'm sorry, I forgot to welcome our dear colleague, the mayor of Miami, Francis Suarez. Welcome, Francis. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's start with you, Saleh. With the MICE market becoming increasingly competitive, how can destinations create unique value propositions?
Thank you, Mauricio. In addition to what you mentioned, which I consider the foundation, that is the infrastructure, the good facilities, destination should focus on the technology, the sustainability, and the customer experiences, which include also the community experiences. To put this into context, as highlighted by His Excellency, Saudi Arabia has been through evolutionary MICE landscape in the past recent years, which include cutting technologies, infrastructure, seamless transportation, good quality and variety of facilities. Now, what we are adding to that in Suda Peaks, and if you allow me to shed some light on this hidden gem on the highest peak of Saudi Arabia. Suda Peaks is located on the highest peak in the southwest of Saudi Arabia, which is 3,000 meters above sea level. We have the most beautiful mountains, the best and the coolest weather and climate throughout the year, in addition to a rich heritage and culture. So I'd like to focus on three main elements that we are taking into considerations when developing Suda Peaks. First is the sustainability. So sustainability is not an environmental decision, it's a value proposition. We are embracing sustainability into our master plans, into our designs, constructions, and also operations. But in addition to that, we are sitting on top of the, as I mentioned, the most sensitively environmental areas in the kingdom or in the Middle East in general. So it is an obligation, and it's part of our core strategies to not only preserve and protect this natural gem, but also to enhance it and optimize it. And we have launched ambitious programs in this regard that involves restoration of national parks and cultural or terraces landscapes, in addition to rewilding several mountains. The second element, and I'll skip the technology, the second element is the unique experiences. Now, what sets destination apart, it's their capacity to offer a unique, memorable, unforgettable experience, in addition to a sense of place that is through the culture, the nature and environment, and also its own people.
Thank you so much, Sally, for providing such a comprehensive view of how you are developing Suda as a major MICE destination. Francis, you are certainly an expert on hosting major global events. Now, how are leading MICE destinations such as Miami balancing the need for state-of-art facilities with preserving local character? And also, how are destinations like Miami incorporating sustainability into their long-term development plans as a MICE destination?
Well, some of your prior speakers emphasized the fact that when you create an ecosystem and a MICE destination, you're able to unlock the potential of a city or an ecosystem. And I think we think of ourselves as an ecosystem that is on the forefront of the challenging economy that we confront and that the world confronts because it's hyper dynamic. And so for us, we understand that being a MICE destination creates opportunities, but it also does create challenges. One of them, of course, is moving people. Just the simple fact of traffic and infrastructure that it takes to move people. We just had Art Basel about 2 weeks ago. It's one of the largest art events in the world in Miami. Alejandro, who was mentioning, was there. And it attracts people from around the world. But it balloons our population 2 or 3 or 4x in any given moment. And so it's a real challenge to get people moved around. When you think about cities like Las Vegas or Atlanta that have 7 million square feet of convention space, Miami does not really compete with them, or Orlando as well. Those cities are built completely around the concept of meeting spaces and conventions. What Miami tries to do is highlight its weather, highlight its benefits, but also then bring events like FII, the Milken Conference, JP Morgan Global, these thought conferences that dovetail with our objective, which is to be what we call the capital of capital, a central aggregation and deployment point of capital in the world. And so your, sort of the MICE destination has to meet, as Alejandro said, the vision of the city, the vision of the ecosystem. And since our vision is being the capital of capital, our events are centered around meeting that goal, meeting that vision. In terms of sustainability, everything that every city does right now is focused on being here forever. We have a brand that we call Miami Forever, and Miami for Everyone, meaning that our city has to meet the needs of every single individual person so that they can taste and feel prosperity. And it also has to be here forever. I have children. Many of you in the audience have children, and you want your cities and your ecosystems to succeed into generations into the future. And so you have to plan today to make sure that you are succeeding in the future, which is why I think so many people around the world acknowledge the 2030 vision. They acknowledge it because they realize that there's a country that has set concrete goals and has a mission and a vision set around meeting the moment in the future. And I think it's inspirational to many different ecosystem builders throughout the world to understand, how do we get to a certain place? You can't get to a certain place if you don't see it. And if you don't see it, you're not going to work towards it. You're not going to be thinking in terms of it. So I think, His Excellency and His Highness the Crown Prince and His Excellency the Minister of Tourism there at Saudi Arabia have focused on creating a MICE destination for them that meets their view and their vision of the world in the future. Miami, similarly, is doing the same thing. We are creating a MICE destination that is meant to meet the moment of today and the moment of tomorrow in a sustainable fashion so that we can do it forever.
Thank you, Francis, for outlining that sustainability vision, which is so important for preserving the local character at the same time and making sure that there's a long-term sustainability for Miami as a major hub for global events. Sven, you've been working on the space for a long time. How crucial are public-private partnerships in developing world-class MICE destinations? And also, can you share some examples of such successful partnerships?
Yeah, sure. I think we touched already on a number of elements, but basically, if looking at that collaboration, there's 3 levels. There is the basic level. It's things like infrastructure. You can have a beautiful venue. If there's no roads going to it, it's not going to work. It's also like regulation. We touched upon the e-visas this morning, making it easy for people to come into the country. But it's also regulation so that your stand building material is not stuck at customs for 6 weeks. Or it's having labor regulations which allow you to be flexible with staff. And then there's the branding and the marketing positioning. It's very important that the private players and the public players have the same message. And I think a great example of that is Glasgow. Glasgow is all about people make Glasgow. And that's the message we just consistently brought by both the private players and the public players. But that's the basic part. So that's the part that I think most cities and destinations get right. The next level is what we've been talking about this morning and which was very impressive, is indeed, as the mayor of Miami said it, you have a vision of what you want to achieve as a society, as a region, as a city, and in that you embed your events. And I think Saudi Arabia is a great example at starting phase. Dubai is a great example of later phase. And those are 2 phases. But then you have a 3rd phase, which is equally important, and that is tactical. It is about identifying, analyzing, and seizing opportunities. And I'll give you an example of a city who is really good at that, is Singapore. So when I talk to somebody from Marina Bay Sands and I say, well, as an association, we are contemplating to bring an educational activity to Singapore, within 24 hours, somebody from Singapore Tourism Board will be reaching out to me saying, we've heard that, this is the offer we're going to make. So that's the next step. So I think the basic level, most cities got it right. The visionary level, an increasing level of cities. The tactical part, that's very limited number of cities who can do that.
Those are great examples. Thank you so much. Sally, you are strategizing Suda as a forthcoming global destination for MICE. So, in your view, how are new destinations investing in skill developments to ensure a high-quality MICE workforce? What kind of strategies are you implementing, for example, to engage local communities and businesses into the MICE ecosystem?
So Souda Peaks is a luxury mountain destination, so it's on the top of a very rural area. And part of our strategy is to ensure that the local community are engaged in the project, and to make sure that once we open our first phase in the projects, that they are ready, equipped to be leading in our operations, whether it's MICE or even other activities. So we are aligning with Saudi 2030 vision, where it puts people on its center of strategies. In Souda Peaks, we have a strategy of community capacity building that consists of more than 4 programs. And 2 weeks ago, we have launched our first program, which is the scholarship. The scholarship program will be sending candidates to international institutes and universities to study about hospitality, events management, culinary, etc. We have also other programs that are focusing on enabling and facilitating for SMEs and local families. In addition to that, we have a variety of programs that have maybe a bigger coverage for the population in the area, which is the English courses programs, which will bridge the gap of or the connection gap and communication gap with visitors and tourists coming to Souda Peaks. We have also vocational trainings and on-the-job learning and several programs that are being in execution right now. So the main purpose is to equip the local community to be able to fit the thousands of jobs that we are creating, and also to connect and communicate with our 2 million visitors that we are targeting in 2034.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting the importance of engaging the community and sharing specific examples on how to do that in a very concrete and effective way. Francis, how is Miami leveraging its distinct cultural and geographical asset? You mentioned, for example, climate and the temperature and the weather in Miami as being something very particular to it. How are you leveraging all of that to stand out in the global MICE industry?
I think it's incredibly important to understand it, and this is something that I think one of the prior speakers before Alejandro talked about. They talked about Saudi Arabia as a convener, and I think that's so important because artificial intelligence is still in its early stages, and up until that becomes more advanced, human beings are the ones that are making all the decisions, and so we need to convene people first and foremost to make sure that an ecosystem is a decision-making focal point. I think that's important. And I think the second part is you can't change your reputation. You can't change your focus and how you're perceived in the world unless you're able to convene the right people. We're still living in a world of human capital. AI has not supplanted human capital. And so I think those 2 points are incredibly important. If you can, through conferences, convene the right people, then you can start making decisions and creating an inflow of human capital that will allow you to change your reputation. In Miami, we took advantage of a moment, and that moment was New York rejecting the Amazon second headquarters project and California kicking out Elon Musk. We responded to the question of what if we move Silicon Valley to Miami in a very simple way? How can we help? We want to help convene people. We want to bring human capital to our aggregation point, and that's going to allow us to be the central focus of decision making going forward. And so for us, we became #1 in the nation in tech job growth. We became #1 in the nation in tech job migration, which meant that we had the lowest unemployment and have the lowest unemployment in America and have the highest wage growth in America. And that does a variety of things for your ecosystem, including making it one of the safest, largest cities in America. And so once that happens, it becomes a little bit of a self-perpetuating momentum, which we're going to see, I think, a lot in Saudi. I think Saudi wants to get that same momentum where something that looked impossible becomes inevitable.
You mentioned the how can I help strategy, which I remember very well. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? And how have you used it for promoting the MICE industry in Miami? I think it will be very interesting for all of us to hear that.
I think the first thing that people need to know is that it was counter to the general consensus at the time, where big cities, for whatever reason, were kicking out either large, companies that were creating jobs, or a person who has revolutionized the world in Elon Musk. And I think from our perspective in Miami, it was a little bit anti-American, anti-competition. We know we live in a world that's incredibly disruptive and incredibly competitive. And you can't give up a competition, particularly one that you won. And I think the How Can I Help moment was a moment for us as a city to say, we're different. We lean into competition. We understand the nature of the disruption, and we want to get ahead of it to make sure that in my generation, I took over for a mayor that was in my father's generation. In my generation, we can excel in a way that changes the narrative on Miami. And I think, the lesson is, if you're any city, if you're any ecosystem, if you're a country, you're not defined by who you are. You're defined by who you want to be and what concrete actions you take to be that country, that ecosystem. And I think that's the lesson. And we not only put out a brand, which was, how can I help? How can I facilitate your growth and your prosperity in the future? We acted on it. I created Venture Miami, which was a platform to onboard companies. We onboarded $10 trillion in asset managed companies into our ecosystem. We grew our venture capital pipeline, which seeds young companies by over 500%. So once you have this capital coming in, and that's why I called us the capital. Once you have this capital coming in, it drives decision making, which drives company growth, which drives your ecosystem's reputation.
Thank you, Francis. Obviously, I have a bias towards mayors, so thank you so much for sharing how much pivotal a committed mayor could be for fostering the MICE industry.
Thank you, Mauricio.
Sven, you're in a unique position to answer this question. What innovative approaches are being used in venue design to accommodate evolving event formats and technologies?
That's a good question. Thank you for that one. I think it's about three elements. It's about flexibility, authenticity, and inclusiveness. Flexibility is about what you see here today. We have an auditorium for plenaries. We have breakout rooms where we come together in smaller groups. We have a networking area. There's working areas. And actually, venues need to deal with that. We need to be far more flexible than we were in the past. In terms of technology, that means that, for example, in Hunexpo in Hungary, they have a seating system which transforms an auditorium into a dining area in less than 10 minutes. It's about walling systems which allow you to reshape entire rooms in a question of minutes. Those are the things you need to look for flexibility. But that's the flexibility on the organizer's level. Next to that, there's a flexibility on the individual level. More and more people, when they come to events, yes, they will go to all the different things that the organizer has arranged, but they also want spaces where they can step back, be themselves, relax, think, do a little bit of work. And venues need to cater for that. And that is then linked to the element of authenticity. I'm going to give you the example of Montreal in Canada. What they have done is they've created in lost spaces throughout the venue, little spots where an individual delegate can sit, relax, think, do whatever, and every of those spots refers to an element of the culture of the city. And that way, when you know that you're in that building, you know that you're in Montreal. If you go to Calgary and the BMO Stampede in Canada once again, the central hall is all about the history of that place. And it's a central networking hall. So independently of the event taking place, you come together and you network in that place of history, but you know that you're in Calgary. Because sometimes in the past, you would go to a conference, you would sit in a ballroom, but you could be sitting wherever, because it's a ballroom. That's an element which needs to go. So it needs to be far more authentic, because that's important for the younger generation, for their values, that they know where they are going. And I think the third one, and that's linked to values, is inclusivity. We're sitting with new generations which have new values, but next to that, you're sitting also with an older generation, right? And so what you want is that as a venue, it needs to be designed in a way that every delegate feels welcome, safe, and secure, independently of their background, but also independently whether you are a wheelchair user or a triathlete, you must be feeling safe and secure and you need to get around. And those are the elements we really see, once again, in Calgary for the wheelchair users. Typically, venues have those buttons. You need to push them and the door opens. Typically, also, those buttons are pushed at the wrong place. And so what you see in Calgary, it's no longer a button. It's like an enormous thing. You just hit it with your feet, your hand, your wheelchair, and the doors will open. Those are small things, but to be inclusive and to make any participant welcome, it's highly important to make that happen.
Thank you, Sven. Innovation, commitment from city leaders, community engagement are some of the ideas that summarize this highly enriching discussion. We have heard some of the strategies and stories behind current and future leading MICE destinations. I hope this sheds light to the discussions as part of the International MICE Summit. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you so much to all of you.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you. Very much. Thank you, honoured guests, and especially I'm conscious, thank you, Maurizio, I'm conscious we're playing with lots of different time zones, so especially if this feels extra early or late to you, thank you very much. Let's give them another huge round of applause as they leave the auditorium. So this next subject is one that has really intrigued me since planning for the event. It's winning hearts and minds. Because frankly, if all we do when we bring people together is inform them, then I think we'll all argue we've not done our job. So how do we move people in more ways than one? What are the secret ingredients to doing just that, to winning hearts and minds? Well, that's what I want to unpick. But let me apologize in advance. I've got three such interesting guests that I'm going to unpack what they're doing to help with that wider context. Let's welcome three honourable guests to the stage. I'll tell you who they are when they take their seats. Welcome, gentlemen. Okay, welcome, good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We meet again. Welcome, very good to see you. Right. We've got triple whammy here on winning hearts and minds. Let me tell you who is sitting here. To my left is Salman Al-Khataf, the General Manager for Business Development at the Quality of Life Programme, and we'll hear more about exactly what that is doing imminently. Welcome, Salman. Next to you is Abdul Rahman, forgive me, is Ahmad Al-Husseini, Managing Director for Saudi Arabia and also the Global COO of Rishad Atias and Associates. Welcome, Ahmad. Very nice to see you. And at the final end of the panel is Abdul Rahman Al-Ali, who is the CTO of the Qiddiya Investment Company. Let's give them a warm welcome to our stage. Thank you. And I want to hear more about each organization, but our chosen theme is winning hearts and minds. So, Abdul Rahman, if our panel was only 1 minute, 30 seconds long, and we only gave you 30 seconds to speak about the secret and the importance of winning hearts and minds, what do you say?
Sure. Thank you, Oli, and thanks for the audience for showing up today. So in Qiddiya, we're building the city of the future. It's a city of play life. And the way we're going to win the hearts and minds is by delivering a unique, unforgettable experience. We're building a storytelling, a unique offering. We want to capture all the senses. It's about a video, about building one-of-a-kind attractions, building one-of-a-kind museums, and so on. So basically, it's about unforgettable experience that we want to deliver.
Right. Unforgettable experiences. Well, we'll hear about the how in a minute. Salman, capture this essence of hearts and minds to get us thinking.
Okay, maybe, first of all, thank you for hosting me. Second of all, if you allow me, I would speak in Arabic. برنامج جودة الحياة
Quality of Life program is one of the Vision's programs that aims to create new options in our Saudi cities and preparing the required atmosphere and environment for these offerings, whether entertainment, sports, tourism. We are aiming individuals and families, whether citizens, residents, or visitor. Even tourism has a large segment, a large dedication, how to win hearts and minds by capitalizing on options of people. We are using technology to detect people's preferences. We try to provide the options they look for. We remember before Vision 2030, what were our entertainment options, sports options, especially regarding women entry to stadium and finding cinema halls and regulating the sector and finding government entities that oversee and supervise these sectors. This is briefly what quality of life is all about and how it sees opportunities to enrich people's lives and their experiences in living in Saudi Arabia and visiting Saudi Arabia.
That because of my technology, I have missed, which is entirely my fault, everything that you've said. I won't ask you to repeat yourself, but I will adjust my equipment. Would you mind for us, and by the way, your English is superb, would you mind putting something, even just in 10 or 20 seconds, just to get us thinking, whilst We.
In English?
Play in English. Well, we,
Are you testing my
I
English?
play catch up.
Okay.
Your English is superb, as I already know. I won't do this for every question, I promise.
Okay, if we have one goal in quality of life is to enrich people's lives and lifestyles, let's say, whether if it's entertainment, sport, culture, and all kind of offerings that we want to establish or enrich in Saudi Arabia, giving that, we need also to focus on the infrastructure of the city. Is the city capable to host these kinds of offerings?
Helpful.
And to connect between different government entities?
Helpful, thank you. I'm very pleased they gave me 2 headsets because the second one is perfect. Ahmad, tell me your initial thought starter, please.
Of course. I'll try to build on what our chairman maybe mentioned earlier. Maybe our main objective is, I would say, driving narratives for nations, sectors, the private sector as well.
Yeah.
Maybe through experiences and deliver impact, but the key word is repetitively.
The key word is?
Repetitively.
Repetitively,
Yes.
absolutely. And funny enough, a couple of messages today about the power of repetition in leadership, that drumbeat, if you like, that goes through many different things. Well, I know we're super keen to unpack a little bit about what the day roles involve. So take us to Qiddiya, Abdul Rahman, if you wouldn't mind. What will we see and what do you see?
Yeah, so Qiddiya is one of the key pillars of Vision 2030, is basically building a city for life. It's a one-of-a-kind global destination for entertainment, sport, and culture. In terms of area size, we are about 380 square kilometers, which is the size of Orlando, or 8 times the size of Manhattan. So we are building 80 assets, basically core offering. Some of these has been announced, and some of these hasn't been announced. So what has been announced is the Six Flags Water Park, Formula One, Dragon Ball, the stadium, the cultural center, performing arts, and we have more than 60 other assets that are under development that we're going to announce across the next few years.
So the core of the essence of Qiddiya is really play.
This is our vision, play life. In life, we are stressed all the time. We are under pressure to deliver on our work, to family. We want people to forget all that stress and come to Qiddiya and play and have fun.
I'm already drawn to this. Whose hearts and whose minds? Who is it for?
It is for people from 8 months old to 80 years old. So it's for all ages. People find something for everyone to come to and play in Qiddiya.
So well, you can count us in for a start. So we want to hear about the how in a minute, but I just want to clarify one thing. Are we talking about physical attendance, or is Qiddiya in the virtual world? Just help us understand how it's framed.
In today's world, I think people are completely consumed by technology. They are becoming isolated humans. We want people to come and congregate together and experience each other and have fun together. So all the experience we are building in Qiddiya is about having a human interaction and having fun together. That's key.
It's very interesting, isn't it, Ahmad? Because however serious the business subject, there is that desire for playfulness across the board. You know, sometimes we have to, whether that's humor, whether that's the unexpected, interesting formats. I just want you to help remind us of the sheer breadth of the events that you work on, and many of us have seen them firsthand.
Definitely. I think memories are made on such moments as well as hardship. Maybe one prime example is we had 20 Nobel Prize laureates in Al-Ula pushing a bus out of the sand while they were on excursion in Hijrah. And that's a memorable moment, regardless of how they felt about it. But we need to look at this from 2 lenses, ideally. Winning the minds is purely transactional.
Yeah.
We're corporations at the end of the day. It's going to be P&L focused, correct? But you don't want our delegates to feel that same mentality. It could be transactional for an inaugural forum, but how do I get them back on the seats, interested for following years? That's where it needs to resonate with the heart. Yeah. And what we mean by that is the cultural aspects plays a big role here. Yeah. I could stand here comfortably and tell you all of our clients from the top of the pyramid, their first question is, okay, we'll talk about content in a bit, but what will my guests do for the next 2 or 3 days? Yeah. So you're unlocking other sectors unconditionally.
Yeah. And in addition, how do we want this to change how our guests feel about themselves, about the world, about a country? It's that higher purpose, if you like, regardless of what happens on the stage, as important as it is.
Definitely. I'll talk about the kingdom, maybe, just to double down on the kingdom. I think it was beautiful for us during the past 8 to 10 years, as people got to see who a true young Saudi is. They got to meet young men and women. So subconsciously or indirectly, you're killing cliches.
Yeah.
Stereotypes are not there anymore.
It's a great business to be in. I totally get that. Let's hear a little bit more, Salman, about the Quality of Life program, because an intriguing title. What does it mean in practice? Quality of whose life?
Okay. I wouldn't ask you to put your headset on
No.
again. I will speak in English.
That was
Don't worry.
totally my
Don't worry. Okay.
No. As whatever suits. Forgive me.
If you read the first delivery plan of a Quality of Life program, you will find we were focusing on building ecosystems for these new established industries, for entertainment, sport, culture, and even tourism. Our portfolio of initiatives was all about building or establishing entity, or building strategy, or building a fund.
Yes.
These kind of initiatives that we needed at that time to make sure that each newly established industry that we are looking for to enrich quality of life in the arm of lifestyles is working well. After that, we are focusing right now on the integration and how to make the city itself as a hardware livable enough and capable to cater these kind of offerings. For example, let's see at MICE industry as one of the main industry that we are eager to support and help. We have funded a lot of initiatives with multiple government entities and big events because we want people to be engaged with these new lifestyles. Yeah. And we want to bring the best technologies, best companies in the world in these kind of industries. But we also look at MICE as a venue where we can find investors, we can find the talent, and we build the right partnerships with government, between government and businesses to make sure these kind of industries are evolving and sustainable.
So that is crystal clear, because what you're saying is, first step, set out the vision, the different areas for excellence, but then you've got a job to do in terms of mapping. And if I jump one step ahead, I think that then has to involve connecting.
Exactly.
So how does that work in practice? Because you will spot a gap or a potential blockage even, and you will have to intervene. How do you do that?
If you look at government of Saudi Arabia, as any government in the world, the highest hierarchy in the government is the cabinet of ministers, which are managing their industries in vertical shapes, which is logical. But in real life, in experience, in UX, UI, the life goes in vertical.
Yes, true.
Horizontal. We are trying to connect the dots. We are trying to establish the right partnerships between these entities, make sure that the alignment of policies between these entities, make sure that there is room for business to invest in a vertical and horizontal manner.
So this is very powerful as a scene setter, because what I want to try to get more from is this question of how do we create the conditions for amazing partnerships to occur. Now, we'll talk on other panels about the secrets to great partnership, but I'm almost talking about setting the scene here. I don't know how you see it at Qiddiya, but we'll hear about it, because sometimes it is unlikely alliances that end up winning hearts and minds. But get us thinking.
It's just about getting to know who's the biggest players in the world. When we said we're going to build a sport arena, we're going to build a sport track, the biggest player in that regard is Formula One.
Yes.
So we partner with Formula One. And we built the longest Formula One track in the world. We spent 2 years designing that to make sure that it's according to safety standards. It's the first Formula One track in two levels. Never been done before. Same thing when it comes to the animation manga. We wanted to build a theme park for animation and manga. And the first thing that came to mind, who are the big players? And they were surprised because they never done this, because animation is basically written books, anime, or series, TV series.
I see. But let me, and Ahmad, I want to get your take on unusual alliances. But Abdul Rahman, if I can tease you a little on this. When Nike signed their world-class deal with Michael Jordan, he wasn't the biggest
Famous.
deal.
Yeah.
What they saw was talent and potential. So presumably part of your playbook is about spotting that next generation and giving them a ticket to the big league.
Absolutely, absolutely. Again, Dragon Ball is one example. There hasn't been in the world a theme park based on anime. And we thought this is an experience that's unique that we can deliver to our customers. So we spent years and years convincing the IP holders, please come, let's build this anime park. And they were surprised that somebody came to them. And we made it. We convinced them. We
So
showed
this
them
is the Japanese art of that. This is what we're
exactly.
talking-
It's a Japanese company. And they were so much taken away. So why you want to do this? We are famous for the last 50 years as a TV series or books. But nobody came to us to build
Well,
a
in
theme
that
park.
case, in that case, forgive me, I mean, I want more on partnerships here, but you have to tell us a secret then. How do you convince a global IP holder that this is a, my word, risk worth taking? What's the secret? Because they said yes.
It's being patient and persistence, tenacious, and you follow your dreams to make them come true.
Patience and persistence combined. I love it. Ahmed, tell us a little bit about unlikely alliances and partnerships that bring the RANA world to life, really.
I think it's mostly about collaboration. We're in a sector where globalization is in full effect. I think this applies across the MICE sector as a whole. If you look at RANA itself, we're multicultural. We have employees from Saudi and other offices abroad and vice versa. That allowed us to understand various legislative landscapes in different jurisdictions. And what I mean by that is the way we do partnerships is understanding the needs of our clients and go into curation rather than being reactive and I apologize, it's such a commercial term, but waiting for an RFP to happen. We want to be there and curate with our partners, with our clients, and drive that experience and narrative in an impactful way through real human interaction.
And do you think, and again, I recognize I'm putting you all on the spot here, but the types of partnership and collaboration you're now fostering, how are they different today than they might have been even 5 years ago? What do you notice in the driving seat?
Honestly, people want to talk more. Maybe it was a bit more corporate, nothing wrong with that, of course. But as long as the proper safeguard measures are there, governance measures are there, and we're allowed to talk, people enjoy face-to-face interaction and you understanding what they want. Sometimes it can't be written in a paper. You can't elaborate on a PowerPoint presentation. You need to know the person, know the vision behind that person, and advocate for it accordingly.
And there's an essence there around people of like mind and like profession being drawn together, plus the idea of variety as the spice. But any three of you, have you learned anything about, because there's a contradiction there, potentially, isn't there, around same versus variety?
For us, we are a government entity at the end. So most of our partnerships used to be G2G because we are connecting the dots between different regulators, different ecosystems. But today, we are more into G2B and G2 MPOs because a lot of services in our space can be delivered from social to social.
Yes. And just say what you mean by government to MBOs in this context?
Yes. Let me give you an example. Not all the social services in the world are delivered from government entities.
Exactly.
So we believe in the social power. We believe in the social capability to fix and help and enhance their space, their neighborhood, for example. Yes. You have seen a lot of greenery initiatives in Saudi Arabia where people were participating. So we are trying to invest more into this domain.
So help us then as a team here. I'd like your take, please, or we would like your take on how technology enhances the face-to-face. And only because you're CTO, Abdurrahman, I'm going to come to you first. But you've made the case very clearly to why this is an in-person activity when we play together. So where does tech come in and why?
I think technology will play a big part in giving a very frictionless experience in our park. So we're going to all R&D companies. We don't buy technology that's ready today. We want to go to the R&D labs and see what they are planning to do and try to catch up with the newest technologies that's going to come up in the next 5-10 years.
So what's exciting you when you look in those labs? No state secrets, please, but what's catching your imagination?
Its ability to read people's sentiment. You have 100,000 people in a park, and they're going from one attraction to another, to a retail shop, to a restaurant, and trying to read what they actually feel, how they talk, using cameras, and try to see where they have the most excitement, where they feel perplexed, they are lost, where they feel disappointed, and try to anticipate what's coming up and try to adjust ourselves.
Not all those who wander are lost. That's a J.R. Tolkien line. I mean, I'm very interested. I mean, I want to go down the play rabbit hole, but I must pause to talk. Yes?
Yeah, I have one addition to what he said. In quality of life, yes, we are following the KPIs as a government entity, has ambitious KPIs for competitiveness of our cities in the global war. But on the other hand, when you look internally, we are moved by three things: people wants, people needs, people interests. And to catch people wants and needs, it's not an easy job. We went to partner with universities, social science, to understand how to capture people wants and needs. And we found that the tools are mostly surveys. Have you read the book, Everybody Lies?
Yeah. See why that's flawed,
So we found the technology is a huge enabler for us to read between the lines, to understand from the behavior of the people, from the behavior of spending, for example, behavior of where are they going, where are the hotspots, to understand more and to build the service around it.
Thank you so much. Ahmed, I want to get a quick take, because you are involved in so many gatherings, on how technology enhances or makes it easier to win hearts and minds. What do you see in practice?
It does. The wow factor is always there. I would consider it probably an underlying driver rather than a substitute.
Okay.
At the end of the day, it's still going to be convening of people rather than a substitute. So it's always nice to have that tech element, but I don't think it could ever replace real human interactions happening at the same place.
So I got to flip in our final couple of minutes together. One set of hearts and minds we all have to win is that of the next generation of talent in this industry. How do we do that? And of course, Salman, I put you on the spot, because part of what quality of life is about is the education and the training of that talent.
Okay. Yes, as we are building new industries, we found there is some gaps in the industries for each ecosystem. We have established some programs to send people abroad for best schools in the world. Yes, we did send people for example, Le Cordon Bleu in culinary art, for example, and people in crowd management, and etc. But this is not sustainable. We needed this for now, but to sustain this, we are partnering right now with the right universities to build programs, local programs here, to train talent here for the market here.
And briefly, Ahmed, how are you ensuring the orderly queue is at your door? You're winning the hearts and minds of your next employees.
I think we're in a prime location today. I'll speak specifically maybe about Saudi as well. We're in a prime location today to lead that conversation with the next generation, given, let's say, the calendar for the next 8 years. The passion is there, which is the main variable in the equation.
Yes.
What's left on us is pitching, similar to how we pitch to our clients. And believe it or not, this is the only time where the client might kill me. They're more important today to pitch them, because they're the long-term investment delivering what we're doing today.
Completely. Now, Abdul Rahman, you've practically already got my CV, because we all want a piece of the play agenda. But on a serious note, there's no complacency I detect in any of these remarks.
Right.
How are you ensuring that you win the hearts and minds of the next talent?
Absolutely. I think it starts with hiring, recruitment. So I heard Jack Welch once said a famous statement: 50% of CEOs of the world, they spend 50% of their time hiring if they're successful. So we need to start hiring properly. I do 3 to 4 interviews every day. And then I don't want people who know everything, but I know people who are adventurous enough to try and learn. And if I ask a question and they cannot answer, I say, I would like to research it and come back to you. That's the person I want. Somebody who has the open mind to research and find.
Exactly that mindset. Now, I wish we had another half an hour. We have not got that time. But Abdulrahman, Ahmed, and Salman, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Please join me in thanking three brilliant guests. Thank you. And my personal thanks to Salman for speaking in English for that, which was perfect, by the way. Thank you, everybody. Hearts and minds, indeed. Well, they've all won mine, that's for sure. We're going to have our next discussion on, speaking of disruptive tech, we're going to be talking about the positive edge of disruptive tech in our next conversation, because, of course, it leads us into the very future of events themselves. In the chair, a fantastic TV presenter. We're in very safe hands here. Please welcome, with their next session, Yasser Al-Sagaf.
All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. He's a great MC. And he might be taking my spots at international summits like that. So he is also fantastic. Thank you so much for the incredible introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this exciting panel. We're all witnessing rapid shifts in technology from AI to sustainability trends, reshaping how we plan, organize, and experience events today. Our great speakers we have here today share invaluable perspectives on innovation, opportunities, and the road ahead. Please join me in welcoming, first of all, Honorable Steve Adler, former mayor of Austin, Texas, United States of America. Albert Aoun, chairman and CEO of IFP Group, welcome. And Gokul Bajaj, AVP of Sales and General Manager at Civent. We have an exciting panel today, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for being with us. Let's dive right in. Technology is accelerating at a pace like never before. Gokul, let me ask you the first question from your decade of experience in event technology. What AI-powered solutions or innovations do you believe are most impactful in transforming the MICE industry today?
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity and a lovely panel to be with on stage, to share the stage with. I think first and foremost, let me set the stage by, nothing can replace the power of human connection. So no matter what leaps we make in technology, the power of people coming together, that cohesiveness, that warmth, that can never be replaced. Having said that, I think AI is going to help us leaps and bounds in terms of efficiency, making us better at what we do, and even in terms of engagement. I think all of us have used generative AI in some shape or form by now, like ChatGPT or Gemini, and it's really helping with content creation, like email drafting, content for websites, promotional material, even video production, translation, subtitles. So it's not replacing manpower altogether, but I think it's taking over some of the mundane tasks that you would have spent a lot of time on. With AI agents coming in, like Microsoft Copilot, not only you could generate things, but you could also create an agent that's going to do some part of the job for you. So for instance, you could design a campaign and ask the agent to launch that campaign on your behalf to a certain set of individuals or a certain audience. So that could be, the next chapter. In terms of engagement, I think that's where AI can really help as well. We've already seen chatbots, attendees engaging with chatbots. And I don't know if everybody has seen with Gemini 2.0 by Google in their recent announcement, they've also launched Google Astra. So it could actually change or augment our reality interface with some spectacles on. We could add a layer on our reality. So that could be the next big thing. But again, would it replace the way we do events? No, but I think it's going to add that subtle layer. That's just going to enhance the experience.
Amazing. From technology to hybrid events. Albert, you've led organizations across the region for decades. What role do you see hybrid events and augmented reality playing in enhancing attendee engagement and creating actual seamless experiences?
Well, when we started a long time ago, everything was analog. We had to write the names of the exhibitors by hand. Have you? Now, AI or whatever, digitization is used in everything. Now we do all our campaigns, our brochures, conditions, contract forms, space applications, and our exhibitors can do their appointments. Visitors can plan their visit, take the exhibitor list on a digital platform and plan their visit. without having to go through the whole exhibition. They know where to go and what have you.
So you believe it is enhanced?
It has enhanced, and as Gokul said, it's helping our staff to write fast their content. With what took days now can be done in minutes. AI can help you get content very efficiently and sometimes very correctly.
Yeah. So the implementation is easier and maybe faster.
Yes.
Amazing. If I may call you Steve.
Please.
Amazing. During your leadership in Austin, Steve, you oversaw massive infrastructure and digital transformation. How do you see technology actually influencing cities' abilities to host sustainable and impactful events?
You know, I think that the city like Austin that was growing, fastest growing city in the United States, the 8 years I was the mayor from 2015 to 2023, not quite as many cranes as you see here, but we were trying our best. A lot of the infrastructure, we built an F1 track, we invested and are building now a new convention center, dramatically increasing the inventory of hotel rooms that we have. But I think a lot of the infrastructure that will benefit events are the infrastructure that our community wants. So $25 billion in transportation and moving people around our city, the things that make for a quality of life for people that live there also make for an attractive place for events to come. When you're talking about building infrastructure, and you know, I feel almost like a pretender in a room like this that has industry experts to talk about events. I'm an old elected official. I would say that I think people come not so much for events now as they come for experiences.
Yeah.
And I think it's real important when you're building out technology, when you're building out that infrastructure, that you not get lost in the concept of the shiny new technology or the new infrastructure piece, but you really center on the experience, on the culture, on what it is about your community and your place that makes that event there an event that could not have happened in any other city. In Austin, it's about building in the culture of innovation and taking risks. And I think that's why people like coming to this community, because that's what our culture is.
Yeah.
So we invest in ourselves, and I think ultimately that's what drives the attraction for events.
Amazing. And speaking of that, let's jump into sustainability and maybe green tech. With sustainability becoming a key priority today, I want to explore this theme further. Albert, I have a question for you. Your experience in hosting events in Qatar, in KSA, in the UAE gives you a unique lens, maybe a zoomed-in lens. What innovative green solutions are emerging to help reduce environmental impact in events?
I think, many. I mean, we can't go to zero carbon, but we can reduce. In the past, we used to do signs on wood and paper. Now we use digital screens. We have contactless badging. We use recyclable paper. In the office with our staff, we force everybody to go paperless. If we can, at certain venues, not use carpet that is disposable. So we just sweep the floor and use it. So there's a lot of sustainable solutions that are applicable in all these centers.
Yeah.
And people nowadays don't have to print their manuals and what have you. The exhibitors can look at the floor plan, exhibitor list, B2B matchmaking appointments, all on paperless apps and solutions.
That's excellent. Let me follow up with a question. Gokul, you, as Civent, has been a leader in tech-driven event management. How are smart solutions today, such as, let's say, contactless technologies, driving both sustainability and operational efficiency in events?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, first of all, I think sustainability is not just, the responsibility is not just with the planners, but also with the attendees as well. So we should also always implore our audiences to explore sustainable practices wherever we can. You know, as my colleague rightly said, that, you know, you can't always have a net carbon neutral event. You know, there will be some impact, but let's mitigate it to whatever means is possible.
Yeah.
Now, from a digital standpoint, of course, you can have pre-event registrations. On the day off, you can have contactless check-ins. You can create mobile applications for your events, which eliminates the need of people exchanging physical business cards. The exhibitor don't have to exchange any formal collateral. They could do that, everything in a paperless way. But I think on the audience side of things, like, you know, we know of some events where, smaller events, where audiences were asked to bring a sipper from home so that there is no plastic or there is no paper cups. You know, that could be one idea. You could explore venues that offer sustainable practices. And then, once you have all this data, see, because to find out the damage that you've caused to the environment, you have to first have your data practices in place, right? So once you've captured all this data through a tech platform, you can share this data with a lot of companies that allow you to calculate your carbon footprint and then help you offset it as well. We've seen that practice a lot happen in Dubai as well, some events, where they collect data on what potentially would have been the carbon footprint and work with these organizations to plant equivalent number of trees and then offset the carbon emissions. Right? So it has to be a rounded up approach instead of, you know, like a patch fix or a check in the box that, you know, by doing one piece of the puzzle, we're sustainable. So it needs to be an overarching theme.
Amazing ideas. And if I jump to Steve, I would say with cities today worldwide pushing for greener economies, what lessons can the event industry adopt from large-scale urban sustainability projects that Steve has championed while being a mayor in Austin?
I think that the climate situation we're in requires such focus and such diligent work that it needs to imbue everything that happens and has to underlie it all. You know, at the event level, I mean, there are lots of ideas. One of the most popular things we did at South by Southwest was moves a few years ago to those really inexpensive aluminum cans instead of plastic water bottles. Yeah. And it became a collector item, and now it's like the thing that everybody wants when they leave that event, and we weren't sure anybody was going to use them. But making sure that you have digital materials, I mean, all the kinds of things that are very easy to get. In our city, our carbon footprint is most driven by transportation, by energy usage, and by our buildings. And certainly events can lean into all three of those areas with more virtual aspects to programs, with making sure that the buildings that are built and are using sustainable energy sources and the like. I also think that there's an opportunity and a responsibility for events to not only treat green issues in the background as they're doing events, but also to take it center and forward, because it does have applicability to everything that's happening. And to make it prominent, I think, is an important aspect of events.
Amazing. I'm trying to get as much, you know, information from, you know, your expertise, and I'm trying to jump between subjects. We haven't mentioned anything about data-driven events and AI security. Let's talk more about that, Gokul. Which, if we talk about that, it's a gold mine. You know, people, and it's, at the same time, it's a challenge. Yeah. So, let me ask you this. As events become more data-driven today, what strategies do you recommend to ensure compliance?
Yeah, I think, first of all, events need to be always experience and attendee-driven. They need to be at the core of everything that you design. Yeah. Right? Everything else, like he said, you know, the shiniest object, everything should then make sense, which is in line with the attendees at the center of this experience.
Yeah, and when I mean compliance with global data regulation.
Yeah. I'll come to that, yeah.
While delivering personalization during.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
So, first of all, we need to identify what data you want to capture. I think that's where you, as an event planner, as an organizer, as a marketer, need to sit down and define what is it that you want to capture.
Yeah.
For me, it would be like demographic, sociographic, and maybe behavioral data. You want to know what your attendees did at the event because that's information that you can leverage later.
Okay.
Once you've defined what you want to collect, the second step is to capture it consistently. Because if you capture data at one event and not at the other, you're missing a bigger piece in the puzzle. You won't be able to, create a narrative on the story that you eventually want to create. And once you have that data, then you can activate it. It could be activated in terms of campaigns. It could be activated in terms of sales. It could be in terms of memberships, whatever objectives you've defined around those events. Now, speaking about data policies, that's where the credibility of the data provider comes in. So when you are out in the market searching for these data providers, you need to look at what compliances they follow. Let's say Saudi PDPL or GDPR or CCPA. Like when people follow these compliances, which means they have all sort of protocols in place to protect your data, have disaster management, and they've stress tested their systems. So I think it's just the whole credibility. Look, if anybody goes out in the market and says, we can 100% protect your data, it's not vulnerable, that's not true. Any data can be breached, but then it's about just the whole credibility they've said and how much stress tested their system. That's what differentiates, a great vendor from an ordinary one.
And Albert, let's zoom out and talk about data-driven events from a regional perspective. What challenges do organizers usually face in adopting data-driven decision-making, and how can they actually overcome this problem?
In data protection?
In data, yes. I'm speaking about data-driven events and AI security in specific.
Well, there is always a risk in data security. We try to minimize sharing people's clients' data and what have you. We keep it on a need-to-be basis, only shared with our very small circle.
Internally.
Very small circle.
Okay.
And used for helping them for their appointments,
Yes.
need-to-be matchmaking, etc. And it's very, very critical to disseminate it.
So what happens if something is breached?
Well, we've had a hack once, and we involved authorities, and nothing could be done. We had to pay.
So this is exactly how they can overcome the problem.
Unfortunately, I don't know. I mean, Gokul is an expert
honest.
maybe in cybersecurity.
Yes.
But
And I love that
you always have a risk. And,
exactly, issues
I
happen.
mean, the main asset of the company is its database.
Yes.
So we try to keep it
internal, very closed.
very close,
yes.
as much as we can.
If I may just add to that, I'll just give you an analogy. So let's say if you have some jewelry and cash, would you keep it at home or in a bank locker? Can a bank locker be hacked? It absolutely can. But you can sleep a lot more peacefully knowing that it has several layers of security. There are people guarding it. There are walls made of rock iron, steel iron, whatever that the case may be. So the likelihood of that breach is a lot less versus no matter what sort of safety standards you had at your house. So similarly with the data, can it be breached sitting in a Google server? It maybe can, but just that the kind of engineers and the protocol they've built around securing that data is so top-notch that it's going to take a very, very high degree of effort to do that. Yeah.
Agreed. Perfect.
I agree.
Keep the cash in the bank.
I always keep. But by the way,
that's a lesson learned.
It depends where you live.
It depends where you live. That's another situation. All right. Finally, I would like to ask Steve, cybersecurity is a growing concern, not only in our industry, but in all industries. How should cities and organizers collaborate to enhance data security at major events?
I think it begins with being really transparent and very deliberate.
Yes.
That there is a balance that needs to be reached between personalization and robust protection. Those two elements, both desired, are at odds with one another, and I think it's important to recognize that, and then to be really transparent about the choices that you're making. To make sure that not only does everyone involved know what the rules are and how it's being played, but also so that you can make sure that you have robust consent mechanisms that are very clear, again, and very deliberate. I think at this point, the expectation, the standard of care is end-to-end encryption. With respect to event platforms. It's adopting global data protection compliance standards. I think that's going to be expected, certainly, of major events, and assumed that it is happening. Regular security audits and cybersecurity protocols being employed so that you've institutionalized your processes, so that there's nothing ad hoc that's happening, so that there's regular updating as part of the maintenance of not only your infrastructure, but also your cybersecurity systems. It's anonymizing your data analytics to the degree that you can in those situations where that's how that ought to be something that happens. I recognize again that there's a balance. People want to be able to plug in one or two events that they've identified that they've seen, and suddenly their app tells them what they're supposed to do in all of the sessions, and everyone wants that kind of information. So it's a trade-off, and giving people the opportunity to be able to make choices with their own data.
Amazing. I'll leave the last words for you. We'll start with Gokul, and then we'll move to Albert and Steve. Last words, on disruptive tech and future events. Today we are at the International MICE Summit. What can you say?
I think I have been selling tech, so this is going to be quite the antithesis of what I'm about to say. But I want everyone to leave this room with the fact that tech is just an enabler. It's not the end game. It's not the objective. So let's not chase tech. Let's use tech to chase the objective. So that's the part that needs to be defined, and use tech as an enabler to get to that objective.
Amazing. Albert?
I would say that, people have to engage with tech and adapt it, because if you don't, you're going to be lacking behind. Yes. We don't have to use it today, but we have to have our staff indulge in it, learn it, and embrace it as we go.
As we move forward.
As we move on.
Amazing.
It's important.
Steve?
I like the point that made during this session, but also other sessions. If you listen to the people that have spoken thus far at this summit, there's a difference in emphasis between, I think, the people that are the professional event planners, and the people who are coming in from a more political place. And I think that it is the difference is focusing on the soft characteristics of community and culture that make for successful events, versus those things that you can go and provide as part of the infrastructure, the technological development. And I would just urge everybody to really focus on the fact that technology is a tool to help you deliver in your community what it is that is special about your community that makes that meeting, that event, successful in that place in ways that it could not be in other places.
Amazing. Well, time ran very fast, and I would like to thank you, Steve, Albert, and Gokul, for your great insights. Thank you so much for being with us, and I hope everyone here got inspired somehow with our talk. Keep the conversations going as we shape the future of the MICE industry, and I would like to leave it to Anjali Rao and her panelists for the next session, and would like to thank my panelists, please, with a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
Thank you so much to Yasser Al-Sagaf and panel for a fascinating look at the shifts and innovations that are shaping the MICE industry. Well, we now turn, ladies and gentlemen, to one of the most critical drivers of success in the sector, and that is talent. We'll be getting into the strategies needed to attract, develop, and retain the all-important talent that we need to propel the MICE sector forward into the future. I am joined by three MICE powerhouses. Marina de Quet-Gaudin, Global CEO, Richard Attias and Associates, Stefan Rummel, CEO Messe München, and Rachel Travers, Head of UK and Middle East for RX Global Panel. It is delightful to have you with us. So Rachel, let's start with you. Obviously, so much has changed in the last few years since the pandemic in every industry, and of course, no exception here. Do you think that in any way it's changed the core skills and traits that define that perfect MICE employee?
I'm not sure if there is such a thing as a perfect MICE employee. There's such a variety of roles in our industry, and they can have so many spikes of skills and come from so many different backgrounds. But the pandemic definitely led to let's say, a reshuffle. I think some people left the industry, and while that was an issue in itself, I think it opened the doors for others to join the industry. I do think perhaps that reshuffle was actually just an acceleration of what was going to happen in any case. There needed to be some transformation, or there certainly had to be after the pandemic, in terms of agility, in terms of taking a hard look at the long tail of shows and making sure we not only worked on which shows we would run, but which shows we would not. Breaking down silos, team to team, brand to brand, show to show, to make sure we could be leaner and more efficient and learn about the things that were, rather than the things that differentiated the shows, that were similar, so we could work really hard on making those effective. So yes, it changed things a little, but I think fundamentally employees are looking for one thing. And actually I can tell you a story. I interviewed 4 very talented individuals last week for a very senior role. Not one of them had exhibitions experience, but all of them mentioned a similar thing. And that was they wanted to work for something big, that something had impact, and that for a company that did the right thing. And I think we were talking about the positioning of MICE as being something big, something that has impact, and that can do the right thing in terms of sustainability, etc. But I think you need to take it down a level and run that into your employer brand also. And I think that's where we're really working, make sure the culture is appropriate, you're fighting for diversity, you lead in something, perhaps digital innovation, so that you're attracting that talent for those core reasons that people want to be an employee with you.
Marina, we are dealing with a different generation now, the younger generation being one that aspires to the lofty heights of influencers and streamers and that sort of thing. Do you think that the appetite is even there for the emerging workforce to enter the MICE arena?
I think so, yes. I mean, if you look at what we do, we dream. There are very few industries where you can literally go from ideation all the way through to creativity. We have a vast number of creative partners within our industry. We look at this space alone, there's an architect that's putting together just the floor plans. We were discussing, it's like you said, with your colleagues the other day. We had one of our team, he's a genius. At 13, he went to university. He has a PhD in astrophysics. And I said to him, when he hit his 5-year mile with us, why us? And very similarly, he said, passion, purpose, creativity, impact. There are very few industries where you can really pull something together with such a diverse group of people and actually have a real sense of pride at the end. The majority of our events, we have 250 people minimum on the ground of all languages, religions. It's phenomenal what you can do as a team, and I think there are very rare industries where you actually can pull that together. It is long hours, and I think that's something that the next generation really have to think about. I know a lot of people have touched on it. There are hours, nights, days that you're away from your family, but you are actually producing something, and there's a lot of pride that comes with that.
Absolutely, and I think that's something that you can certainly pick up as the common thread throughout. Wherever you come from in the MICE industry, is that there is a lot of emotion involved, and even, Ollie's last session being about hearts and minds. And as an MC, we don't often get to talk about hearts and minds, so it's really quite something to behold. Stefan, talk to us about where you sit in all of this, because I know that you've been doing some amazing work in attracting the younger workforce, and also with a real focus on the female workforce?
Yeah, for us, for example, starting with the pandemic, it changed really a lot. We had to fire people, unfortunately, some. We lost a lot of knowledge, so we had to regain them later, at a later stage. And what we did is we had to think out of the box during the pandemic. For me, one thing became clear during the pandemic, that first of all, the personal contact cannot be digitized. And after a while, when you sit in front of your computer, you want to have an experience. You know, and creating that experience is a really core part in retaining talent in our company. So what we did is we created an all-female leadership network with future female leaders and female leaders who are in existing leadership roles from Messe Munich, from the MICE industry, but also from the industries we serve, you know, from construction equipment, from environmental technologies. So we could draw a lot from these networks. Meanwhile, 67% of our workforce is female. So that was a huge source for us. And the second thing we did, once we thought out of the box, during the pandemic, we have a really big outdoor area because we run huge construction equipment shows all over the world. And we thought about what do we do with that. And then we went to a really major artist, Adele, and told her, look,
I've heard of her.
It was all about social media. We went to her and said, look, you can have a residency with us for the summer. Create your own arena. And we are an exhibition company, and all of a sudden we did concerts. And we did a really huge one. We made music history with that. But from that on, we gained so many applications from all over the world because they felt the emotion and the passion that we put into. And this is something, creating experiences for stories to be told. This is something that we try to do wherever we go and whatever we do.
It's really amazing to hear. Marina, it's not just about attracting the younger workforce, is it? Because we do have to think about reskilling our current workers. How do we do that, and particularly when there's such a heavy requirement now to be so across all things tech?
I think it's coming with a mind of curiosity. I think that leadership have to be proactive. I look at our company, we've got 5 offices globally. There's no member of our team that is uniquely in a box on their own. Everybody has to join together. We're looking at putting out an AI strategy for our company for next year. Simple things, making sure that we're all using the same programs, that we're all actually speaking to each other, ensuring that the tech that we're using actually has value to us. People are testing, people are saying, yes, no, it doesn't work. We're running in a live environment, 24/7 globally. So we have to be sure that everybody is comfortable with what they're doing. But unless you're, and I say it again, unless you're curious, unless you're open to that, you will stunt your own career. And I think there is a lot that we can learn from people that are coming into the industry new, as you were just saying, because they're going to come at it with a different stance. They're going to come with different skill sets. It's not just tech that is going to advance us. It's people who are actually within our industry who are going to come and look at the way that we produce in a different manner.
Can I build on that a little?
Yes.
On top of the curiosity, I think perhaps some of the new skill sets we need is that ability to experiment and test and take those risks, but with a data-driven focus behind it. I think there's a lot of gut feel, that part of that creativity you're talking about, there's a lot of gut feel in our industry. And I think a new layer of robust kind of analytics, data about what we're creating and how we can experiment and test things and find new ways that really builds on that curiosity and can also develop people in ways that they haven't foreseen before because they're discovering things and getting excited about it. So I think you can layer it up. It's not just about training or about retraining. It's about that curiosity, that sense of experimentation and taking a little bit of risk. And then with a data-driven sort of measurement afterwards, you can make some really sensible decisions about go forward on that basis.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting way of looking at it as well. And, Stefan, I also think that there is great value perhaps to be had in looking at the way that other industries go about developing and retaining their talent base. Do you think that there are lessons that we can learn from, other companies, other industries that can be taken into the MICE arena in order to do just that?
Well, certainly. As I said, for example, when we run our shows in construction equipment or in environmental technology, we see, for example, in the environmental technology sector, wastewater treatment, circular economy, they all work with a huge purpose towards what they do. And then we started discussing with them and we started recruiting in that industry also, for example, with this purpose that we, for example, create the most sustainable exhibition company that is on the planet, or that we are carbon neutral by 2030. So also give them a purpose. And this is something that we especially learned from the environmental technology industry. These are all engineers, they are all analytical, they are all cool down, but they all work for a purpose. Very, very nice people. All engineers, but they can do party. So, and we try to learn from them how we can implement that in our company.
Wow, which of course reminds me of what you were saying, Rachel, earlier to me backstage about coming from a legal and journalism background, and then just newly coming into this as well, which I think is tremendous. It's only been 1 year, hasn't it?
It has been 1 year. It's been a wonderful year.
Amazing. So let's look at global talent pipelines. Do you reckon that they're being tapped enough in this industry, or are we only concentrating on what's on our front doorstep? Or are we missing an opportunity there?
Oh, 100%, I don't think. Well, we're doing enough. I'm lucky enough to work. RX is part of Relix, which is an enormous global company, and there are great examples of people moving around the globe with that company, which is fantastic. But I think one thing, I talked earlier about the silos, show to show or brand to brand. As we move around the globe and get experience in different regions, you realize how much we do is common and how we can learn so much from each other. There's the magic of each market, of course, and the magic of each show, which is something special. But if we can learn the basics from each other, we can spend more time on that magic. So I think we don't do enough about sharing knowledge globally, sharing what we can do better globally, and we're working really hard on that right now to do better there. I think there's a huge opportunity to do better in that space.
Where would you sit on that, Marina? Do you think that there's untapped potential there that we should be mining?
I think you look at it differently. I remember when I joined Richard, I looked at our company and said, I don't understand it, because we have offices in New York, Paris, Riyadh, Dubai, Dhaka, but none of our offices potentially look after one market. Our Paris office doesn't just look after Europe. We look at it as, where can you find the best talent? We have an incredible program team that sit in New York because they're all the ex-Bloomberg journalists, etc. We have incredible production logistics team that sit in Paris. We amalgamate all of these different people and this different talent that you meet, and you say, okay, we have an office. I will say that I think it's very important that we don't remote work. I think as people, we have to come together, we create beautiful experiences, and in order to do that, we have to really sit, work together collaboratively, brainstorm, be in the moment with people, and you can only do that when you're working with the best people, and you can't do that if you just stigmatize yourself to saying, right, I'm in Riyadh, so I'm only going to work with people in Riyadh. It's a privilege to work with multinational companies, and I think it allows our teams to grow further. I think to be a witness to multiple cultures and to learn how to work with different people is something that I would aspire for my children to also be part of as well. So I think it's fundamentally important to the business moving forward.
I can definitely see you agreeing with that there, Stefan.
100%. Like, when you run world-leading shows and 600,000 people from 200 countries in the world come to you, for example, to Munich, then you have to have a workforce that is open-minded, that is multicultural, who understands the global impacts that are happening. And I think, therefore, like you said, moving around the people, getting interested in a lot of cultures, I think this is crucial for us too.
Rachel, we often talk about the need for inclusivity, and diversity is the buzzword, I think, of definitely the last couple of years. Where do you think that we are with MICE in attracting that sort of underrepresented sphere of society into the industry?
Well, I think it's one of those things where more can always be done. You're never finished. I do see some really good things happening in particular shows. I was talking to you about our Comic-Con shows where you can see the communities we're developing for some groups there, and it's actually quite moving to see as we create that show. So I think our shows in themselves can support diversity. In fact, we have a very in-depth guide on how we make sure our events and our experiences from Woe to Go for our customers and our exhibitors allow for diversity and adaptability. But I think it's just one of those things you can always do more. I think good intention is not enough for diversity. I think you have to have a plan to attack it. You have to have everybody stacking hands on what goals you're going for. And we run things like employee resource groups to make sure people feel welcome and supported in their day-to-day lives. Part of that culture you're talking about building in the office itself.
Marina, let me ask you specifically about this part of the world as a vital cog in the machinery of MICE. What have you observed here as far as the appetite for growth and the wherewithal to make it happen?
Well, we only had to listen to His Excellency this morning in terms of where the growth is going. It's when I look globally, it's the place to be. It's why we're all here today. We can see that there is tremendous growth, but also tremendous desire to actually put out, as you were saying, the good, to actually look at how do we bring the best in and also showcase Saudi Arabia as its very best. We have an incredible team. We have a lot of mentorship that goes along with our team to really bring them up, to pass over the knowledge that we have also, learned over our 20-year careers. I think it's incredibly important. We're now working with universities within the kingdom as well. We have a new internship of, I think, 10 interns coming in. Prince Sultan University, thank you, Ahmed. And they're starting in January, and we're going to be putting them across different work streams. I look at myself, I have a degree in theology. I mean, it doesn't really stand out for what our industry is, but it allows other people, I think, to test the water, to try. The internship that we have, I think a lot of people are going for very fundamental, pillared businesses within the kingdom. And when we went to the university, they said, oh my God, we had so many people jump back and said they wanted to work at RENA because they really saw the fundamental difference that we were creating and the events that we were putting forward as nation branding events for the kingdom itself. It's a real privilege. And I think it's a privilege to be part of the traction of that change and to do it with amazing people.
Beautifully said. And as we draw to a close for this penultimate panel of the day, I'd like to ask each of you just to give me a few ideas about where you see the MICE workforce evolving in the next, say, 5 to 10 years. Rachel, let's start with you.
Well, it always has to start with people. So, great communication skills and creativity skills are always going to be there. I think, as I mentioned before, we're going to have more data-driven people, more tech-driven people, and I think that's something we have to move towards quite quickly, make sure people are very comfortable in that space. It's coming whether we like it or not, but people first, and then developing into that data analytics to really understand the value we're driving. It's not just about the technology, right? It's about, we need people who can understand the value that these exhibitions bring to both exhibitors, to visitors, and that's a data-driven thing, and we need those skill sets, and we need them now.
Well, for me, it's first of all, they need to be event and exhibition people at their heart. Even if they're coming from a different industry, they have to get into that because, like we heard this morning, it's a 24/7 job, and so we always try to get them in the exhibition happy curve. And so this is one thing first. Then tech savvy, sustainability thinking. We have to change so many IT systems in the future because it evolves so fast. We have to work with AI. So people who work with us who really need to be capable of changing things in the company a lot. So there's also some kind of adaptability that we are looking for in the future. And I think these are the main skills that we need to be successful.
I think if I build on that, it's agility. I think speed, to be able to change very quickly. If the pandemic taught us anything, it's you need to be incredibly resilient. I will probably add that I think that the most of the workforce need to be bilingual. I say that as a Brit who normally only speaks one language. We will not prosper in our careers unless we actually do speak 2-3 languages, and I think that's really important for the next generation because, as today's shown us, we are a global community. And if you want to be working globally, you need to be able to have the ability to talk to as many people as possibly and express yourself. We worked in 18 different countries last year, and that in itself has challenges if you do not have a team that can speak the local language.
A perfect place at which to wind up our discussion panel. Thank you so much for your insights today. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Well, just absolutely fantastic to hear from our panel about the rapid advancements in technology, all those evolving consumer expectations that we've spoken about pretty much all day, because they're not getting any less, let's put it that way. The shifting workplace dynamics as well, and what we're going to expect from our emerging MICE workforce, because it really is transforming as never before. And to hear from our expert panel on the way that we navigate that, moving us all into the future and also retaining the current workforce. Well, we now move to our last panel of the day. It is time to hand over once again to the delightful Chiara Pagliari.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. I would like to introduce my fantastic panelists for the last and hopefully very insightful panel discussion at IMS. Today I have with me the honor of hosting Reem Al-Harbi, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer at the Eye of Riyadh. Round of applause, please. Abdulaziz Al-Muktib, CEO of Ad Enterprise. Michael Schneider, Chief Revenue Officer at Fortune Media. And Andrea Vagliani, Exhibitions Director at Salone del Mobile, Milano. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
So, this panel discussion was very much data-driven, but we would like to start first to understand how successful players have managed to stay ahead of the curve in such a saturated and crowded market. Not just in Saudi Arabia, but also in other countries. Now, of course, with a lot of technological advancements, content is king, but we need to find something else to keep people in the room. We need brilliant content that is always going to produce a lot of interesting discussions. And more importantly, we need to retain our loyal customers, our exhibitors. So I'd like to start with Reem. Now, Eye of Riyadh has been one of the most successful entities in Saudi Arabia. And we are all aware of the wild success that the RFF, the Real Estate Future Forum, has had. And you're making noise. So what is the secret to RFF's success?
Okay, thank you, Chiara. It's a great pleasure to be here. We are proud to say that the Real Estate Future Forum, or the RFF, is a success story for Saudi Arabia and the region. Our strategy mainly focuses on two things. The first part, before we start anything in the arrangement, production, design, and anything, we put a very aggressive target that we want to achieve. The definition of the success, our definition is the main outcomes is the impact or the economic impact that the RFF can create in each edition. So in the last edition, in the first hour, or to be more accurate, in the first 25 minutes, we announced an agreement value more than 100 billion Saudi riyal. So the next edition, we have to exceed this number. We have to come up with something new, something creative. The second part, it will be like, organizing an annual event. It could be a huge success or sometimes a nightmare for the organizer because you don't want to repeat the same thing in each edition. Real estate industry is really huge and support more than 120 other sectors. So we decided in each edition we want to come up with different theme. We started in 2022 with the local review and rules and regulation. The second edition, we moved to emerging technologies, and we launched the first real estate metaverse experience in Middle East. The last edition was the first solid global version with the theme Power of Resilience. The next edition, we are super excited about it, and personally, I think it will be my favorite because it will focus more on people, and our theme is Future for Humanity, Shaping the Dream into Reality. So we have to come up with something different every year.
When is the event, and what should we look out for? Top speakers that are headliners.
We have really great lineup speakers, but our international guest for the next edition, we got the official confirmation from President Bill Clinton, Piers Morgan, Tucker Carlson. All of them, they will be participating in the fourth edition of the RFF.
Amazing. Best of luck, as always. Thank you
you
so much. Abdulaziz. Now, AD is one of the most successful POs in the country. What are the 3 key strategies for you to stay always ahead of the game?
First of all, that the event, we call it like it's a narrative that we need to tell to the audience. So first of all, we create a narrative, and the telling a story by covering the 5 senses. So they have to smell, they have to listen, they have to see, they have to read, and also when they speak. So we create this since we start the business. We got like this methodology as a main driver for creating and developing the concept and IPs. So that, for example, that all IPs that we develop and we create, that we consider this methodology that how to tell a story for the audience, and we can go deep in that, tell the experience, the things that we got, and also the content itself, and also what is the technology that we use. We got this the narrative for the whole activation and also the experience that they got in that. So this is, I think, one of the main driver that is like putting ad in a different way when we develop, like, for example, the product or the events that we develop, that Hakaimisc and Misc Art and also BBAN and Learn and also Innovation Zero in UK, all those IPs that we develop and we start, we launch, it's getting this methodology.
Clear. If you had to invite our international attendees to the most successful ad IP, which event would that be?
You mean in Saudi or international?
Yes, in Saudi.
Yeah, in Saudi that we already organized Learn, that's like 4 months ago. It's a lifelong journey, or it's talking about the event, the lifelong education journey. There is a gap in the market regarding the learning, which is like the experience of learning. It was different than the education, because learning, it's lifelong. So since you born till the last day in your life, that you have to learn. And also the tools was like a different tools to learn. You see that, like, the youngest people is like learning more than the people who's the oldest. So what is the tool that you use? There is a new tools in the world, and also there is an AI and all those technology that you use it for having that the Learn platform that they use, the Learn event, was like grab all those technology from the schools, from the university, from even the craft, even that the freelancer, everyone have to platform or have tools for learning. It's part of this experience. So
This is a new trend in the mice industry that they use in bringing different. It's not like only that the entity or institute or companies, that even the individual can having participate and also to sharing their ideation or the concept in the subject. So this is one of the it's like 3 months ago. It was in last October, and next October in the same building.
Clear. Thank you. Mike, Fortune events have been the benchmark globally for financial events. What is the success story of Fortune?
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you for saying that we do it as well as anybody. We think so. I think the relationship between our events and our conferences are paramount. Our conferences started, we've been doing it the longest, and so our most powerful women's conference has been going on for more than 25 years. It started because we put a list together in the brand, in the magazine. As a matter of fact, most people don't know this, the first person ever to make the most powerful women's list was Carly Fiorina, who at that point was a marketing director, I believe it was at HP. Most recently, it was Mary Barra, who is the chairman of General Motors. So you can see how that has completely changed, evolved, and grown. The conference has gone on for the last 25 plus years. It's an event that the list comes out, people are excited about the list, people gravitate to the conference. It's now a waiting room only opportunity. You have to apply to come. So I think any time that you're putting a relationship to what the brand Fortune puts out in content and you're marrying it to the conferences is very important. Another event is our Fortune Global Forum, which is comprised of initially, again, over 30 years ago, a list of the CEOs from the Fortune 500s and the Global 500s. So now here we are all these years later. We just had our event in New York a few weeks back. We're excited, which we announced in New York. We'll be bringing it to Riyadh in 2025, thanks to partnership with Gega and His Excellency. So I think at the end of the day, it's the relationship that individuals have with the brand, and then it's the ability to build great communities, because at the end of the day, the communities really matter.
How many global CEOs currently participate in FGF?
How many do?
Yes.
I mean, every year it's different. I couldn't pinpoint a number. Obviously, the more the better. The event is generally around 300, and I'd say it's a very high index of CEOs and chairmen.
Nice. And what can the audience look forward to when it comes to the Fortune Global Forum in Riyadh?
Well, that's to be seen. We're in the process of planning that out right now. But I think the expectation, and as we develop what the content should be about, is bringing these industry thought leaders, these global leaders to the region. The region certainly gives it the opportunity to showcase itself. And I think really important that we start building something in Riyadh. This will not be a one and done with Fortune in Riyadh. So this is just sort of the beginning.
Very exciting. Awesome. Andrea, so Salone del Mobile has established itself as the global leading and design exhibition in the world. And you constantly have to reinvent yourself. What is the success of Salone del Mobile?
Well, you have to let me to jump, make a long jump in the past, because it comes to more or less 30 years ago, when I say it was my first life at Salone, when it was extremely simple at that time, the equation in exhibition, because people and I mean products, exhibitors, these were the only thing that you needed, and the problem for me was only making them be together at the same time. But at that time we already started to think that something more was needed. So we started to imagine something different and thinking that it was not enough to showcase design furniture. But it was needed to create a community, to share ideas, and to foresee the future. So it came as changing to an exhibition, from an exhibition to an experience. Nowadays, the word experience is extremely common, and it is extremely true, because it was like giving something more to people that were not there only for buying and looking to furniture. It was giving them something more that is much more important now after the pandemic. People has got really a terrible agenda. Travel is costly. Travel is time wasting. So you need to give them a reason to come and, spend days and money. And that was the reason why we started to find something, and we were really convinced that it was necessary to inspire people, to make them come and see an old exhibition. You know, we are more than 60 years old. And that was the first changement. How we did it? We did it with the culture, and we did it with inspiration. Culture and contamination. Culture means that it was not enough speaking each other's in the furniture world, so always saying which is the best designer, which is the best architect. Everybody knows it. And much more the digital world and the exchange of images came. It makes, I don't say it's not important, it's less important. You need something more. So we started to have 30 years ago, event, installation, and then more and more we came to have contamination with different words. It means we went to dialogue and have dialogue with art, dialogue with people that come also from, some places you never thought near furniture. Like last year we had David Lynch, an Oscar winner. It is having the point of view of what is going to happen in the way of living from many different points of view. Another main issue for us is being international. Being international means that a long time ago we decided not to have a national pavilion. At that time it was useful, and it was the normal way of doing it. We strongly believe that being international, it was a key to success. Nowadays we have more than 40% of people exhibiting from outside Italy, and more than 65% of the almost 400,000 visitors came from abroad. And this is another reason. Another point is believing in young generation. Everybody knows about the Salone Satellite, I suppose. It means that you need to make them passionate with design. And we always invest with students. Last but not least, of course, is the city, because the connection of the city is something important, because it makes this environment helping people enjoy the stay, not only working.
Amazing. You recently concluded the Salone del Mobile in Milano. How many visitors did you have this year?
Last year?
Last year.
Last year, this year, yeah, you're right.
Right,
I'm already on in 2025
okay.
because we are delivering the new one, sorry. It's this year, it was 370,000.
Incredible.
And more than 155 countries. We were back to the numbers before pandemic era. It was 2018. Nobody believed it just 3 or 4 years ago.
Terrific. So now I'm going to ask you and also Abdulaziz about data. Now, with such a large volume of visitors, how do you sample data, and how does that drive your strategy across the whole days of the exhibition? Do you have any specific strategies that you implement during the event to course correct any type of issue that may arise on site?
I go. Okay. We decided 8 years ago, 9 years ago, to develop our own ticketing and having it hosted on our platform. What does it mean? It means having the data directly from the market. And it means understand which kind of professional are in the show, and also have the opportunity to understand what are their needs. So it's not only what the Salone team thinks is needed and where the furniture world is going or the design world is going, the lifestyle is going, but it's also listening with data to all of them. And it's also working a lot for the exhibitors, because we immediately can deliver all the data to them, and this makes their participation to the show much more effective.
Thank you.
So the data is the main driver for the event development and also for the future strategy. Because right now there is a new tools in the market that using the data to analyze and all of that we are like in the group. We develop internally the platform for the research using the AI and also the and also we using the AI for the data that we already grab from the visitor and also the guests, because to have a data is helping for the developing the product and also to develop the concept itself. Actually, in my company that we have like more than 500 staff, 29 nationality, and it became like an international, but also the data to get those information from different nationality, from different background and different culture, that they got the information and how to deal with. It's another point to drive the future, because when we got that, how you deal with, because this is the main important. So we have a data, but how you analyze this, how we link between those data and also the public data that we have. So we need to grab those and considering the information that we got, like this is the main information in that, and also the data that we got from the different source. So we develop the source and also the platform internally to develop the concept.
Thank you. Now, Rim and Michael, you run conferences that are wildly successful. Tell us about the way you use data to drive decisions during the event.
Yeah, of course, as my colleagues mentioned about the data, it's extremely important. It will help us also to customize the journey for our guests, our delegates, to build something customized for them. If you are organizing, for example, like in corporate events, I have to understand more about their interest, what type of sessions that they want to attend, what type of content that they want to participate in, especially that our sessions, it's from 9 to 6, back to back, there is no break, so
There's no breaks?
There is no break.
Not even coffee break, nothing?
The coffee break is it's all the time, but it's always back to back. So we have good collection of audience who are coming. So for us, it's really important to customize first the journey. Also, if you track our social media, you will see our events active the whole year. So we just want to make sure that we are engaging with them all the time. So we are discussing a few things about how to upskill the talent, the future jobs, investment opportunities, challenges, experts. So this type of things, it's required for us to do like an extra work in data, just to make sure in the end that we are building the right and customized journey for our guests.
Thank you.
I think I'd agree with most of that for us as well. Certainly customizing the journey is important. At the end of the day, it's about repetitiveness and getting folks to come back time and time again and to mark their calendars to know that the Fortune event is most important to them and it's something they're going to block. And the way that happens is to make sure the experiential is spot on for them. So yes, customizing the journey, the data about topics, what is happening today, what's going to be happening into the future. We want to be as forward-thinking as possible. But I think both those things, and then just completely in line.
Clear. Now, question for all of you. How does data drive topic selection? I think Michael just touched on that. Is there a specific way that you extract topic to be addressed, perhaps in following editions of your event? And is there anything that has never been addressed by, let's say, AI, that you think this is going to be a relevant topic in next year's edition?
So I think to use the AI and ChatGPT, so you need to know exactly how you use those platforms, because you need like to be smart how you through the data in that and what you want from the platform. And this is a new platform that it come in the world, and also from event background and event industry, that we are the first line in the new technology and the new technique, that we are adapt all those new things to be part of that. We are like comparing with the other industry, we are in the first line that we adapt those technology. I think how to deal with those platforms like ChatGPT and AI, this is another point. But yes, I agree with you that we need to develop the subject and that to using that. From our experience in research, that we use the AI and ChatGPT for some of those sessions to get more information about this topic or about the subject, and that we use that to develop the content or the subject in the conference.
I think maybe from our sides, I will take like a little bit different angle when it comes to the data. You know, the events usually it's give like more opportunity to discuss and explore something new. So no one will blame you if you did something that it will not work to the market. So at least you discuss it, you know it will not work. So gathering all the data, leverage all the emerging technology, it's extremely important. Usually we discuss with our partners, for example, how to leverage AI in real estate. What is the main things that AI can support real estate? So each partner come up with like different ideas. Some ideas will fly, some ideas no. We have to discuss it again in the second edition and to make it like more solid. The data, it's not only about the interest. The data also, it's related about the numbers and the insights and everything that's related in the industry. And we know there is a huge gap in the data of real estate. So each source, they have their own data. So at least what we're trying to do is just to collect everything in one platform. Everyone, all the people, they will discuss it. Capture all the trend, all the insights, all the data globally, just to make sure what is relevant to KSA market. If it's yes, how we can localize these things. So I think 90% of our content, it's built on data. And the emerging technology, it's give us like, it's opened like a huge door. Now we are so excited to talk about the experience also for the users. They can attend physically to the events. They can watch us on live stream, but now they can customize their own avatars in Metaverse, and not only to attend the session, but also they can go to the exhibition to discuss with all the exhibitors and to discuss a few things. Also, we are building something. It's related to a future gateway. So we are building the Metaverse Gateway. It will give the audience more like the experience, how Saudi Arabia and how Riyadh will look like after 5 and 10 years. So I think, yeah, data and emerging technologies, AI, they're playing like a major role in the events industry.
Clear. Now, questions about talent. If you think about your Alpha/Gen Z employees, what are the critical skills that you're looking for the next generation leaders in your own companies?
Flexibility.
How do people get ready?
Flexibility means we are talking about a mix of things that nowadays people working in the MICE world need to manage. It's not only, the physical part. For us, it's still important because, furniture, you need to touch, you need to feel it, but you need also to use. We told before, you have to use in the correct way the data, so it's making a better journey. Is also for us, one of the most difficult point is engaging people all year round, because you have the peak in 1 week, and then you slowly fade. Having data means that you can know better your own professional and go to them in the better way, and that's the point, because if you give them too much information, they leave you, and they are not more interested to follow your community. And again, also AI, augmented reality. It was not something that it was used. Now we have to deal also with that, because it's for us it's important. Much more for promoting the brand, much more for the campaign. But I can tell you one thing. For example, the augmented reality. In 2023, we made a revolution in our layout, and we had the opportunity to test it for the first time. We went for 60 years with the same format, and we decided, we tried 3 of these, and we tested it before with in a virtual way. It could never happen before.
Grazie, Andrea. 30 seconds each.
I think at the end of the day, for the newer generation, the individuals we're looking to hire, the thing that just is so impressive is what they know already, how confident they come in. They're fearless, and I'm very bullish on, at least at Fortune, the next generation of leaders.
Thank you. Abdulaziz?
So we always build leadership in the organization, and also the change that happen. We should have the new generation of leadership and things, and we adapt that. That I'm proud that we have from 18 years till 65, I think, or 66 years old. And we have a different culture in the organization. And also that is make a challenge, even the new generation, to convince. We have from different country, from different background and culture, and this one will be challenging when we have brainstorm, or when we have a project to work together. The team was a different age, different that, and it was a huge experience for the new generation to adapt and also to convince them and to make a change in that. So and this that was make a platform for the new generation to be strong in this industry.
Thank you.
Okay, for me, this is extremely important. I'm an ex-LinkedIn. So of course, empowering the talent, it's It's in our DNA. I think in the events industry, we want our strategy, we want to focus more on upskilling the talent to the leadership role. We want to see more, young talent working on, for example, speakers briefing, working on the production and everything. So this is one of the main things that we want to do. And of course, the last thing I want to mention is just we want to ensure the healthy knowledge transfer between the expert to the mid and young generation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to my wonderful panelists. Maybe a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chiara, and once again, thank you to each and every one of our guests. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you, one and all. Some suitably optimistic notes there about the next generation. One of the things I've thoroughly enjoyed about today is this opportunity we get to reflect from so many different perspectives. And very often when you see world-class conveners, as we have here, you find them immersed in the topic or the subject of the day. And so to be able to step back and reflect on the bigger picture, on the subject itself, if you like, is really refreshing, I think, and rare. And that's what we're going to see in a couple of moments' time. Michael Milken is the chair of the Milken Institute and for many years has been gathering world-class minds around the world. So we've asked Michael to reflect a little bit on what he has seen and what he sees. Let's have a look.
I'm sorry I can't be with you in Saudi Arabia. Every year, my trips there are more fulfilling than the year before. His Excellency, thank you for making time to visit with me on my trip a month ago to Saudi Arabia. So what have we learned in 50 years of putting on conferences, thousands of conferences around the world? There are 3 elements to a conference: in preparation and before it starts, during the conference, and the follow-up after the conference. We do not pay any speakers to come and join us, whether we're in Abu Dhabi, Riyadh, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Mexico City, or United States. We want to make sure that they want to come because it's worthwhile for them. And the interaction between panelists in the months before a conference are extremely important. It gives people that have never met each other a chance to visit with each other and set out their goals of what they're trying to achieve when they come to that conference. During the conference, we've learned over the decades that having small meetings are essential. Many of your most senior people don't necessarily want to sit in the room with 1,500 or 4,000 people, but are very excited to sit around a table with 20, 30, 40, 50 people to discuss a topic. And so many sessions and many conferences are very topic specific: healthcare, finance, education, philanthropy, environment. And so those are generally for us smaller conferences, maybe ranging up to 1,500 people. But when we have a large conference of 5,000 people or more, what we try to do is bring people from different disciplines who would never meet each other and think they might not have anything in common together. And so if you're working in education, you get to spend time with people in finance. If you're working in real estate, you might be dealing with people in philanthropy as to what they're trying to achieve. And there are thousands of stories of individuals that came to a large conference we had, and instead of going to the sessions in their field of expertise, would go to a session they would never think of visiting, learning about something they knew nothing about. And what we found over time is it changes the course of their life and changes their course of their career. And then after a conference, what is so essential and important? Follow-up. A few months later, we follow up with everyone to see if what they set out to do or wanted to do or what they agreed to do, they actually did. The world is changing, and nowhere more in the world do you see there in Saudi Arabia. And so there is a benefit also of letting people see the world with their own eyes. The media and others constantly tell us the way the world is. That way they tell us might not be the real world. And so it's exciting as Saudi Arabia expands its conferences, its meetings, that more and more people in the world will see today's Saudi Arabia. Once again, I'm sorry I couldn't be with you today, and I wish you a great gathering.
Well, thank you very much indeed to Michael Milken for those reflections. His Excellency started this morning by talking about more opportunities than ever, and he used a very powerful phrase, which I think Michael echoes there, which is the world needs you. This has been the inaugural day of the inaugural International MICE Summit. And you are needed, not just in this space, but in the conversations and the connections that surround it as well. So thank you for being here. Here's to many collaborations that spring from this initial few hours together. We will get together in small groups and large tomorrow with our breakouts in our collaboration clusters around the venue. And most of all, we will forge new introductions and new connections. So our program begins at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I am already looking forward to the conversations with chief executives, with mayors, current and former, with some of the leading movers, shakers, and thinkers of this fascinating and important industry. So thank you for your energy and attention today. And until tomorrow, good evening.